Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We back again, two times in one day. Had a very interesting space earlier, and some issues came up that inspired me to create another space. So I'm a very transparent brother. So I'm gonna be transparent with y'all. On my way through the Appalachian Mountain chain, I stumbled on after my space dropped. I stumbled on a space that had our sister Nikki God and our big brother Tariq up in there, and they had a dude uh, that basically he was a Nigerian who posited that white women create the standard of beauty, and I couldn't let it go. I gotta address that because that's not historically true, and there's a reason why he said that, ladies and gentlemen. It all has to do with Almighty God. What you talking about, Lon? We'll get to it in a moment. I'm happy to see Robbie Blue here. Um, I'm happy to see Nikki. What's up, Wani? Kanye, Twizzle, what it do? Andy, he's here to educate us. Beauty, Stacia, some new faces. So I'm gonna give it a minute to let it sink in, and we're gonna discuss it. Number one, we're gonna discuss: are Native Americans Asian? Are they? They have Asian lineage, right? They came over the Bering Strait, land bridge theory, right? Are they Asian? Do
Yeah,
Asians? Oh, come on, Wani.
well, they came from Siberia, from Asia, and their little cousins are Inuits and First Nations people all over the Northern Hemisphere. So, guess what? I don't hear. They're Asian, but I've never heard a Chinese person run up on them and say, "You're not identifying right. You don't know your roots. You're Chinese." I'll just pull that out of my ass. I'll just claim that you're one of the countries in Asia. You're Chinese. You need to be doing Chinese things. Well, that's the kind of dumbass shit that we're hearing. Okay? We have certain lineages from different places, but no one can run up on us and tell us that we have to do something with one particular country. I just heard some Ethiopian numbskull talking about we need to come back to the homeland. Does she know where Ethiopia is? Uh, that's not West Africa, so how is that our homeland? This is just another scam to get us over there in these dusty ass places, get money from us, and not do what they promised to do. They're not very good at keeping their word. They don't have what I was raised with is honor. You honor your word. Okay? It's called ethics. It's called integrity. They don't have those things. Most of the world does not have those things. It's not just Africa. It's a lot of countries that just think it's a ripoff. Like you can't even get mail. You try to live over in some of these places, you can't even get mail because they steal the mail. That's not civilization. If you can't get mail, that's what I judge your country on. And this country is very shaky right now because they have a lot of people with that background in it, and there's no ethics. It's not about religion, it's about ethics, a standard of conduct so that you can have a civilization. They don't have that anymore here.
Well, I'm gonna yeah, the hell with religion, because it's all about spirituality. Religion, re means to do again. So religion, and I do believe in Almighty God or Allah Subhanahu wa Taala, the Creator, or whatever you want to call him. But I'm not promoting religions per se. I'm promoting the seek and the quest for an Almighty God. Well, that's sequential and essential to our discussion tonight because um, I heard somebody once say that if you go backwards on your family tree, you'll meet God. What does that mean? You have a mother and a father. If you go back to them, you go to their grandmother and father, grandmother and grandfather. A tree will branch out. So if you just zoom back, however long, you'll eventually meet the creator. Well, why am I saying that? I'm saying that because respecting your lineage is the same as respecting the creator because he is of your lineage. Somebody missed that. we come from a very high lineage, which is why I think we are persecuted. But that's a whole nother space for a whole nother place. But what Wani said was real powerful. Like Wani said, the red Native American is Asian. I'm mixed with a little red Native American, and when my sister got a blood tested, pow, Asian came up. But you do not see China over here saying, "Hey, you us. Hey, you need to know. You need to." And I'm not just talking out of my ass, ladies and gentlemen. When I studied at the Georgetown University, I'm not bragging on that school. I just was there for a little while. I worked at part time at the Smithsonian. It was brand new. It was called the National Museum for the American Indian, NMAI. I worked there about a year, and it's probably the most gorgeous of all the Smithsonian museums. But once a week back then, they would invite a new Native American tribe chief to come visit. They all were sad and they all were angry, but they were the red natives. I never saw any melanated like uh, Negroid, even though they do are in that lineage. I never saw one of those in a whole year. And they would all be angry, but they one thing they never did, they never claimed Asia, and Asia never claimed them. How do I know? The largest visitors we had in that museum stayed packed. It was in this order. It was the British was the number one visitors. I'm talking about foreign visitors outside the United States. British. After them were the Japanese. I thought the Japanese was cool as fuck. After them, third was the French, and behind the French were the Chinese. I never once heard the Japanese or Chinese say a mumbling fucking word about how, oh yeah, they're us, because they ain't. They had an ethnogenesis. We did too, and I'm so proud. I'm so excited to be part of this movement of us claiming our name back. It takes me back to the book of Coming Forth by Day, when the body of Osiris was cut into 13 pieces, and Aset, his beautiful wife, went to go pick back up the pieces. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's what the fuck we are doing. We're picking back up the pieces of our shattered lineage, and we're coming together as one. Let there be light. Come on, beauty.
I appreciate you letting me talk. How you doing, Professor? Hey, Nikki. Hey, Ronnie. Shout out to the room. What up, Twizzle? Everybody. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I don't know if Asian people, well, I said Asian, if the Indian people are Asian. I never really did my research, but I always looked at them as an overseer ever since I was little, because I always had Caribbean friends, and they love that. It's like they kiss the ground that Indian people walk on. And then when I'm looking at my people, I've been looking like this since I was younger. And
Oh,
I
we're
look at my
talking about Native Americans.
and then when I look at us and the Native Americans, I always looked at them like the Native Americans. Ain't they Indian?
I'm
Well,
confused.
it's a confusing term, and I've wrote a whole book on this. And
I thought you were talking about the way they kiss up to people in that are
India. Yeah.
Indians in the Caribbean.
Yeah, and then when I
I'm
looked at over here,
confused.
okay, and then when I looked over here with the Indians that we deal with, I always thought they got better treatment, better, everything, benefits and everything before we got everything. So I always just looked at them as like an overseer. Don't be confused. That's how I just
Native
looked at.
Americans?
Yeah, the ones who just recently, I
How are
think,
they overseers if they're not even around? I don't like
Well,
what are they overseeing from the
well,
reservation?
they used to be around back in the days.
Oh,
Wani, that's very fascinating because what she's spitting is some kind of, if I'm understanding her correctly, is some esoteric knowledge. The red native owned fucking slaves. Yes, they did. And in the Trail of Tears, when they marched them through Memphis, across the Mississippi River, um, the red natives had slaves with them, black Negroid slaves. So I think that's what she's saying. But I want
okay. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it
yeah,
now.
yeah, yeah. I
I was
always
confused.
But I'm gonna take it. I'm gonna take this advantage to as a teachable moment because it is confusing. Look at all the fucking confusion we're living in. What I thought about when y'all kind of got into a cloud of confusion, I thought about the term itself, Indian. That term Indian comes from Christopher Columbus, who said, I didn't use intelligence. I got this written. I got the fucking picture in my book.
He
That
didn't
mother.
know where he was. He thought it was in India.
Yeah, he said I didn't. The motherfucker said I did not use intelligence nor use of maps. They went around naming
No,
people. Go ahead.
he called them West Indians, and they still call themselves West Indians and will
Right.
hand wrestle you if you say, "Hey, Columbus made a mistake." Oh, nope, I'm West Indian, but you're black too. No, because we're not West Indian. We
Uh
can't
oh.
all be the same thing.
Uh-oh, Wani, you just made me like a light in my head. You made me think in like an instant, like a nanosecond. My brain agreed. My brain computer, to quote Francis Cress Welsing, agreed with you. Yeah, I heard the white man names everything. He did. He named everybody. But what cross reference in my brain right quick is we may be the first. Do y'all think we're the first group that was named by the European to fucking take our name back and name ourselves foundational Black Americans? I can't think of another group that said, hold on, wait a minute. I'm not this, I'm that.
Well, here's the problem. A lot of them have said that they, well, okay, so in Australia, some of them said, we want to be called Torres Strait Islanders. But the other ones still want to be called black fellas because they kind of like it because it sounds like black. And I think that they were called black fellas. But yeah, a lot of people right now are struggling with those names. I have to tell you, they are. Because in North Africa, a lot of people are called slaves. That's their name. You guys are slaves.
And
Is
what
it
makes
slaves or a
sense?
bead? You mean a bead?
No, I mean, the word that they're called across North Africa is slaves, is slave.
Wow.
And they
Wow.
want to have another name. So they are from one of the slave trades, and they ended up in North Africa as a minority group under Arabs.
Wow. Let me piggyback off what Wani just said, ladies and gentlemen. During our stay in Ghana in summer 2023, we stayed at hotels every once in a while. It was an interesting trip. But when we stayed in the Hotel Elisa and the Hotel Kiki, um, we sat around. We just sat around and fucking watched the news. That was like more entertaining. Although Africa was real fun, it was just as equally entertaining watching the African news for all the stories. Well, how this ties into what Wani was saying is I sat there for a couple hours watching story after story after story of little girls in North Africa, like she said, being sold by their fucking father into slavery. And they would receive circumcisions. I know this is kind of graphic, but they were one of the little girls received circumcisions, and they're not done professionally, and they get real bad infections, and they develop some type of condition where they smell so atrocious, like nobody wants to be around them. But like, all I'm trying to say is, it's like what I realized from watching the African news or the West African news was that's normal. Like slavery is fucking normal over there. So they come over here and have the nerve to call us a slave when slavery is going on as we talk. Dr. John Henry Clark used to say that back in the day, but I can confirm it from what I've seen with my own eyes. So, let's go to do white women set the standard of beauty?
No.
Absolutely not. Oh, it's so much to talk about with that one. I don't know where to begin. Well,
Well, they
also, go ahead.
tried to. They tried to set the standard of beauty. They said that we were ugly and that they were pretty. And at the whole time they were saying that, their men were having sex with everybody they could get their hands on that wasn't
Facts.
them. So that's problem number one. Problem number two is they tried to set a standard of beauty, and they had some women over here with those pointy ass noses and little no lips and flat asses, and they told us that that was cute. They showed the women on the beach. They said, you know, she looks good in her swimsuit. And we said, uh,
Sister
baby
Wani, I
got
have a
back
question I ask you. I have
right
a
at
question
this
I ask you,
moment.
Sister Wani.
Hold up,
Right at
Twizzle.
this moment.
No,
What
go ahead. Go
up?
ahead. No, go
Never
ahead. Hey, how
mind.
y'all doing?
Hey, what's up, bro? Go ahead and land, Wani. You're cooking on something that I want to comment on.
Never mind.
Oh no, I wanted to know it, if you don't mind. Wani, you were talking about the I guess what time period we said that was, where the image of likeness of a blonde that didn't have a bottom and had the thin lips. When was that being promoted at its height? I'm a '80s baby, so I remember in the late my
20s,
go
30s, 40s. Then
40s.
all of a sudden, we had these women that would be considered very pretty, and they had these very pointy features. And our attitude toward it was, well, we don't care what you're doing over there. We're doing our thing. This is when they really start paying attention. When we don't buckle down and we say, yeah, that's nice. We're doing our thing. You guys have your little hokey pokey parties over there, and we're going to be over here doing our stuff, playing jazz and having all kind of Charlestons and flapper dances and all that. We were doing our thing. And then slightly they started to change. Now you see that Marilyn Monroe was very curvy. I know why, but I'm not going to say right now. But anyway, she was curvier, and men liked that, and they didn't like that. They wanted flat asses. They were going to push that flat asses and no lips. But now all of a sudden, she's getting attention. She doesn't have a flat ass, or she doesn't have that look. Slowly but surely, the features began to soften on women on that were considered attractive. The rat noses were rounder, the lips were fuller, and then they just went crazy and started getting lip implants and butt implants. Now, in the 1800s, they were wearing bustles. Now, some say that was a reaction to this Venus Hottentot that they brought over. They had this Venus Hottentot up in a private men's club, and they were using her. She didn't know what was going on because she was African. They took her right directly from the bush, so to speak, from the Sand tribe. So they were ogling, desperately ogling over this woman, having sex with her, doing everything under the sun to this woman. And white women knew about it. And so they suddenly they got this dress that they call it the bustle. And so they are very aware that their men have been cheating on them and literally going to other countries to have sex with other women but them because those women washed. That is actually a fact that those women over there washed and walked around naked in the Americas. So they thought this is a great opportunity to go over here and have sex with women. They have been interested in everybody but their women. They like little boys for crying out loud.
Wani, that's what I was going to say earlier when you brought up the flat butt standard. Tom Wolfe, a very ingenious writer, Tom Wolfe of Yale University. Tom Wolfe, in his books, when he referred to that white standard of beauty, and he was a Caucasian man, he called them boy. He affectionately called them boys with breast, and I always thought it was really interesting that that sentiment. Now, what Wani just said about falling in love with African or black women because they washed was true across the board. Unfortunately, I don't have destruction of Chancellor Williams' destruction of African civilization, but in Chancellor Williams' book that I cited in my own book, Chancellor Williams identified that the Portuguese, when Vasco da Gama came back and gave his report to the Queen, that of what he saw when he circumnavigated the globe, he mentioned that there were chocolate women um, walking around with their breast out, and he emphasized that they washed. So Dr. Sharshi McIntyre posited in one of her great lectures that the part of the ill sentiment between European historical European women and European men was the lack of cleanliness standards that we're all aware of. If y'all want some data from that, some evidence, check out the book Dirt. There's a book called Dirt that said Europe was so filthy that the concept of high heels were created because people used to take a shit in the middle of the street, and if you had a lady and you wanted to take her out for some drinks, she would wear heels, so when she stepped in shit she didn't step knee deep in it. That's what the high heel came from. It was predicated off of filth, off of dirtiness. The book is called Dirt. Well, back to my original point. Chancellor Williams said that when the word got back to the Portuguese, and Pope Innocent, I think the second. I want to say 1402, but y'all can fact check me on that. The Catholic Pope, his name was Innocence, which is very interesting. Innocence declared that black people are doomed to servitude, and he did that for a specific reason. It had nothing to do with aptitude or just lack of intelligence. He did that because Europeans enslaved each other, but they were starting to have this huge problem in Europe wherein European slaves would escape from slavery and just comb their hair, shade the beard or whatever, and blend in with everybody else. That was a big problem. Pope Innocence, somebody came back. I don't know if it was Vasco da Gama. I forget who did it, but somebody came back. Listen at this shit, ladies and gentlemen. I almost got the name on my tip of my tongue, but it was a European that went to Africa looking for a guy named. Europe was at war, as we all know. England, France, they were fighting each other. That's what the whole look of the slave trade was about. They were looking for money to buy weapons so they could fucking kill each other. Well, before that happened, um, I forgot the explorer, or murderer, whatever the fuck his name was. He went to Africa in look of a guy named Prester John. There was rumor of a king in Africa named Prester John who was a Christian. That was the bond they had. And Prester John was known for helping outsiders by giving them money and giving them whatever they wanted. The Europeans were losing. I forget the British. I forget who it was. I think it was a British. They went in search of Prester John and met with an African king who claimed to be Prester John, but he was just lying. But in an act to impress these Europeans, it's like alert came on my phone. Like, why do I care? But anyway, like really, you're gonna interrupt my thing. But anyway, can y'all hear me or did it disrupt the space?
It blocked you out a minute.
You good?
Okay, good. So
You good? Go ahead.
this European, I mean this African noble, if you will, I think he was a king, in a desperate act to impress the European and show off his power and prowess, he gave the European some slaves. He gave him some black slaves, and this European, I'm gonna fact check his name when we get off the space, but this European took the slaves back to the Catholic Church again to impress the Pope, and the Pope looked at these. Melanated African people and said, "Damn, this is Pope Innocent II." He said, "Damn, that's a great idea. This will solve our problem." So he wrote an edict that doomed African people, people with dark skin, into servitude ad infinitum. What I'm saying by that is the act of showing off doomed us. Um, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, I digress. Go ahead, Twizzle.
Hey, what's up, everybody, on this good Saturday night? You know what I'm saying? My apologies, Sister Wani. I didn't mean to interrupt you. You know, when you was just talking about, we was talking about the white women and the symbolizations on how they so-called characterize the definition of beauty. I wanted to bring up, remember when Bo Derek was running on the beach with the French braids in her hair, how that was the most beautiful thing to the white man in the world because she had hair like the black woman. You know what I'm saying? Now, what was that, the 70s or the 80s?
Well, we
You know what I'm
inspired
saying?
that with the disco braid
Mm-hmm.
queens. They weren't copying off of
Mm-hmm.
African women, I'll tell you that.
But we're old enough to know back then Africa was irrelevant. Africa and the Caribbean was irrelevant because everything was based here. It wasn't no internet, it wasn't no social media, and it wasn't no telecommunication to where we could communicate with the Caribbean and African like that, especially like if you didn't have family there. What the hell we knew what was going on there? So that's what really kills me on how they try to say the Caribbeans and Latins had something to do with hip hop. But Professor, you touched on so many subjects, like when you were talking about the word Indian or where that come from. I want to get in that. And just so much stuff you was talking about on how you were saying, Doctor, on how you were talking about on how the symbolizations of dirt, on how the Europeans were so nasty. You know what I'm saying? You touched on so many things. I want to talk about it, but I'm lost right now because I don't know where to pick up from. So I'm just gonna go from this right here. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to the family. Happy Saturday. I'm in the building and I'm feeling myself. I'm feeling good right now. And I'm proud being a black man because one thing about me being a black man, I know I am the original man. And how y'all was talking earlier about on how the natives, I mean, how Asians want to claim that they're the Native Americans come from them. You could say the Inuits. You could say the people of the Kodiak
No,
Islands and the
they
people
don't.
of Bering
They
Strait. You
don't
could
want to
say that.
claim that. They're not saying that
Yeah,
because
yeah, they're not
they're
going to claim
not
it.
desperate for people to be part of their group. They don't have low self-esteem like Africans. Africans have to drag everybody down into their shithole so they can get help when they get people on their ass. That's all it is. They got to make everybody African so more people will chime in when people get on their dumbass. No.
You know how I look at it, Sister Wani? I look at it as them trying to use it as them having a foothold in history, saying that they are fathers and founders and creators of shit. Like I seen a documentary a long, long time ago. I think it was over 10 years ago. One of this Asian genealogists, he went around all corners of China and he tested everybody DNA. He said he tested over 80,000 people DNA, and every last one of them, they tried to see if their DNA came from the Homo erected from that area, and it was false. It came from the Sand Tribe of Africa. You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing about a lot of these so-called cultures, continents, and these so-called people. They want to trace themselves to the original people. Do you remember back in the days, Wani, how white people used to say they searching for the missing link? The missing link, and that missing link means the missing link that connects them to humanity because they're not. You know what I mean? When you look in their DNA chain, their DNA chain is missing certain links. You know what I'm saying? That's why they say they missing. They're searching for that missing link. But yet, when we look at us, our black queens and us black men, we have every last link in our DNA chain. That's what proves in our evidence and our and our, you know what I'm saying, our everything to prove that we're the original human beings. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of cultures don't have certain links, don't have certain DNA. Not only that, don't have certain genomes to produce the melanin that we have and to produce the certain, you know what I'm saying? How should I say, attributes that we possess as black people. You know what I mean? So that's one thing I just want to get on. And like Professor, you was on so much, and the topic has been hitting like a drummer beating a drum, as they say, drummer can I get some? So I'm just finna fall back and listen. And if I see something to get back in, I'm gonna treat it like hopscotch and jump back in.
I
But go
appreciate.
ahead, y'all. And Sister Wani, I apologize. Please don't crucify me or drag me over cold. I'm sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Twizzles. But this is a very touching, near dear subject to my heart. Because why so? Because I am a product of rape. I'm a walking product of rape. And I think our lineage, foundational Black American lineage, would be so much the better if we would acknowledge that. It's a lot of shame, particularly in the American South. I think it's a defense mechanism to say, "Ooh, look at that baby. He got curly hair. Ooh, that baby got green eyes. He's so pretty." It's really like you're looking at rape. You know what I'm saying? My big mama was raped on in the hills of Anion, Alabama. And whatever white lineage that I do have is very powerful because we have, I got hazel eyes, but you know, babies are occasionally born that have blue eyes, so it's very powerful and it's divisive because my aunts, including my mother, decided to find the blackest man they could to try it, and I what I believe to be a subconscious attempt to erase it and get back. And I will add, we're the only group that does that. That doesn't say, most groups will say, you know what, will brag on their European rape lineage. I saw it, and when I go, me and my wife frequent Central and South America, and you see it real bad down there. You get to Costa Rica, and they're like just the most beautiful people, obviously Africoid in origin, but they, the people in leadership, what do you think they look like? They got green eyes and they get whiter and whiter and whiter the closer you get up the chain. And when you ask them what you are, what do they say? I'm Spanish. No, you're not. That's like me saying I'm English. I'm not a fucking Englishman. You know what I'm saying? But so this subject is very powerful. So I think our dear sister, Dr. Frances Course Welsing, totally pinpointed and ideaed why. Um, I almost said a bad word about a gentleman. I shouldn't do that. The uninformed dude that was on Tariq's space the other day that posited that uh, our sisters are jealous of Pam Anderson, and therefore their white women set the standard of beauty. That let me
Yeah,
be
they
professional.
do to Nigerians. They do. White women are beautiful to Nigerians. A white woman named their country, gave them their flag, and they parade around with it. I agree with him. White women are beautiful to Nigerians because they don't
That's
have
fact.
any damn
That's fact.
pride and they have nothing.
And I got the
We're the
evidence to
only
prove it.
people
I got
on
the evidence to
earth
prove it.
that made being black good. No other motherfucker crawling on this fucking planet had the audacity to glamorize black. Not
Preach.
one. Not one.
Well, if I may, identify the absolute source of that ideology that white is more beautiful than black. The source of that ideology, according to our dear sister, Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, comes from a white concept of God. If you follow me in the ISIS papers, page 168, our dear sister Welsing, Dr. Welsing, excuse me, said, quote, couple this image and concept of God as a white man with a white supremacy system, formal definition of God as the supreme and ultimate reality, the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, whom men worship as creator and ruler of the universe, then absolute necessity, the logic circuits of the human brain computer have to print out the white man as God, the father of the white male Christ, is the supreme or ultimate reality. The white man is the being perfect in power, wisdom, and goodness, whom all men should worship as creator and ruler of the universe. With this unconscious, let me say that fucking word again, unconscious. With this unconscious logic circuit of God is a white man firmly in place, white domination over non-white people could last for 1 trillion years, according to Dr. Welsing. She also says, quote, this will be true if the critical and essential logic connection could be implanted and plugged into the brain of sufficient number of black, brown, red, yellow peoples who constitute the vast majority of people on the planet. With the white man as God, the non-white collective would be obedient to the white man always. So if that's on your mind, that the highest of the high is a white man, if you want a child, what do you think your child want to be like? And like that uninformed um, character in Tariq's Space yesterday, he's brainwashed and he doesn't even know it. It's sad. Come on, Robbie Blue, educate us.
What's going on, Professor? What's going on, Wani? How you doing? You brought up a bunch of interesting things, and you segued into it perfectly, because I think the God complex. The first thing that I would say when you think about beauty, you have to understand that they do a lot of projecting. So the whole concept of beauty is thrown out there to elicit a response of insecurity in someone else. But once you have the God complex in your mind, what does rape have to do with beauty? Are you really attracted to the outer appearance if you can rape a male, if you can rape a female, if you can rape an animal? They traded women like commodities, right? They traded women like commodities. So when you think about it in that sense, if they want to play God, are they a benevolent God or are they obsessed with lust and power? I would be one to suggest that in the mindset of a rapist, they really don't care about beauty standards. It's about them getting the psychological sadist satisfaction, right? And sense of validation about being dominant. So that's where they're totally devoid of love. Where to the total polar opposite, a lot of our people are instinctively and naturally loving. Our mothers are like some of the first nurturers. Our mothers are so good at nurturing, they wanted us, you know what I'm saying, to nurture their children. Our mothers were so nurturing, they basically laid down the foundation for the American education system. So, and I don't think we ever totally let white Jesus sink into our spirit, because we saw day after day that these things can't be true. If Jesus is white, why are white people beating us, lynching us, and being fake Christians? Other people got subjugated, and the easy way out was they they applaud white adjacency because they don't want to do the hard work and try to dismantle the system of racism, white supremacy. They want to find a comfy little place like a little cat. You know how your cat will get up next to you and have its claws come out? They're just trying to find a comfortable place to nuzzle up and get, next to white mommy and white daddy, because let's be honest, white people love their pets, but they will destroy property. You see what's going on with those hurricanes. They're like, well, we can rebuild. This is all trash. It's a shame some people lost, but everything is like measured on goods and commodities and what can be traded. And they treated their own women like that for peace treaties or to get power. So there's always been, that's why there's this power dynamic between white women and white men. And you see it spilling out as a proxy war in this political season. And we don't need to get caught up in it. You know what I mean? So I think beauty is in the eye of the beholder. What truly makes a woman amazing is her heart. But in terms of what Sister Wani was saying earlier, with the Hottentot, yeah, they envied the fact that although they tried to objectify black people, we held onto our soul and our spirit. We still managed, think about it, after all the oppression we went through, we still managed to have high self-esteem and love. And I tell people this all the time when I land my plane. What really gets me now is what triggers a lot of these white supremacists is to see you with cocoa butter, shaved, looking clean. You don't even got to be rich. Just the fact that you look happy and affluent, it triggers them because now the system of white supremacy is flipping upside down and there's no loyalty amongst thieves. The greedy don't care about the rank and file white man. So they're insecure now because they're Walmart greeters. They're bringing you food through DoorDash. They don't have, like, white privilege has an expiration date. So the middle class is shrinking and they got to take it out on somebody. But we've been consistent in terms of having beautiful hearts, beautiful spirits. And then, you don't have to overstate the obvious. If you feel like you're the standard of beauty, you don't have to go on these marketing campaigns to tell everyone that you're a Hollywood starlet. But then if I go to any trailer park in America or if I go to Walmart, I'm like, wait a minute, you don't look nothing like Bo Derek, but I can find 1,100 Beyonces. There's a sister frying up some chicken at Popeye's Chicken that'll put you to shame, making them little cheap, tight jeans look amazing. There's a sister, you know what I'm saying, wearing some scrubs, you know what I'm saying, that'll make you do a double take. You know what I'm saying? And she's just doing her job. She can't help it. You know what I'm saying? She can't help it. She's that beautiful. Now I land my plane.
Hi, Professor. This is Andy.
Hey,
Good
Andy.
evening. Good evening, everyone. I would like to challenge, and I want you to stay with me on this, that beauty is not subjective, and that quite possibly beauty does have a color and it has an ethnicity. And by that, we're going to tie that in with Wani's history of what I like to call it. Are body artifices. That's like a term that you'll see in books. Body modification. That's another term that I like to use throughout there. And you all can tell I can read some really old stuff. So when we look at body modifications throughout mankind, it's really funny that it always begins with enhancement of busts and butts, enhancement of color in cheeks, lips, eyelashes, eyebrows, um, wigs. Usually the wigs are curled throughout history. Now, I want you to take that all together and tell me, who does that describe? I would I would like to posit that beauty is not subjective and it is actually an ethnicity, and it's us. Now, the longer that we have evolved throughout humankind, people work to look like us, but criminalize or penalize our natural look. So, a natural throw is it's startling. It's mind-boggling. You cannot resist it. You want to just put your hands in it. Um, I'm black and I feel that way. So, they'll say, well, it looks like clown hair. Really? Then why did you fry your hair to look like mine? Um, you all look dirty. Why are you risking skin cancer? This is a serious thing. If you don't know about skin cancer and actually how that affects the human body, skin cancer is no laughing matter. And just because you have it removed in one spot, it's usually going to come back in that spot and it spreads. So skin melanoma, Nikki will even tell you, is actually a serious thing. They risk life and limb to tan. It's absolutely insane when you think you would expose your body to that amount of UV and skin damage. That by the time you get to be 40, you look like a very well-worn leather wallet. No one would do that in their right mind. They do. Um, the fillers that we're seeing, oh, the ridiculous fillers in the lips that make them look like, um, a diseased vagina on your face. The silicone that they place in their hips. their thighs, their butts. Did you all know they do vaginal rehabilitation? They use,
No.
okay,
Oh,
they use,
yeah, but I thought you were going to
mhm.
say they had silicone vaginas. I'm leaving.
Okay, okay. I know you when it was like, you know what, Andrew, don't go there. Now look, I don't know if they don't put silicone in their vagina because did you know that your lips, like if you ever use your lips on your face, if you lose them, they'll take your lips from your vagina and put it on your face. So they're
I don't like
similar.
that idea.
I know you, I look, I know you don't, but you see the size lips on my face. So what do you think that means? I mean, just let's just be realistic. What do you think that means? It means that a lot of people like me, Wani. That's what that means. I'm not trying to be vulgar either, but it's the truth. Okay. Let's talk about nipples. I mean, let's be
I'm
really,
too
really
young.
okay. I know you're young, so I'm gonna. Uh, I'm talking about beauty. So let's talk about nipples. Um, Generally, nipples come in all sizes and shapes. Generally, we're known for having they're called dusky nipples. And this is throughout literature. So when they talk about the dusky nipples, the swollen or engorged nipples, who do you think they're talking about? Just raise your hand if you're a female. So I actually, beauty is actually an aesthetic. Professor Allen, you might have to help. You might have to jump in on this with me. So when I say it's an aesthetic, that means it is a symbol or a token within culture. So within our culture, we have several. You can have several different aesthetics and different styles. Like you have the Romanesque style. I'm talking about like things tied to period, but also tied to types of artistry. Okay, so I'm going to say that beauty is not subjective. I'm going to say beauty is actually the human standard of beauty is actually based on I don't want to say negroid, so help me think of another word, people. I'm going to say it's based on um, a bronze or dusky aesthetic. How about that? I like the word dusky. Um, it's based on black people. I didn't even do the male body yet because the male body is the idolized body in humanity.
The V
This is
shape.
Yes, yes. Okay, so let me do the body then. Oh, I love black men. Oh, and I can do this really, really good. Okay, so we're gonna. Hey, yeah, you can tell I really like this. So we're gonna start with the male head and the shape of the skull because it's usually kind of square-ish, like the forehead is kind of broad, and that broad forehead and that square-ish shape, that symmetry is really pretty. Black men have really thick symmetrical lips from the tip of their nose and that little thing in the middle, where you're from your lip to your nose. That's a standard of beauty that's based on black men. Did you know that? Let's do their jaw, the thick bones. We have a thicker jawbone. So when they talk about sharp, thick bone, jawbone, that masculine look, that's black men. We can talk about that little part from their neck to their clavicle to their shoulder. Okay, that is a part in sculpture that they try to, what's the word I'm looking for, perfect, because that makes the sculpture look um, realistic, and that's a real sign of skill. Did you know that's based on black men? It's also a little tasty part that I love. Okay, so let's do the black man chest. This is my favorite part right there. Um, um, the thicker uh, rib cage and thicker chest. You know how the chest like a sit up, like when they're, um, buffed up kind of. Okay, that's the black man's body. Not gonna even do the six pack. Like one, he said that V, and it's another lovely part that's absolutely stunning on a black man, and that's that hip and that little line where your leg connects to. Help me out.
Well, I must say, Andy has definitely been looking at those men folks.
Let me flip the script for a minute, and I agree. That we set the standard of beauty, and I'm not saying that out of arrogance. I'm saying it out of fact. Everybody wants to get like black. Somebody mentioned, I think Brother Robbie mentioned tanning beds, but let's look at European standards of beauty. the mole used to be considered they call it a beauty mark. What I'm trying to say is, and I think it was Dr. Sharshi McIntyre. This isn't my original academic thought. I want to say it was Sharshi. It was Sharshi, Dr. Mark McIntyre. Sharshi McIntyre said that Europeans got really smart and flipped the script to dominate the world. So they looked at what they had on with their women. A lot of them had a form of melanoma, which was a mole.
Warts. Like a
Warts, yes. And they flipped it to say that's a beauty mark. So we're dealing with game. The red lips, the lipstick, comes from a basically it's a certain condition that women would get in Europe because they had some type. I don't know if it was an iron deficiency, but it was something that made your lips just outrageously red. So they exacerbated that and said that's beautiful. So just think about it. It's
They
game. It's
actually tried to flip lice on me.
ah.
Say that the lice like us because you guys have jacked up hair. I'm like, okay, you win, lady.
I'll never forget being in kindergarten in Alabama in the early 90s. And they sat, I went to a white school. It was a couple blacks. It was like two blacks, including myself. And there was a Taiwanese. He was Asian. He was kind of dark. And they had the nurse come in the classroom and line everybody up to do head lice checks. And I was so confused. I was like, why? Because all my class had, I mean, it was just crawling, just running through their heads, but I didn't understand. But the blacks didn't have. We're the only two that didn't have. It was a black girl, a black dude, and then
What
myself.
about the Taiwan person? He had it too?
I think he did.
Because the Asian girl that I went was in the military with, she never got lice. And she was on the black people's side of the room when they separated everybody with lice.
I can't confirm he did, but I remember a bunch of the white ones.
This is just for my own research purposes.
I can't confirm that he had it, but
You
I,
know
kn- I
what makes me mad when I hear men, and I can't understand who's saying this, that say we should not wear makeup or groom ourselves. And people of African descent have been wearing makeup and grooming and doing stuff to their hair. There's even, you can even see men twisting their hair. They do the same hair twist today in Ethiopia that you can see them doing on the hieroglyphics, and it has not missed people's notice. They sit behind each other and they twist each other's hair. They People have been doing the same hairstyles in some of these places for thousands of years. But this notion of perfume, that isn't white. Everything that we talk about in terms of anything fragrances, that was a very big thing in ancient Egypt. Fragrances, luxurious baths, wigs. I don't like, a lot of fake hair, and I do like to be natural. I don't wear a lot of makeup, but I'm just saying that that's white. I've had men say that's a white thing. It's not. I really, people should stop crediting white people with things that they didn't invent. They didn't invent pants. They didn't invent clothes. They saw pants on the Silk Road, and Asian women were the only ones wearing pants because they had horse culture in Central Asia. So they started having glamorous pants on, and white women weren't even allowed to wear pants for a long time. So anyway, every aspect of grooming and beauty and hairstyles and braiding and twisting and doing whatever to your hair, those are all things that do not come from Europeans. Nothing comes from them because they have not been around that long. So most of these fundamental things that we do, foundational activities, it doesn't come from them. It just doesn't. Music scales, everything they have literally said in books that we went over to Egypt to get this information about scales and music and math and whatever. That's the sad part about it. We have our own people crediting them for things. And if we want to talk about being natural, well, it's natural for white women to have black hair growing out of their forearms. But you're not going to hear their men saying, you're not being natural. You should have your hair growing out of your arms. Why are you shaving that off? I don't want to be criticized for grooming and being told that I'm trying to follow a white beauty standard, because that's not fair. Women have been doing their hair for millennia, and white women have been doing their hair. They were running around with afros, for crying out loud, in the 70s. People were getting frizzy perms. The father on Brady Bunch had an afro. They started talking about, we have Jew fros. Go look up Jew fros. They were running around sporting their afro. Yeah, go look it up. So we influenced beauty a lot. And when they saw Sister Sledge, those disco divas, and there was some other ones, I don't know them, they were like dancers on some of these variety shows. These women were bad as shit. And they had these really long braid extensions. And Bo Derek got a look at that. And she said, wouldn't it be something if I got my hair braided and walked on the beach? And it was something. It was a blockbuster movie called 10.
Yeah, yeah, and so what Wani said was really powerful. What I liked about what she said was she identified that we immediately, without questioning, give our culture away to Europeans, like just attribute it to Europeans. Why do we do that? Well, Dr. Welsing really identified that the main vector of attack, the most powerful vector of attack on us, was the likeness of Almighty God as a white man. I was in Walgreens a couple weeks ago, and I was on my way out and strategically placed by the door as you're walking out, couldn't miss it. Top aisle, eye length, eye height, looking right at you was this picture of Jesus the Christ. And on Time Magazine, I put it in a jumbotron, and it says "The Chosen." And I thought about Welsing said, I said, "Wow, that's an attack." I'm not a biblical scholar, but I do recall the Bible saying, describing Jesus the Christ as, what does it say, skin of burnt bronze, hair of wool, right? That's pretty specific. Burnt bronze is darker than anybody on this page, right? That I'm looking at. Darker than me, darker than Wani, darker than everybody on this page. Hair of wool, that's obvious. What is wool? That's an afro. So why is it when I'm walking out of Walgreens, you got a big picture of this gentleman, and look at the words. It says "the chosen." Let's go back to Dr. Welsing and think about the brain computer. You like it or not, ladies and gentlemen, your brain is a CPU. In fact, the processor inside your computer is designed off the human brain. Nobody wants to talk about that. Well, why am I saying that? I'm saying that your brain immediately, subconsciously, without your control, draws conclusions. And if you look at that, imagine I'm a 12-year-old boy and I look at that picture of Jesus and I say, "The chosen." Oh, wow, that's God. And I look at him, I analyze him, and I don't see myself in that picture. What's the logic? That is God. Therefore, I'm either the devil or I'm less than God. That creates the drive. That creates that character in Tariq's room yesterday saying that white women set the standard for beauty. That dude was attacked and doesn't even realize he was attacked. Using a white likeness of an almighty God is like, that is like the most brilliant warfare. It's beyond stealth. It's psychological warfare on a magnitude that I can't really articulate, but it's there and it's effective.
But you know what, Nick? I'm glad you brought that up because this is what we're dealing with. Remember when I said about the no, and then my mom argues with me about that constantly. I don't blame her because I can be a totally philosophical prat. But the narrative, so they get to create a narrative that shapes perspective that has no basis in reality. And I find that we are always living in an altered reality as a Black person. You know, we talk about beauty standards, and see y'all didn't even let me get to the black male penis aesthetic. I can do that one too. So
Oh,
let's
we're
just
going to get thrown back into puberty by the end of this thing.
yeah. But when we get to when we talk about like the reality, so if you notice, the whole reality of Westernism, the whole work of Westernism is to reshape reality, and it goes against logic. I love when you bring up the Bible because I am a biblical scholar. My brother's a minister, everybody in my family's missionary for like, thousands of years. So when you bring up the Bible, we are reading where they are in history, okay? We're looking at the geography, the location. And when you close your eyes and you imagine the Christ, which was created by the Catholic Church, by the way, in Italy, what you'll immediately evoke in your mind's eye, if you're not careful, is a white, effeminate, blonde man. Now, Jesus was a carpenter. So when you talk about that, and we're just talking about defying logic and shaping the narrative, I haven't seen a lot of carpenters that I can imagine in those days who would carry a satchel, walk for miles, okay, and would be a European, a blonde man with blue eyes. Can you imagine his hands? You imagine his rough, calloused hands, the hand strength, the grip. Um, that sun. Can you imagine the bronzeness of his skin? We're talking about in that area. We're talking about the darkness of his hair. We're talking about the darkness of our eyes. Okay, it's just natural. You don't see people in certain parts of the world when they have it mixed with any European blood. They have green eyes, gray eyes, and blue eyes. So this mind, let me use this word. Forgive me. This mind fuck that we're constantly being subjected to is warfare, is psychological warfare that causes us to internalize that. It is so hard when you're talking to Black people. One of the first things I notice when I am talking to us is you cannot talk to us from a standpoint of anything topical. It has to be internal because everything external is so negative. It's just incredibly negative. Now, you kill yourself to look like me, and you'll turn around and tell me that I'm ugly. And that's our reality. And that's why you'll have a Nigerian person with a Nigerian mama and a Nigerian granny, okay, and a Nigerian great granny look you in your eye and say, yes, white women are the standard of beauty. And I just described to you what the beauty aesthetic is. It has never been white. I've posted in there. They've never been happy with their flat asses. They've never been happy with that back that runs into their hips without that curve. The reason why we have that curve is because we carry more weight, on our sides and in our thighs. This is just Black women. I haven't always looked like I look now, so I can't always say that I looked like I look now. I was a size 4 my entire life. But guess what? I still had a Black body. I had a Black person's body. I still have all the little muscle tone. And the other, I'm 51 and I'm fat. I have boobies, just like Black women have big boobies. So, I mean, it's just, we live under such warfare where they try to make everything about us negative. And when you look at it just as truth, just standing up as truth, and just look at them and look at all that money, all that effort that they expend to look like us. And on that, I'll land.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go with beauty then station, but before we do that, I wanted to identify something that our sister Andy was cooking on, the jealousy involved, and this coming from Dr. Francis Chris Welling. I'm paraphrasing her. The jealousy involved in our sexual appeal created had a diametrically opposed effect on European society. What am I saying? I'm saying that the European mindset, according to Welsing, realized that they couldn't. Let me think of a professional way to say this. They couldn't outsex us. We had stronger sex appeal and stronger. We had a higher uh, capacity of fertility, if you will. So the diametric opposition that Dr. Welsing said the European brain computer came up with is I cannot outsex them, therefore I'm going to outdeath them. Dr. Welsing had a very beautiful article, which I'm gonna find, but she talked about the gun being a direct competitor with the phallus, with the black man's penis, if you will, and she kind of proved it visually. So momentarily, I'm going to put a picture in the jumbotron um, uh, that identifies what Dr. Welsing. It's out of Dr. Welsing's book, where she shows a picture of, and it's not as graphic as you think, but she outlines a fallacial picture, and she does an evolution to show that the gun, which is called what? What do we call the gun? The great what? Y'all, anybody know?
Equalizer.
Equalizer.
The great equalizer. Equalize what? Dr. Wilson answered the question. She said that was a European man's attempt to equalize us making more babies in him. Therefore, if the black man can make more babies, I'm going to kill him as soon as he makes them. I'm going to equalize this equation. The European battle that we perceive as with us isn't with us at all. It's with an Almighty God. Beauty, talk to me.
No, I was just wanting to touch on what Andy was saying. Andy, you said a couple of things that reminded me of the men in my family, especially on my father's side. Like I have a brother. I got a few people on my father's side, a lot of them, and they got eyes that will turn from hazel to green, and you can tell when they get sick. When they get sick, their eyes kind of turn bluish. That's how I know that the fuck they sick. Like yo, you getting sick because your eyes start turning blue. But in the summer, your eyes be like hazel, brown, green, and then like when they ass get sick, they eyes start turning kind of bluish. And I do got a couple of albino people on my father's side that is, so you could tell like the difference. I don't know. Shit, I want to go on and on, but I can't. I'm gonna just drop in.
So there's no reason for a black American woman to be jealous of a white woman, in my opinion, because what are we being jealous about? I mean, is it just a general jealousy? Because anybody can get a white man. That's like the last ditch effort date. I always viewed a white man as when somebody just gave up and just said, okay, I'll just drag this shit. This is not a first choice situation. None of these people are. These are like second choices, some shit that I have to get because I'm trying to, beat my biological clock or something. I don't know what they're doing. But this is not hard to do. Getting a white man is the easiest thing to do. Getting any of these other types of men, this is not a difficult feat. So I don't know why you would be jealous, but there is a thing that's a general jealousy that people have, and it's like, why are you jealous? Don't you? How many men do you need? That's my question. How many men do you need? Do you need all the men?
And, I'm glad you brought that up because there's
Excuse me, I
nothing.
want to ask you one more
Oh,
question,
go ahead.
Ronnie. What I wanted to know is how in the world do they get life? Like if I wanted to send my grandbaby up over here.
Oh, um, hello.
I'm
Uh
sorry.
oh.
Okay.
Were you saying something, Andy?
Wait a minute.
No,
I'm
Everybody.
gonna
Stacia's
finish.
talking. I'm not Stacia. I'm sorry, Beauty. I don't got my
Beauty is
glasses on.
mumbled sounding and nobody can hear her. Beauty,
Oh,
could
you
you
can't
fix
hear
your
me?
mic again?
Oh,
I heard you
no.
then.
Okay, that's
I
because
can
I'm
hear
in the
you,
back
Beauty.
Are
room.
you on a headset?
No, I'm in the back room. I gotta
Oh,
travel around. Can y'all hear me now?
I hear you
yes.
great now.
Okay, I gotta, move around. What I also wanted to know is how in the world did they be getting lice? What in the world is just lice travel to them? Is it like crabs?
I don't know. You know what? I'm gonna have to look this up because I
I'm about to
studied
look.
this, but I'm not. I don't know how it's getting on there. It's not flying over there. This is a.
Yeah, where's it coming from? That's a
Oh
good
my
question.
God! I have to look that up.
But they move real fast. I remember 30 something years ago. I
They
remember seeing
they
the head.
they say that you're not supposed to, like, they'll tell little girls don't put your head next to someone else's head, but I don't know where it originally came from. Like, but it's passing from them being around each other's hair. I remember they were saying that because even Kim Kardashian, they mentioned that they like to take selfies and they put their heads together, and they said don't do that because it's giving people lice. And she probably won't have any lice because she's got Asian, like she's Armenian. They have thicker hair, and the lice like regular white women's hair. Sorry, guys.
Stringy
What
hair.
is it though? It's very
Uh,
fascinating.
they tend to not like Asian types of hair, and women going toward that region have more like Asian types of hair.
Interesting. Stacia, talk to us.
All right. Well, first I want to say I was in that space where that Nigerian person who would not admit they were Nigerian, who claimed to be FBA, went on about white women being the standard of beauty. Who, ironically, I don't know whether it was Nikki who pointed it out, but is married to a black woman. um, but what I can say is that I never recall, and I grew up in one of the probably the whitest places in the country. I grew up in Nebraska, and among specifically black people, we've never looked at white people as the standard of beauty, especially not black women. Even as a kid in the 90s, I remember seeing like those Calvin Klein advertisements and billboards and the whole Kate Moss look, and white people thinking that was so beautiful and us thinking they just looked hungry, like they need to eat. I mean, we had our own beauty icons in every era, honestly. From, I mean, if you want to go all the way back to like Dorothy Dandridge, you had like your like Diana Ross, or the women of the 60s. You had Pam Grier, in the 70s, along with a number of other black women. And I mean, if anything, we are constantly attacked. I will never forget, there was an article by Psychology Today. I want to say it was around 2011, and they just came out attacking black women, saying that, black women are the least attractive of all women out of nowhere.
Who was
And
saying
now
that?
that article,
Who was
I'm
saying
sorry,
that? I missed that part.
uh,
It was,
it was in a Psychology Today
Oh,
online
oh,
it was
okay.
article.
written by
And
Asians.
yeah, it was written by an Asian
Mm-hmm.
person. Um, and it was literally just
And they
saying,
are. And which beauty feature have we tried to copy off of their flat face?
None.
None.
Which
exactly.
feature do women go to a plastic surgeon to look like that motherfucking face?
Stasia just
Never,
brought, she was bringing up
never.
the point that I was going to get to, and I'm so glad she got to it. I want to talk about the hostility of non-black women against black women, because that is the biggest thing that you will ever have to deal with, and they will kill, literally kill us because of how we look. That's why it's so hard to work with them. That's why it's so hard to be friends with them. I mean, it's almost impossible. I read this study called From Pet to Threat. So you know how they always like to girl you. Oh, six is when they talk. Six, I'll be really, really quick. So they have a tendency to want to girl black women because they're jealous of our sensuality. Yeah, when I always bring this sensuality up, sensuality, when I'm speaking of it, is about sensate. Um, we're not trying to be sexual. So I need you to just turn your mind from me being sexual to me being actually serious for once.
I know you're
So,
not. I was just joking in the
okay.
comments before. I know you're just. I know that you're
Oh
just
no, oh
speaking.
no, oh no, Nikki.
But I
You know,
want to ask you something.
I am sexual, so that is true though. I'll admit it. Yeah, but I wanted to talk about this, our black women's and black men. So when I say black, I'm just going to say black people. I'm just going to degender us, okay? I want to talk about our sensuality. They have an issue with that. When I
Hey,
say,
Andy,
mhm,
hold that thought. I
I'll
think Nikki
go.
was trying to ask. She was trying to ask you something. I don't want it to get lost in contest.
Sorry, Nikki.
Nikki, were you trying to ask Andy something?
Yeah, I feel like I was cutting her off though. So I don't know if you want to still let
No,
me
go
ask
ahead.
you or not.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
go ahead.
when you're talking about this disdain that these white women have for black women and their bodies,
Mhm.
what do you think about the women who have black daughters by white men? How do you
That's a.
feel like they treat those girls?
I'm so glad you asked that, love. I believe they hate them. Now, I'm speaking from having mixed children, okay? So let's all be honest. Do you know just because you sleep with other ethnicities, you have children with other people, it doesn't change who you are at your core. So your biases and your beliefs you bring with you. And just because you give birth to a person, if you suffer from white supremacy and you live in a racialized hierarchical system, you have a very difficult time switching that. Now, you're talking to me and you probably think I'm a normal person. I am not. I've always been like I am. So when I gave birth to my half Mexican child, do you know exactly what I said when I looked at him? I said, "Ooh, he's a beautiful little Negro." And they do the same thing because culture is passed down through women. So of course I blackenize my baby. It's just something that I would naturally do, as any black mother would naturally do. So when white women have black children, okay, there is always going to be that little schism that they're not able to um, cross. Do you remember me telling you that they perform humanity? Do I believe that they perform humanity even in an intimate relationship? Yes, I do. And so I believe that that's why most biracial children of white mothers either A, have to be white, and B, they deal with an unspoken and unacknowledged hostility from that white parent because of how blackness
Wow.
is so deeply and painfully ingrained into our society. I do not believe that they're able to overcome it, even if it is their seed. That is how they were able to rape us into a new ethnicity and still enslave us.
Wow. She said rape us into a new ethnicity. Andy, you're a scholar.
I got that from Wani, darling.
Yeah. Yeah. Rape us into a new ethnicity. We're gonna go with six. Go ahead, six, and then seven, then Twizzle.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can't hear you, bro.
Wait 1 second.
In fact, the whole Western Hemisphere was raped into a new ethnicity, brand new ethnicities over here. Um, and when Genghis Khan raped everybody in Asia, they remained Asian. So there you go.
Can you
Wow.
hear me now?
Ra- Yeah, I hear you.
All right, yeah. I'm proud of hearing the ladies speak the way they speaking tonight. I've been married, well, we haven't been married for 32 years. We've been married for about half that time. But I've been with my wife since 16 years old. Now, when we first got together, she had the perm and whatnot. She never did the weaves or anything like that. But after a while, her hair would only grow, but to a certain point. It would be about 3 inches, 4 inches past her shoulders. It would only get to a certain point. And she told me she before I met her, she didn't have a perm. I said, why you do that? She said just to make it more manageable and it looked flatter because she could straighten her hair and with a hot comb and give it that same exact look. But it's just the work or whatever. So she ended up perming her hair or whatever. But in the long run, she started she basically cut his shit off and started over. Now she got the big afro, the big, or she could wear it straight, like I said, flat iron. But when she wear it out, I'm talking about she got one of them afros that'll get caught in the car door. When she wear that out, the way them white women look at her, it's a certain vibe that it give off.
Hate
And
is hate.
this is yes, I'm gonna tell you what it is. I figured it out because I done watched it. And the way the men act, and this is why they want to touch it. It's a crown. See, like y'all women, like y'all hair, that's y'all crown, cause y'all queens.
Facts.
Like so, when y'all, it's like a lion's mane. So when you see a lion, you see a young lion. It's all what I'm saying, messed up and shit. Now a lot of our young black women, they don't know how to take care of their fucking hair because they wear these weaves. They just do not pay attention, and it's getting to the point where their hairlines are getting messed up, and they not letting them lion manes come out. If them shits come out, they know what it is. They like
Game over. And
exact.
let me add on to that, brother. With
Yes, sir.
and thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, sir.
Let me. I'm gonna let you finish, but he's telling the truth, man. In the 17 and 1800s, laws were passed in Louisiana that black women had to cover their hair because them white boys would see them froze and them braids and just go and leave their wife and shit. It's power in that, and I wish we could start a campaign to tell our young ladies, black men, let's be honest and tell our young ladies we love. My wife got my ass when she pulled all her hair back into one big old afro puff. Like that shit is I don't, some said delicious, but it's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like we want to see you how you look. There's a psychological warfare campaign out here, telling our sisters that they need to look, that they need to look more European, and go out and buy straight hair when that's not even what brothers want. But I'm gonna let you land your plane, man. You just had a powerful point. Go ahead.
Oh, brother, that's pretty much what I wanted to say. Like, I want women like exactly what you said. See, like now, I've been on face. I was on Facebook one time. I tried to bring that up. Oh man, they clown me. They was so mad. Oh, you gay? Why are you interested in a black woman's hair? Like, yo, I was just trying to explain to
Was
you
that
now,
me saying that?
huh?
I said that might have been me saying that.
I hope not. But I wasn't coming at them from a place of hate. You know
Did
what I
you tell
mean?
the
Like
white women to shave their forearms? That's all I'm
I
asking. I
don't,
want them to be
I
natural
can't,
too.
man. I don't.
Everybody get
No,
natural.
you know what it is,
Mm-hmm.
and the thing you said about
Mm-hmm.
makeup earlier, right? I don't mind the make the, but not heavy. I don't want it to be so heavy
Yeah, of
that
course.
I can't see. Like like we lay down, and when I look at you, I'm like, damn, who is that?
That's
That
those
that
makeup things that they got, those contouring. That stuff is crazy looking. It looks like a whole nother person.
exactly. Now, if you putting your little lipstick on, you know what I'm saying? No, it's no point. You a woman. You supposed to shine. You supposed to be prettier than me. Like I'm not supposed to look better than you. You supposed to look better than me. So like that's fine. But I think dudes, what dudes, especially black men, man, you got a lot of dudes. I be trying to figure out the psychology of people because I'll be wanting to know why people do stuff. Now, I come from Washington Heights in New York. I don't live there no more, but that's where I'm from. Now, all the black dudes out there, they like the Dominican chicks. That's what they like. That's big in New York, the Dominican chicks. And I try to figure it out. And I dealt with a couple, but that ain't that. It wasn't must be. Like I like black women. That's and I can't stand white women. But I wanted what I wanted some melanin. Like if that was my second go to. But I ended up with a black woman. Now I'm trying to figure out why all the brothers like why they focus on these black chicks. I mean these Dominican chicks. What it is.
Because society, that it's done from society. I heard, and I don't care for Ricky Smiley. I
Mm,
don't care for him. I think he's in a lot of ways he's a traitor, but he's from my home state.
right.
And I heard so I grew up listening to him before he was compromised. And Ricky said something really powerful. He said you fall in love with the women that you are around.
Mhm,
And he was like when he was in high school, he loved tall, skinny black women.
mhm,
But when he went off into the world, he started liking white girls because he was around
mhm,
them. Now, what Ricky was really saying is, society has an input on shaping your mind. So society comes at you and tells you over and over again, this is what beauty looks like. This is what beauty looks like. This is look beautiful. When I was a child, it was some girl that was supposed to be the standard of beauty, and I just thought she was ugly as fuck. And I was so glad to hear Paul Mooney. What's the lady's name? She's white. She used to be married to Brad Pitt.
Angelina
Mm,
Angelina
Jolie.
Jolie.
Jennifer
Not her,
No,
not the
Jennifer
other.
Jennifer Aniston.
Aniston.
Yeah, man, they used to parade her around saying she's
Right,
so
and I never
beautiful.
said she must have a hell of a PR because I was like, she's not cute.
Her face looks like a
Why would I?
horse, and I
Why
just
did they
never said
say she was so cute? I never got it.
It was her hair.
they were
She
trying.
just,
It was her
Oh
hair.
yeah,
yeah,
she
she
just had
had
a,
hair.
she,
White
no,
women. That's another thing.
she had a
White women
nest.
ain't got
She
no
had a
hair.
nice
They
little
just
nest.
got you fooled to think. that they do.
Yeah,
They have
but you
stringy hair.
if you notice her hair, she used to wear her hair at a lot of. It's that Kim Kardashian look, like that's that 2 inch part in the middle in the front, and everything straight down. That's
But you
how
know
her hair
why
used
they
to be.
made a fool over her hair? You know why her
Why?
hair is different?
Why?
Because she's Greek.
I didn't
Oh
know that.
wow, that's true.
They can tell she doesn't have that stringy white people's hair.
Exactly. But see,
I didn't even think
and
about that.
what I was getting at earlier was I feel like the brothers, like when a lot of chicks wear the weaves that's like Brazilians, and it look Dominican. And the whole shit is, I want women to start wearing your crown. Like, don't wear hers. Cause like if you wearing hers and I keep seeing you wearing hers over and over and over, then I'm just going to get I'll go get her then. So I think
Y'all can call me crazy, but I think that casts a spell on our women when they wear somebody else's
it
hair. I think
do.
that is,
It
yeah, I
do.
think
You're
that's a
not
You
spell.
know what?
you
No,
right.
we have all the types of hair. I mean, like whose hair though? I'm just asking.
But
Does white
that's
They,
people
where
know?
Oh,
Because everybody has straight hair in the
You
whole
about to get
world.
in trouble,
I
Professor.
No,
know,
I'm
but
just
no,
it's
no, no,
the
saying.
no.
Asians
Yeah,
women's hair.
I'm
It's the Brazilian women's hair. It's somebody
shh.
else except
They don't all have
yours.
the same hair. Brazilian women have all kinds of hair
No,
though.
I'm talking about the ones with the straight one, because that's where it
Okay,
comes from. Like,
everybody on the planet has straight hair. That's
but
a
I'm
gene mutation. We're
what
the
I'm
only
saying is
ones.
where it comes from. The
Can I
people in the
can I
hair
talk?
market. Yes,
Can I
please.
talk? Can I
hold on,
talk?
hold on, hold on. Go ahead,
Everybody
Wanda.
on the planet has straight hair. Everybody except certain people of African descent. That's a gene mutation, so it doesn't belong to white people. Okay? It doesn't belong to anybody because
I
everybody
wasn't
has it.
saying that.
Even
What I'm
some people of African descent have straight hair. So it's not
Well, you
somebody
ain't.
else's crown. Nobody owns hairstyles.
That's true. That's true. I was what I was trying to posit is when our young ladies will wear the straight like the it's a certain I don't know hair enough to talk to elaborate on what I'm talking about. But when I was in college, like some of our sisters would like get I think they were called snatchbacks or something, and I was like, that's not even attractive. But I was reading that um like Wani said, you have straight hair. And do you not want to know what woolly hair is historically called? It's called Christed hair. And
Wow.
why is that? Listen at this shit. This about to be heavy as fuck. I'm so glad y'all reminded me of. I would have never thought to say this. It's called Christed hair. Why? Well, there are two types of animals that the opposing. Which the Satan is associated with what? The goat, right? What type of hair does a goat have? Stringy, like straight hair, right? What is Christ associated with? A lamb. What type of hair does a lamb have?
willing.
Woolly hair. And it's called Christed hair. And I'm gonna have to find some scholarship so I can be more concise, but I was reading that Christed hair is electrified. Like it stands up towards the sun. It's like it's you're looking at power is what you're looking at. Almost as if electricity just like when a certain Caucasian or Asian people get shocked, their hair what's their hair do? It stands up. So we're looking at something. We're looking at power with their hair. That's all I was trying to say. In brief, I just would love to see our sisters get back to that whole 70ism that Wani was talking about, because when I did my studies on the 70s, I found out that during the 70s, black people kind of foundational black Americans came into our own and started saying, fuck it, we gonna do us. And it was so powerful. It started swaying every other group. Like she said, the Brady Bunch even started wearing froze and stuff. It was so powerful that a campaign, went a government campaign was pushed to change our culture around because we were stepping into our own. We were stepping into our own power.
That seemed like our peaking, if you ask me for real. In the '80s seemed like when we started falling apart.
The other
You know,
thing I wanted to say is that Black Americans have a lot of different admixtures. On average, 24% European DNA. So to say that we have one type of hair and we're wearing someone
Listen,
else's
sister, I want
crown,
you
that
to.
woman could have the same hair as a Dominican woman.
All right, you said a bunch of stuff, but you never
Yeah,
let
because
me
And
talk.
all of it was
I've never
right.
had,
Hey,
I did
sticks.
say
I've
a
Hold on,
lot
never
of
hold on.
had
stuff, and
4C
all of
hair.
that was right.
But
I have
because you
my
never
natural
let me
hair.
talk,
Dominican
you assume that
Dominican
I.
women do not own curly hair.
No, they
Do
don't. I have never had the typical 4C hair. My hair is not, can't even make a afro. My hair is just like a natural silky curly hair on without weave or anything. So that's my hair. Even the people in my family who are lighter than me, my hair is straighter than theirs. My hair has never been. And I'm not trying to say, oh, I'm better because you know because my hair ain't as kinky. But I've never had the typical kinky black people hair. It's always been like a straighter, curlier hair. So I'm just letting you know it's not like that for all of us. That's
But you
why
know what?
we're so mixed up
I
in this
wanted to,
I
money
I
Yeah,
wanted
don't
to
thing.
even
yeah.
address,
I
yeah, I wanted to
literally
address
don't even
six.
think I don't even think black men know what black Americans look like. Because if they see somebody, they just don't even know what the fuck they are. They see
Can,
somebody and they're like, oh, that's a Dominican. Oh, that's a this and that. Do you know what a goddamn black American woman looks like at all?
can I
Because
say something for a
you're in
second?
a fucking hellhole. If
We're gonna
you
come. We're
live
gonna
in
come
New
back to you,
York,
bro.
All
you're in a fucking hellhole surrounded by a bunch of immigrants. So you don't know up from down.
But
I
six,
know
I'm
that.
gonna let him have. I'm gonna let the gentleman have a quick response, and then we're gonna move on to. I think it was Mr. AI. He was new. Then King DeJetti. He was new, and then FBA Trade Day. Six. You got 20 seconds to respond.
yeah, all I wanted to explain was like my wife, she has like the type 3 type hair. That wasn't my point. I just wanted our sisters, the ones with the that can grow the froze. I want them to be more confident in them, not somebody else's hair and putting it on their head, because whoever it's coming from, wherever it's coming from, it's not coming from you, and that's somebody else's energy. That when they lost that hair, they could have been going through something that could get transferred to you. That was my point. I didn't want it to go where it ended up going. But that's
No,
Okay,
no,
good.
it's
No,
okay,
nobody's
brother.
mad.
It's
Glad you
We
okay.
having
straightened
a
it out.
nice
Nobody's
space.
mad.
It's all love up here.
no doubt. All love. I appreciate
And
y'all.
you know what? Six. Don't get
Oh
upset
no, no,
because
no! I'm not
this.
upset at all. I
No, no, no.
didn't want my
No.
sisters to
I'm
be
saying
upset at me. That's all.
yes because my our sister Wani and Nikki reminded me that some shit that I already knew, that we come in all shapes and
Yes,
sizes, all different hair grades. Me and
absolutely.
my me, me and my sister got different
Yeah,
types of,
but you
and
know
she's
what? But you know what?
100% my
Six.
sister.
facts.
You know.
I'm
We're
black.
forced to
Like both my
mask.
parents are black, right? I'm light skinned and got green eyes. Both my parents. People
Yep.
try to call me Puerto Rican. I'd be like, and yo, my white family tried to say I was Puerto Rican. I had to tell it, like, yo, I'm black. Like, I had to
Then
make
you
them
should
believe it.
know better than what you said.
No, I did.
But
You
that
took it the wrong way. That's all, and
no,
that's
it's all good,
okay.
ladies and
But I
gentlemen.
just want you to understand, you took it the wrong way, and that's fine.
It,
My brother
it's
six.
all
Just let
good.
it go.
Yeah,
Yeah, just let
let it
it
go.
go,
It's
We
all
bro.
good.
Just let it go.
It's a touch.
We
It's
understand. We understand, my brother six. Just let
No
it
doubt.
go.
it's a
Go ahead,
touchy.
Professor.
It's a touchy
For
But you
subject.
know
sure.
what,
So
Professor?
it's all good.
Respect.
When you're dealing with
Uh,
black women,
w-
one of the things that people always will kind of overlook too, we're forced to mask. So whereas you can just shave your hair off, or you can wear the dreads or whatever, and that's considered masculine, it's fine. And it's a black male aesthetic. Black women have a double duty. So we have to adhere to what I call a black female aesthetic if you're interested in attracting black men. But we also have to deal with this greater or overarching societal aesthetic that we're forced to fit into. And I think people do not understand. Just like you all have to mask certain things like your voice, physicality. Well, we
oh, totally.
okay,
Yeah.
yes, you know that, Professor Allen, because you're tall and you're big. Well, we have to mask our sensuality, our natural beauty, and one of the things that causes a lot of consternation for Black women is our hair. So, and Six is saying, yes, do not wear hair. Well, let me tell you something, Six. You can wear your big afro out to work. Do you know that every single day you will be harassed? That's one of the things. I think I have PTSD behind sexual harassment. I can get rid of black men. You cannot get rid of white men bothering you at a job. And you cannot get rid of white women jealousy of you. So
You
I've
mean
had to
over
work.
your hair?
Yes, I've had to work 51 years of my life having to fight off white men at my workplace.
You
And
better listen to what the sister talking
Yeah,
about.
and
The sister
yeah,
testified. You
That's
I'm
better
that's
listen.
real
listening.
talk.
Yeah, 'cause my
and
wife
and
got
Dylan,
natural hair.
yes,
I get it.
yes. And
But
so,
no, just
but if
listen.
you have to come into work with that, it causes so much attention, so much
Hmm.
unwanted attention, so much unwanted flirting, threatening. You make women insecure. So that's a lot of the reasons why we also wear wigs, we wear weaves, we straighten our hair. If you look in my picture, that's when I was just all I do is put gel in my hair, and my hair is straightened out. Okay, but I can do everything in my hair. Basically, I look racially ambiguous in person. I've had people
Hmm.
tell me that. I don't know how, because to me, I look like a black person. We're not gonna get there. Do you know how many times I have people wanting to just touch me? I have to spend most of my time. I spend most of my time telling people, stop discussing my body, stop discussing how I look, stop touching my hair, stop asking me, can you touch me? Stop smelling me, get away from me, take your hands off me. I have
We
spent
are not their fetish. We are
yes,
not their. We are not their
What
animals
you,
that they.
They
We are
have
not
a
their animals that they
real
go to see.
infatuation with how we smell.
Yeah, we are
Yes,
not their
they.
animals that
Oh,
they
you
go.
smell, man.
We are not their animals that
what,
they go see at the zoo. We're not their fetishes. Fetishes. We're not their dogs. We're not their pets. They can't. I'm getting triggered hearing that because I'm like, how? What
right?
makes them think they could walk up to you and pet your hair?
and rub
What
your
makes them think
arm
that they can
Hey,
touch
hey,
your
My
rub
Nikki,
your
body
skin?
odor,
arm
sister
no,
Nikki,
off.
I
no.
experienced this shit. We experienced this shit. Like me, watch all white women say, "Oh,
Yeah.
you smell so good," and they want to touch a nigga beard, man. Get your little Neanderthal pig skin
Well,
ass
well,
back for
I can
real.
kind of I can relate to what, and I'm gonna go so far as to say that I think it may be worse for black females than for black males. But
Way worse.
Andy got my attention when she said I had to swallow my masculinity. I'm at a PWI right now, and primarily white institution, and that shit happens to me. Like me, I wear polo, jackets. I dress like a Englishman. Wear bow ties and shit and glasses and people just make assumptions about me on the job. They think I'm some type of way. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, he's not a threat. I slick my hair back or something. I'm like Andy. I can be racially ambiguous and I'm quiet. So people don't know what's on my mind. Well, I got wrote up the other day and I attribute my write up for because what I start doing on Fridays to kind of show my FBA students that I'm cool is I start rocking my Jordans and my Bape hoodies, and I saw my admins looking at me funny, like my department head like rolled her, and she's from one of them islands. You hear what I'm saying? Rolled her eyes because I had on a camouflage Bape hoodie and some Air Jordans. So acting a little masculine and dressing like you care about your own people makes you a fucking target. We're gonna move on to Mr. AI and then King
You
Dejed.
gotta elaborate a little bit more on that write up with you could say it in the back channel or whatever if you want to keep moving, but I'm getting triggered.
Like 5 minutes,
Hey,
5 minutes late
what's going on,
and just
everybody?
bullshit.
Yeah,
Good
and
evening.
why would it happen to be an immigrant? That is so triggering.
Yeah,
They keep so much shit up at the work site. But go ahead.
Man,
yeah. Good evening. Good evening. How you guys doing? I want to thank everybody for inviting me on this platform and everything else to talk about this. My granddad used to hate the idea of being called African American. He used to lecture me and many of his own children and grandchildren about that because he would always say that you're Black American. I didn't grow up in Africa. I was born to a mother who was of Cherokee descent and never got to know my father, but she told me I was a black indigenous individual, and we were. he resented the idea of being called African American. He didn't like it. He said we were all black here in America. Now, as far as the hair textures go, I mean, I would like the idea of that going back in the 1970s. You know, seeing the afros and everything else, because that was a great time for us at that time. You know, when we were able to dress nicely. You know, we didn't. We were wearing our shorts and everything that was a little bit too short and everything else. But then we had some nice outfits. You know, whenever we go to church or did something on a family outing and everything else, we wore something nice and casual and everything. So you know, I I like that. I really like the idea of us going back, and hopefully we don't go back to the '80s when we're wearing the Jerry curl. If you all remember that, I as a child I had a
No, they're
Jerry
never
curl,
going to
and
do that again. That was a disastrous era.
well, it's making
That
Bonnie,
will
they still wearing curls in
that will
L.A.
yeah
never
Bonnie.
have.
yeah
What?
they're wearing
What?
Yeah.
curls.
They still wearing
They're
They need
curls
to
in
and
L.A.
they're
stop.
right
wearing
there.
curl and they're wearing
They need to
curls.
stop.
Yeah, and they're wearing Jerry curls here in the Midwest as well too. And
What?
that's
For
something I
what?
yeah, that's a Midwestern thing. You know,
Is
if
it
you
different?
Hold
Is
on,
it
hold on,
different
They've
in
brother,
Hold on,
remixed
brother,
Michael.
it,
Brother,
Wani.
brother. I don't
Wani.
want to cut you off. Hey, I don't want to cut you off, but y'all know the new sound and the new look in England is them over there with Jerry curls, white t-shirt, lokes, and khakis on right
Is
Yeah,
it
now.
the same?
If you think I'm bullshit, look
Is
it
it the
up.
same
yeah, it
type of
sure is.
curl? Is it the same curl as it was before, or did they improve it?
What, a Jerry
Yeah,
curl or a
Do they
S
have
curl or a
better? Do
whirler
they have
curl?
better spray hairspray
making a
products, or is it
comeback.
still messing up the
Do they have to
couch?
sleep with a bag on their head at
The
night, or do it
same
drip on their
thing.
car seat?
Yeah, yeah.
Do they have to put like a garbage
Do
bag
they
over
have
their
better
car
hair
seat when they get in the
products?
car?
That's all I want
No,
to know.
no, but Lord have mercy, it's making a comeback. I don't like it and everything else.
Do they have plastic? Do they have plastic pillowcases for the Jerry curls?
Yeah, they still do. They still do here. You know, they still do. And I just, you know, I rather for them to just wear a weave rather than just wear that damn jerry coat. I mean, first of all, that's how you get cancer. Believe it or not. Yeah,
Hey, Sister Wani, I used to want to curl so bad in the '80s, but as we're talking about hair, my mother used to tell me my hair was too fine. I don't need a curl. All I have to do is wet it and put grease in it, and it'll curl up naturally.
yeah,
And that's what it used to always do. As it's funny as we talking about this because this was part of our black culture in the '80s.
yeah,
You had to be around to live it to experience that shit, and that's when Michael Jackson was on the Motown 20th anniversary with a Jerry curl doing the motherfucking moonwalk because that was the culture and that was the fad at
yeah,
the time. Just like the high top fades, just like the fades, just like how the braids. We were the stylist, and not only that, I come from a black city where it's predominantly black. So when I was growing up, the black women, the black girls, when I was growing up, they will all be in the house to each other, practicing braids,
yeah,
practicing dookie braids, practicing French
yeah,
braids, practicing all kind of braids, and that's what created the style that we have right now. So a lot of the hairstyles is our black culture
yeah.
that we started that come from the
And,
grassroots. You know what I'm
and li-
saying? So I don't understand this why black women want to be white women because at our time we wasn't even worried about them. We was just I mean, like my dad told me, black women was in competition with each other. They was just trying to have the next hairstyle better than another. So it was a compliment thing, just like with black men. You know, if we saw a black man with an outfit on, we gonna try. If we saw a black man with a clean ass blue outfit on, we gonna go get a clean ass black outfit, and my partner go clean ass green outfit. It was a compliment. And just like with the hair, that's for my experience growing up in a black community, in a black town, in a black neighborhood. That's what our black sisters did. When the dookie braids
yeah,
came out,
that's
I
what we
remember when I was
did.
growing up, women used to wear beads. Women used to wear beads in their hair, from the little triangle beads to the little round beads. You know what I mean?
You talk
I
about
remember when
church?
Denzel Washington was saying, but no, I remember when Denzel Washington was saying when he was making a movie on how we had the experience growing up when women went in the bathroom and took that hot comb to their hair getting ready for Sunday school and whatnot. We know that smell. I remember that
Yeah,
smell when my sister used to put that motherfucking hot comb on the stove and burn that motherfucker and hit it. My stepfather used to be like, "Look at her, she in there frying her hair, frying her hair." That's an experience that you had to be black growing up into to know that. So a motherfucker can't tell me shit. I'm a real nigga. I'm from this shit. But go ahead,
yeah,
Joe.
yeah. I remember that the hot comb and everything else, Jericho and the beats and everything else were pretty popular back in the '80s. But another type of outfit that was pretty popular, where I was growing up here in the Midwest, was when Prince, had his hairstyle and everything. He was kind of dressing kind of, unique and everything else and all that. And white folks were sitting up there looking at that, and that's why a lot of white folks, started liking Prince, because they liked his music and everything else. They liked his outfit and everything else. And if you're living, like, let's say in St. Louis, when you're going to high school, like Hazelwood East, those are high schools in the St. Louis area. They used to have competition, you know who was Michael Jackson, who was Prince. They would, you had the Jerry curls, and then you have the Prince type.
Hey, AI, we're kind of getting. I appreciate your contribution. We're getting off
Yeah,
topic. Could you go
but
ahead and
yeah.
land
Let me
your
make
plane?
my
'Cause we need to move
okay, but
on.
let me just say this. But we've created a lot of genres, throughout history and everything else. And that's something that we need to keep in store and everything else, and teach that to our children. You know what I'm saying? We got to teach that to our children and everything else. What we created and everything
Well,
else, not something that we hear from elementary school, like George Washington, etc., and everything else. So let me land my plane there. Thank you very much.
appreciate you, brother. And I'm gonna agree with y'all. What I'm hearing collectively, and which is something I knew in the first place, is European women do not set any standard of beauty. But what I will say is the idea that European women set the standard, are the standard of beauty, is being force fed to. We've been rejecting it for the most part, but we're being force fed that ideology through TV. Through It's subtle. It's
Well,
subtle
they've
and
changed it because everybody on TV is ugly as hell. So I don't know where this agenda is going. They don't have the same
facts.
type of things like the pinup girls, the Farrah Fawcett's, the Christy Brinkley's. They would always then this what's her name? The one that we had the whole argument about. She was the last, I think the last pinup that they said, no,
Kardashian.
no, no, no. Pamela Anderson. She was really the last one that I saw that was very pretty that they did put up like that. And I don't know, they just have this trend toward putting very unattractive people on movies and in TV, and maybe they wanted to look real, or I don't know what the trend is. I can't really keep up with this BS. But they don't prop the same thing up. They don't have the pinup girl of the decade right now. Maybe they tried to do it with Barbie, but it didn't stick. They tried to do it with the
Yeah.
Barbie girl, but it didn't stick.
That's a fact, and I can't.
Wani.
I
Oh,
can't really identify where, like Wani said, I don't know where. I hear you, and I agree. I don't know where this trend is going. That's all I was gonna say. Go ahead, Stacia. We're gonna give you a quick response, and then we'll go
yeah,
to King
Wani.
to share.
That's so true. I remember when they were trying to shove Sarah Jessica Parker down our
Oh
throats.
Lord, those were dark
I think they
times.
named,
Those were dark times.
yes, they named her the sexiest woman alive at one point, and white men went off. They were like, "Oh hell no, she's not."
The pushback was fun. She looks like a foot. That's all white boys would say. And I was like, a foot. Let me go check this out. What are they doing?
Oh, the white boys had a fit over about that. I
They
remember
wasn't
that
having it.
they really did,
Pamela
and
Anderson, no problem. Farrah Fawcett, no problem. Christy Brinkley, no problem. Sarah Jessica
I don't remember
Parker.
her.
What the fuck?
yeah, and
Man,
and let me tell
I
you what
I
happened.
I don't remember her name. I don't remember the
Brooke
name, but it
Shields.
was some girl from my childhood. They tried to force feed too. It's around Sarah Jessica Park. What was the girl off Sex in the City?
That's Sarah Jessica Parker.
That was serious.
Oh, that is her.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Oh,
And let me
yeah.
tell you what happened
Ugh.
when they did that too. The men rebelled over that and everything else, and then she got some PR people, you know, s- you know, she gained some sympathy when she was heard about that. She was crying about that. Oh, you hurt her feelings. You didn't have to call her horse face and all that type of stuff. That wasn't right, you
But you know
men.
what? We're looking at a colorism issue.
Yeah,
Do you know why? She's Jewish.
yeah. There you go. She
So
was
they
Jewish.
think anybody
Interesting.
Jewish with blue eyes is naturally beautiful. So
Yeah,
they want extra
Wow.
points. They feel like, look, we produced something that's whitey.
yeah,
So you have to think she's cute. And they said, no, she's not Brooke Shields. She's not Christy Brinkley. She's not Pamela Anderson. She's not Farrah Fawcett. So get to stepping.
yeah. That's what they did with that one lady, from Buffy the Vampire Slayer. What's her
Oh,
name?
yeah, I know who you mean.
Yella.
Sarah Gellar and
Sarah Gellar.
Scarlett Johansson.
That's who I thought y'all were
But you know
talking
what?
about.
I
But
think the public wants a Meg Stallion. I think Beyonce has turned the public taste until when people look at Megan, her, and they look at Megan.
I, I don't know what happened.
It,
Y'all
it
there?
muted without nobody touching it?
I didn't touch it. It just
Damn.
muted.
That's the
And I
second
unmuted
time.
it, and I tried to unmute it and then mute it again.
Oh, wow.
So
No,
Go ahead,
anyway, what were you
Andy.
saying,
I
Andy?
Sorry,
said
Andy. I don't know what's happening.
I'm sorry. I think Beyonce has changed the taste. I think people are wanting to look at a Beyonce. I think they're wanting to look at a Megan Stallion. Is that her name? That you all know. I don't know people. I'm going by the aesthetics. I'm thinking that they're wanting to see um, um, somebody, a tall, um, Zoftic woman. That's a old term, but that's somebody who actually looks like a woman.
Mm-hmm.
I think,
Exhaustic.
yes, I think they're wanting to see um, somebody with a small waist, very big boobs, and very big, um, you
Remember,
know,
they liked Linda Carter. They liked,
yes, yes.
but they don't like Taylor Swift. Now, they've been trying to push Taylor Swift and tell us that she was like a sexy white Beyonce, and it just doesn't work.
Nope, it doesn't.
It's
You know
painful to
why?
watch. Stop,
She's
stop, Taylor.
she's not sensual. And I think with that, how rap has kind of like taken over every genre of music. I noticed that a lot of men are talking about Meg Stallion. So, they try to make like she looks masculine. That's what they always say about black women because they're threatened by that raw sensuality and they know that kind of leaves them out of anything sexual. But I'm thinking that people are really wanting to see that look. They want somebody above 5'8". They want somebody with a small waist. They want somebody with those big boobs and that big butt. And it's not.
But you know what,
Mhm.
Andy? That's what I serve Gen Z, and these little boys. Now I will say it's something uncannily sexy about Meg Stallion. She's not typical. She's not like, ooh shit, she fine. But it's something just I don't know if it's the way she act, but it's something that's just like, you know what I'm saying, it does it for me with her. But what I will say is the little boys now, or the young men, I guess I should say, the college age, the 20 somethings, that's what they want. They want that Meg Stallion whole shape. Whereas I'm a '80s baby. We kind of like the whole, like the Aaliyah or the Maya type of thing. But these little boys want some. I don't know if Kardashian has something to do with that, but they want a full figured woman.
No, it's not Kardashian. I'm gonna tell you what it is, and you're gonna be sickened when I tell you. It's the trans influence on our sexuality. I knew
The
it.
No,
what?
Yep, yep. It's the trans
No,
influence
we
on
influence
our.
them. They can't
Yeah,
influence us. We're
yeah,
women.
black women influence them, yes. But if you notice, they adopt like the black woman aesthetic. So that means that if they're kind of tall because they're men, you notice they'll get big boobs. You notice that they'll really round out their hips and their butts, and they adopt all our mannerisms. And we were talking about women and wearing all that makeup. Women started baking their faces in makeup. So you have a lot of women who are kind of dabbling. We've been pulled. Women's aesthetics has been pulled where trans aesthetics are mixing together. This is the thing I don't like about our Gen Z generation because they just will not pin down their sexuality. So it's all getting skewed. So they want a taller woman, kind of like reminiscent of a tall man in drag. They want women with big boobs because everybody gets the boob job, everybody gets the butt job. So what we're really watching, and this is something I've been studying for about 5 years now, is an absolute blurring of gender and sexuality. And so that's my when
Well, that's the end of humanity.
That's terrible. I have a one of my homeboys I went to college with. He's still single. He a cop, and he works in Atlanta, believe it or not. And that man told me he's still like in the market for, what I'm saying, talking to chicks and stuff. And he said in downtown Atlanta on the beat, like basically he said, as a heterosexual male, you have to say when you meet somebody, you meet a girl you think you like, you just have to say, "Are you a natural woman?" Like that's part of the lexicon
Oh,
now.
that's sad.
Yeah.
yes, and I knew that was coming up
Are they
because
going to
even
tell the truth? No.
no, they're not going to tell the truth. I knew that was going to come up. So I'm so glad this is a weird conversation because it went from white women set standards. And so what we really need to be saying is white trans women set standards of beauty.
So now Kim Kardashian did not set a standard because she copied off of the things that were already in play, the butts, the lips, and all this, the coloring. She's a very, very pale Armenian woman with scraggly hair, even though it's thicker than the typical white woman because she's Armenian. That her hair is not real. She wears extensions, okay? But everybody thinks white women have tons of hair, and they don't. They have scraggly hair as well and wear extensions just like everyone else. You think wigs were invented for you? No, they've been having those. The men were wearing them before.
Okay,
Remember,
so I'm
1400s?
I'm
They
so
have everything. They have all the wigs, all the hair pieces, all the toupees, all of that stuff was created for them, not us. We're just using it on the side.
Juan said they got all the way.
Wani,
The
and
powerful
so this
people were called
so
big wigs.
we're gonna just bust out the whole thing. So I spent 6 years in the Marine Corps. So when we were going through boot camp, we all stripped down. We all would get in the shower together. Um, we all went through training together. So this was so funny. Like about one night before we graduated. So you know how black women look once we really build up and stuff. So we're all coming out the shower and we're all looking at each other. And so they're saying, okay, my last name, my maiden name was Jackson. So they said, hey Jack, they said, why don't we look like you? And so I said, okay, let's do the comparison. So what are you talking about? So at this time, believe it or not, I was literally 154 pounds of solid muscle. I was like 3 pounds away from my weight max. So we did our body.
I believe it.
We were all naked, so we did our bodies, right? I think I was like, it was me, another girl named Ricketts. She was black. She was super muscular because she worked out with her dad before she came into the Marine Corps. And so, you get to see people naked. Now, this is the truth. I'm not running people down. I'm not talking about them and stuff like that. So when you look at black women, we have like huge, dense, round butts. Okay, we have curvy thighs, and we have that big muscle in the back. Um, we're not known to have big calves. Unfortunately, I look like my white people, so I have huge legs and thick ankles. Most black women don't have those thick ankles. But we were looking at each other's bodies. Okay, there's nothing that black women look at naked white women and go, "Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous of you." I'm telling y'all, that was not how the conversation went. They looked at us. Okay, they looked at us coming out the shower, washing our hair, standing on our heads, us butt naked and muscular and fat. They did not look like us. They looked like, I mean, you saw a whole Napoli of ugliness, of just white skin and tan lines and weird freckles and people having all kind of genetic mutations. We're not jealous of white women. They are jealous of us. Okay. I even had a white person when I was in boot camp steal my fucking lipstick. I'm not making this shit up. They hate black women because they are jealous of us. And when you become friends with them, they will tell you this to your face. They
Oh
hate
yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah.
But I don't understand why. I mean, jealous. Why are we even interacting? I don't even interact with people like that.
I mean, you got to remember, this goes all the way back to the
I
plant.
don't want their raggedy men, and they're not getting mine. So why are they even in my
I
face?
mean, this go back to the plantations. That go back to
You know
that.
what? Because they have, I love this one video. Do you know white women have no personal power? They exercise all their personal power through a man. Black women have independence, or so they say. So, just like if they don't diet, if they don't look a certain way, if they don't adhere to certain standards, they are shunned. We don't live like that. So they live under a different kind of,
We're so different, and that's why I posit that we need to, as a part of reparations, or maybe even before we get our reparations, we need to pool together and found our own schools. Fuck it, I'll design it for you guys. I'll design it for the family because we're just so. And I'm not criticizing any group of people. I'm just talking about foundational Black Americans. We're so, like Andy said, we're so different that I think that putting our children in school with other groups of people, in a lot of ways, and studies will prove this. Doctor what's Noliway Rooks at Princeton wrote a whole book on this. We're different. We're different. And Dr. John Henry Clark said we invited the Europeans to the table and we became the meal. Like we're just too different. We need to be around each other. But Andy, when I was at the Marines, y'all are something else, man. When I was at Paris Island, the first thing I noticed when we got sworn in was the toilets. Did you were you there when the toilets were like right next to each other?
yes, and no
I
doors on
didn't
the
like that.
stall, no doors on the stall. Let me tell you something.
Didn't like it.
I was such a terrible slut. So I couldn't shoot well, right? But I knew that if I talked to the little men on the rifle range, so we had this little guy, I told him, I said, if you bring me brownies on recruit night, I'll come see you. So when we got,
Oh, food becomes valuable
yes,
as fuck. Those peanut butter packets,
yes,
man.
we're just desperate little whores. So, but on recruit night, remember I tell you, I'm almost 5'9". I was like 154 pounds of solid muscle. I walked up to the men and I told them, I said, I need to pass. I need to get out of boot camp and I can't shoot. What can you do for me? And he said, don't worry about it. I'll make sure that you pass. This is when my Muslim brother stepped in at. I looked him dead in the eye and I told one of them, I said, if you help me, I'll love you forever. I had no intentions of loving nobody. So but it was just so funny to me having to be around, immersed with white women for that long. I think that's when I developed my misogynistic attitude towards women. Because once I graduated from boot camp, I really hated women. I had to work on not hating us as bad because white women are a trip. They are so jealous of us.
I have not had all these negative things of white women being jealous. I've just had neutral interactions. I really have to admit that. And even I've had them to say I was racist because I didn't like white men. Just trying to throw, men. I guess we just all have different experiences, but I don't pay them any attention. They're just there, you know?
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day, Wani. How it's I was telling Wani y'all that when I meet the more foundational Black Americans I meet from California, the more I realize that growing up in California, particularly Southern California, and growing up in the Southeast, like I grew up in Alabama, Birmingham. It's like that's a whole different life. Like it's just so different. Like the stuff that Andy is saying, I get it because Paris Islands in South Carolina, that that's the Southeast, and I understand it. All that vitriol, all that whole culture of just nastiness and jealousy. Because you have to think on the slave plantation, the white man would be sleeping with the black women. In fact, Thomas Jefferson's old pedophile
Yes.
ass. They got me teaching Thomas Jefferson. Fucking pedophile.
Yep.
Damn him to hell. Had a goddamn fireman pole where he kissed his wife goodnight, the white one, and slid down a pole to a 14-year-old where he had what, six children?
Yes.
He raped Sally. You don't believe me? Look up Sally Hemings or Hennings, and he sold one of the kids into slavery. He sold one of his
With
own fucking
two
children.
M's. And her brother created
Hemings, yeah.
macaroni and cheese after becoming the first uh, chef, the first professional chef of America. He was the first person, of course, being the president's chef gives him gives him opportunities. That he is the first person to ever go to France, get trained as a professional chef, and come back and flex his culinary skills all over the place.
And so that's what you were like. That's what Andy was experiencing at Paris Island. Is that lineage of
Mhm.
Southern Caucasian
Mhm.
women just saying,
I'm not around
having that
Southern.
type of
Yeah,
experience?
I'm not around Southern women, so my experience is different. It's more neutral.
Hello, can y'all hear me?
Yep.
Uh, yeah. Who is that?
That's me, John Horse.
Oh, go ahead, horse.
Okay, yeah, my connection is kind of going in and out, so I just kind of wanted to just chop it up and speak on what y'all speaking about, man. Nah, it was super deep when you said that woolly curly hair was called Christed hair, and just
Yep.
when you said that, bro, I was literally tweaking out over here trying to get on stage, but my connection was dropping in and out real bad. But the fact, I'm not a religious person, but the fact that you specifically said that that's what they call it, that is exactly why a black woman's beauty is targeted the way that it is. Your hair is Christed hair. They're targeting your hair because of, I mean, just reading a few verses of the Bible, bro. I mean, you listen to what God says. He said they attack you because of who I am.
Well, you have to look at the
Crazy.
words, and we're not going to take this to theological because I know how that could
Yeah,
go.
yeah,
With,
yeah, 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 yeah. For sure,
am
for
I?
sure.
No, no,
Yeah.
no, no. I'm not. You didn't do nothing wrong. You didn't do nothing wrong. I just didn't want to open the door for
Yeah.
that. But what I will say is the word Christ was a European interpretation of something they learned in Kemet to Mary, or Egypt, whatever you want to call it. It was called Karist, Krast, and the Karist means the bringer of gifts. So
Hmm.
the figure who's referred to as Jesus the Christ, it was the bringer of gift, like the gift of salvation. The Charis brought gifts. Now, the reason why I'm saying that is, what gift are you referring to? Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, let me find it right quick. It's worth me finding it, ladies and
Yep.
gentlemen. Y'all stand by 1 minute while I find her passage. She talks about melanin being a neurotransmitter, and I'll paraphrase if I can't find it. I'm kind of in the dark right now. But Dr. Welsing said that neuromelanin, there it is. According to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, page 238 of her masterpiece, she says, quote, Melville's linkage of evil and dread with the condition of albinism parallels my own thesis that the absence of the neuropeptide melanin, the absence of this black pigment in the skin and other aspects of the nervous system, critically impairs the depth sensitivity of the nervous system and the ability to tune in with the total spectrum of energy frequencies in the universe. Stop right there. So if you look at the charist, having that ability, that special ability to tune in to the universe, allows you to connect with the higher power to bring gifts. Like, and I mean, we can go all day with
Hmm.
this shit. The whole idea of Santa Claus was talking about an old Nick. Old Nick was an old black
Yeah.
man in Scotland. Like, we need to go find an old Nick because he would bring gifts. Santa Claus coming down chimney. They're talking about a black man, a Moor
Hmm.
that knew that could bring gifts. So I'm gonna close on this. Um, we the Christed hair is indicative of somebody who's attached to a lineage that allows them to bring gifts, like Michael Jackson. He brought us
Yeah.
gifts. He showed us shit that blew our mind. It was a gift he was showing
Yeah.
us. And that produces an outrageous amount of
Yeah.
jealousy.
And the thing is, when what Wani was sitting there saying, like, what is it about, you know, these women that just keep, what is it that they have to be jealous of y'all? You got to remember, who was the first slave in European society? It was a white woman. You got to understand, she ain't just jealous of you just based on y'all beauty. She's jealous of you because of who we are as men. See, the thing is, even on the plantations, no matter what y'all was going through, understanding even what y'all, the hell that y'all was put through on those plantations, the white men raping y'all, doing everything that he was doing to y'all. And what did we as black men do? We didn't turn to sit there and say, hey, let me go over here and sleep with this white woman over here to get back at them, get back at the slave master. Nah, that ain't what we did. What did we do? We went to war fighting over you. You know what I'm saying? Fighting over y'all. We didn't even turn to look towards her. So she over there trying to show a little bit of thigh and shit like that. And we over there like, hell nah, we about to go to war over y'all.
No, I understand that that they look at us and they look at certain things and they want to copy them. But I don't understand jealousy at all in the first place. So I'm really the last person to speak about being jealous because that's really I don't understand it. Like, jealous of what? Is there a shortage of men? What are we, I mean, like, what are we jealous of? Just the other person's looks? Or are we jealous from is it like a trigger of competing for men?
I
Like,
mean,
I don't
No,
in a
understand
in
where
a
it's
no.
coming
I
from.
think
in a
it part of
in
it is
this
the
in,
aging.
in this
Honestly, I
I just
on
Let's go with True Station, and we'll
yeah.
circle back around.
Okay, so in my experience, especially in corporate America in the Midwest, where I've been like the only black person in whole companies, it comes down to sometimes just youth or looking more youthful. Because even in my most recent position, they were talking and they were like, hey, one day they were talking to us so called young people, and they were like, oh, Anastasia, you better, enjoy your youth because one day you're going to look up and you're going to be 40. And I'm like, honey, I'm 42 now. And the faces just twisted up like, what? Like, yeah, I've been 40 for a few years now, So in part, I think it has to do with the fact that, it starts out as being competitive with other women when we're young, but as we age very differently than they do. And,
Right.
people jokingly say that they age like milk, but they really do
They
age,
do.
significantly faster than we do. Like,
They
I
do.
work with people who are 10 years younger than me, look older than I do. um,
I went to my what was it, 10-year reunion? Yeah, 10-year high school. I went to a damn near all white high school. My dad made sure of that because I almost got killed in gang warfare. That's a whole nother space. But my dad worked at a damn gas station to put me and my sister through Homewood High. Damn near 80% white high school. But anyway, I went to my 10-year reunion sometime back, and I showed up, and all of the white dudes in my class, we took a picture, segregated boys and the girls, and boys took a picture, and they all of them had heads full of like a full head of gray hair, and we were like 28, man, just perfectly white, just snow white heads, like, and skin. We age differently. That goes back to what Welsing was saying. That neuropeptide connects you to receive more energy, to receive gifts. We're a lot deeper than we think we are. But go ahead, Stacia. I kind of interrupted you.
No, I was just saying that, yeah, it comes down to the fact that we do age very differently. So I was perceived very differently in the office. They're like, oh, okay, well, and it was just an ongoing assumption. Like when people would come in from out of town or other offices, there would just be this assumption that I'm this young, super young person. I'm like, no, I'm not. I'm 42 years old. I'm older than y'all. And also with the hair thing, I at one time looking for employment, I'm a person who I'll wear natural hair or I'll wear braids to take a break from my natural hair. But I had the hardest time getting employment when I would wear my natural hair or wear braids. So what I would have to do, I would have to straighten my hair, go to some interviews, get the job, and then flip the script. When I show up, they're like, "Oh, your hair is natural or braided or whatever. And I've also experienced racism in that regard. Like, oh, are you making a political statement with your hair? A guy commented one time when I had my hair kind of like in an afro style, and he was like, I should use your hair to clean my bathroom.
I
Like
would have
you
smacked
need
his
to use
ass.
my hair to clean. Yeah.
Ooh, that's
Smacked his
Yeah.
messed up.
ass, bro.
I would have
That's
fucked him up
effed
for
up.
saying
I
I'm
some
would
telling
have
shit
you,
like
been
that.
locked
I
the hell out of
have
there.
been grabbed my hair like my boss's mother just grabbed a handful of my hair from behind. I went through it in the past in corporate America. I have had to sue because it got so bad. Harassment. There were essays being left on my desk. Um, hateful little post-its and all kind of craziness. So it's like our hair or our aesthetic, especially as Black women, it's more accepted now, but at one time, straight hair meant employment. Straight hair meant getting accepted into certain college programs. Straight hair meant more than just oh, she's trying to so-called look white. That is not what it was. It was about economic survival at
Survival.
times.
But
Let me
Yes,
also,
speak.
and I'll go ahead and land my plane there.
Let me
but
speak
listen,
briefly.
All right,
But
can I say something?
I mean, but you know
hold,
what? You know what
Can I
else?
say something?
Q.
no, hold that
Can I
thought,
say
cause
something real quick?
hold that thought. We got two new people on the stage. I don't think Midwest had a chance to say something. Go ahead, Midwest, and then we're gonna go to 20 Money. I think that's his.
Yeah, what's up, Professor? What's up, everyone?
What's up, bro?
Um, yo, Andy, yeah, I went to Marine Corps too. I was in the West Coast though, so if you wanted to have mountains to climb, you didn't have to creeper. Regardless, I was gonna say, hey, it's a cartoonist called R. Crumb. If you look
Hollywood
up his,
Marine.
yeah, 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 it hurts my heart. I messed up my OCS. They want me to fly a jet, but anyway, there's a cartoonist named R. Crumb. If you look up his Perfect Woman, you see, you got to get the picture of a professor and put it on the jumbotron. You gotta get it. If you go on Google R. Crumb Perfect Woman, put it on there. It looks just like what you would consider to be a black woman. All of them don't have nice asses and whatnot, but you would just see that. You just see it going on. And with regards to the hair, I do think there's a correlation between natural hair and obesity because all these women that work out, even some of the bodybuilders I've known, some of the swimmers, the fencers, wrestlers, are really big into wrestling. They all have natural hair, and I think it might be a psyop to make some black women less attractive by dealing with their hair because they don't want to sweat their hair out and mess their hair up. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah. Years ago, there was a study that linked. I think our brother Dick Gregory kind of found this before the actual scientists found it, but linked perms with fibroid tumors. So our hair is very important. Like we don't really understand. Well, it makes sense, man. Why would if you believe in a creator? Why would a creator create something that wasn't relevant? So hair serves a purpose. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna go to 20 Money, I think, and then we'll circle back around if people want to
Hey,
speak.
I just wanted to say, right? Y'all got to think about it. Like everything black people touch, we dominate. That's what they're afraid of. You know what I'm saying? From sports to football to golf. You know what I mean? They did everything in their power for Tiger Woods with a little bit of melanin in his blood to make sure he don't beat the other boy thing. It's like we dominate everything that we do. So they're afraid of the fear of the Black Planet. Monkey, what's the movie called with the monkeys? He said we can't coexist together. What's the I can't
Planets
remember.
of the
Planet,
Apes.
yeah, the
Planets of
Planet of
the
the Apes. He was like, we can't exist together. Like we got to be over there and they got to be over there because you can't trust them. Like you got to think about it. How long did Tuskegee last?
The Tuskegee experiment, you
Yeah, yeah. How
mean,
long? How long?
or
How
what do you
long did
mean?
that? How long did that last?
about
A
30
long time.
years.
Oh,
My uncle Penson was involved in it.
right.
Yeah, my great uncle.
Right. So it lasted over 40
Yep.
years. It was like over 40 years. Shit, I'm 42.
But when you look at the Tuskegee experiment, what a lot of people don't know is it was a black, foundational black American woman, a nurse. Her name was Eunice Rivers. that gave them that syphilis. Like our soldiers, I think it was the army. 'Cause Pinson was a soldier. Our soldiers, they she was giving it to them at the VA, the Veteran Affairs Hospital, and our Black Foundation of Black American Soldiers wasn't stupid. They wasn't gonna take that shit. But the system of white supremacy hired a black nurse to give them syphilis, and they gave her ass an award. If it's a lesson that we need to learn that we talked about in our space we had earlier, I think Dr. Short, Randy Short, I think his name's Randy, right? Dr. Short brought up, which was so powerful, is we need to create some type of process to identify traitors in our midst. Cause this, I'm gonna put a picture of her ass in here. This nurse went around giving them syphilis. It made my uncle Penson. I mean, he was the sweetest person ever. I met him when I was a little boy. He's one of the first people I met in life. It They wanted to track syphilis to see because it goes to your brain after a certain stage, and it starts eating away at your brain. So it made him crazy. He was sweet, kind of mentally ill, but there's just the idea that a black nurse would do that, man. But there's a message in that. We have so many traders who come in our midst to get their little trinkets and awards. You know what I'm saying? And we need to
You
identify
you
these
got to look
people.
at it throughout history. Who turned that Turner in? You know what I mean? That soldier.
Right,
You feel
right.
me? So
Yep.
throughout history, it's 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 been it's been documented that you can't trust the red man. You feel me? Like when the 2020 shit happened, they're talking about blacks got to take it first. Somebody hit the button because when they start caring about black people, you know what I'm saying? That's a red flag right there. They showed their hand. Like throughout history, you know not to trust them. So why would you trust them now? And like Malcolm X said, why would you let them teach your kids? Same shit.
It's abuse. It's abusive. But let me tell you something, because I have been praying about this before I came on this space. Um, because I take people and I slide them into my DMs and I pray for them. My brother, like I said, my brother's a minister, so I had him pray for several of my friends who are going through certain things right now. But I want to bring this point out, and I don't care how anyone feels about this. And I'm going to say this just as plainly as I can. If we are not over loving each other, you can't blame anyone else for the status that we're in now. And by that, I mean, at some point, you have to make up your mind that when we're dealing with each other, I alluded to this before, how we speak to each other, how we treat each other. It has to be a compensatory act in that. By that, I mean, when I find people who I may or may not have a social status or a familial background in common with, I say, Andrea, take the lesser road. If I have to subsume my normal personality to blend in or to meld, we have to do something with how we treat each other. And we have not, I mean, we're unwilling to confront that. Everyone on this stage knows that I'm a diehard ADOS person. ADOS. That's a political organization. Everyone knows this. Most of the people in here are FBA. That matters nil to me because I'm in a room with my people. Are you understanding what I'm saying? And so, because we will not make that over effort to protect each other, to love each other, to honor each other, to respect each other, this is how we'll infiltrate it. And we've got to do that. That's inner work that we have to do within ourselves. I'm 51. So I came out of the closet at 45 as a black woman. And when I came out of that closet, you cannot make me, you cannot make me change how I think and I feel about my people. My people are different from other people. My people suffer more than other people. My people are treated differently. My people are persecuted. My people are maligned. My people are hated. So I have to ask myself, Andy, When you interact with Black people, when you have the opportunity to speak to Black people, are you loving? Are you kind? Are you respectful? Are you honoring? Do you subsume your personality? Do you take the lesser? Do you bend? Do you worship? Do you love? Do you obey your people? And by obeying our people, I mean obeying that code that none of us should ever violate. And I have an issue with this because I notice we're still not making that great an effort that we need to make to be able to overcome this. I believe we're in a Black revolution right now. I believe it started by Black people. I believe we're delineating. But see, in our delineation, we can't just be proud of that. We have to also be proud of that other side, and that's unification. I'm so proud that we're delineating, but more than that, I'm proud of myself that I make the effort to unify. I make the effort to obey Black men. I make the effort to obey Black women. I make the effort to lower myself so that I can meet my people where they are and so that they can meet me where I am. We have to do everything within our power because we're powerful people. Like one he said, no, Andrea, I will not accept that we're the bottom cast and everything. And I knew exactly what she was saying. We're powerful people. But if we don't unify as strong as we delineate, this will be for naught. It will do us no good if we come out of here the same way that we came into the revolution. It's not just about us just being, beautiful. It's not just about us being brilliant. Oh my God, I've met so many brilliant people. If you had told me this many Black brilliant people existed, I would have jumped off a cliff because I feel like I've been in a desert starving for Black people. We have to make the effort to honor each other and honor our Blackness above everything. And on that, I'll land.
I'm putting some in the jumbotron about Nurse Eunice Rivers. I see a new person lifestyle. Talk to his lifestyle. Or did I? Hold on. 20 Money, did you speak? Yeah, go ahead, lifestyle. I think 20 Money spoke.
Hi, everybody. Greetings to the host, Professor Alan. Shout out to Nikki and shout out to Winey. Um, yeah, I just kind of wanted to follow up off Andy. Like, I agree with she says that regardless of all the differences in the Black community, getting on code and working together is the most quintessential important thing for us to do and stay doing. And I was just over in another space. I was on Sir Major and re-up space, and apparently something happened with Afro Elite and then now they're beefing. And I'm like, wait a minute. Y'all are like the lieutenants, just for description. Y'all are like the lieutenants. What are y'all beefing for? That's gonna show disunity in our movement and in the movement of Black people in general. And I was like, no, I don't know what
Today,
happened. Yeah, they're over there talking about it right now in their
now,
space. Yeah. And so I was just like, yo, what's going on? And it's none of my business. I don't really care. I just wanted, I want everybody to work together. Like, if there's differences between us, then like let's have a roundtable amongst those people. Everybody don't need to
how
know your
come one of them?
differences.
How come he? Yeah, I agree. We shouldn't be talking about it online, but
I'm staying out
how
of
can
that.
we work
I'm
with
staying out of that
somebody?
beef. I'm staying right out of that
Yeah.
beef. But go on.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I just seen that they're airing each other out on the space, and I don't know none of them. I just know everybody from Tariq, right? That's how I know Nikki. That's how I know Winey. That's how I know Professor. And so we all obviously do our own individual things. And so I try to support all my brothers and sisters, especially my sister Nikki, because the other day Tariq had somebody on his show and he was basically worshiping white women and told all Black people that white women look better than Black women.
Bro, that inspired this show. That's why we're
That's why
doing
we had
this.
to
Yeah,
And
that
if
remove
was
I
him.
can
by
fin
some
yeah, if
old
I can
He
Nigerian
did
Yeah,
white
what?
feather. That was from some old
if I could
I
just
wanted.
Nigerian
finish,
dude that was
family.
saying that shit.
If I could just finish, family, let me just finish. I just want to tell
Yeah.
you what
Go
happened.
ahead, let him finish, gentlemen.
So I immediately DM'd this dude named Chaotic. And I said, "Yo, would you be willing to debate me?" And he said yes. And so we had a debate the very next day. And yeah, I did my best to defend my people against my own brother, even though he's not my foundational black brother. He's my diaspora black brother. And, I'm like, bro, have you ever been with a black woman before? For you to be saying that white women look better than black women. I've never dated a white woman. I've had a couple relationships, relations, but like I can't stand that their hair be in the sink in the tub and just all over the house. It's just stringy and everywhere.
like dog and
No,
shit.
but that's beside the point. I just wanted to throw that in as a comic thing. But he began to talk about Nikki and talk about how black women look like Ninja Turtles and all this. And I was like, wait a minute, brother. I had to stop him. And he was respectful. He let me talk at least. And that's one thing I could give him kudos for. At least he let me say everything I wanted to say. He didn't keep muting me or anything like that. But I'm like, brother, first of all, do not talk about Nikki. Okay? Don't invite her to no spaces and don't talk about her. She don't know you like that. I don't even know her like that. And it's disrespectful to disrespect one of my sisters and try to air her out as if she's the coin to talk about when it comes to beauty. And I'm like, no, sir, you don't do that. Number one. And number two, Nikki's not here to defend herself. I'm not her boyfriend. I'm not in love with her, nothing like that. I know that she supports Tariq and she goes hard for us, and she's very humble about it. She's not out here screaming and yelling at nobody. So I told the brother, don't talk about her. And I told him, don't talk about my sisters. My sisters raised me my whole life. They took care of me. And, I'm not a dusty. I'm very intelligent. I have a lot of like talents and all that stuff. But they realized like something happened in my childhood and that their brother needed help. And I'm a light skinned Negro. You know what I'm saying? But they know I'm not no slouch. And so my sisters took care of me and they took care of their kids and they didn't have no husbands and they worked hard. Don't talk about my sisters. And one of my elders was like, look, you shouldn't even jump into space to, because, it's not important. Don't give that person an extra platform. But I'm like, yeah, but black women mean a lot to me personally. My whole family is black on my mom's side. Like my mom is black. Don't talk about them. And black women have been belittled their whole lives and eras and generations talking about how good looking white women are to them. Be quiet. You've been putting us through slavery. You've been raping the women. Obviously, your white men want sisters in their life, right? White women out here trying to get their booties popping. Spanish women out here trying to get their booties popping, right? That's why they go to the gym because they want a brother. They want to, as Tariq would say, they want a soul pole to slide down. But don't talk about them meanly like that. And you're a dark skinned black man talking about of the diaspora, not FBA, talking about how white women look better because they have different colored eyes and such, and because they're thin
Well, I want to
and
address that right quick.
Life.
I learned our sister Nikki and Wani taught me the other day that whole green eye, blue eye stuff. Everybody has that. So that's a sign, scientifically. If y'all could back me up, sisters, that's a scientific. That's a sign that you're lacking something. So
it's a deficiency. Yes.
right, I never knew that.
Yeah, that red hair, like if you have red hairs of, white people have red hair. I forgot what the carrot top type folks. That's a deficiency in their bloodline. But the space is posted on my page. The guy's name is Chaotic, and I spoke for about an hour defending black folk. I spoke for about maybe 15, 20 minutes trying to defend black women and how special they are and how they smell and how they shaped and everything. And I hope I did my best because I'm not a
He
insurgent.
got
I'm
us
not a
blended in with him. With,
Bro is simping too much, man. I can't take this.
No, you got you
he
Like you
got
you
simping
got
way too
you got you
much,
got
man.
you got the right
You
to
simping.
defend your black people. Like that's what you're supposed to
bro.
do.
This is
You
not
ain't supposed to let
simping.
nobody.
Whoever said that, if I could just finish, I'm almost done. I'll land my plane. This is
Go
not
ahead. Go ahead.
simping.
Go ahead and let us land his plane.
This is not simping. This is what we're supposed to do. If somebody was talking about my brother, I'd be up there telling them all the great things about my brother and don't talk about my brother. Don't talk about him in these other nations. Don't talk about my sister in these other nations.
Dude, everyone has the
But I'll
right to
land my
express an
plane there.
opinion.
Thank
You
you.
can't do that.
Okay, okay. I want
But
Hey,
to.
hey,
the what was particularly problematic about chaotic, he did not just insult black women. He insulted black men. He insulted black children. He literally said that he was a teacher in
Yes.
Baltimore. He said that our children were stupid. That they're stupid. They're slow. They have low IQs. I find that a lot more problematic than what a chaotic says or thinks about how I look. And to sit in a space with him and to give him the clout he's looking for because that's what he wants. He wants followers. He wants to be able to post videos where he's engaging with people. He has a whole YouTube channel. You're not going to change the mind and heart of a fool like that. You're just not. He is very much invested into his beliefs and lifestyle. He sleeps and wakes up with a black woman every day. He's married to one. So I mean, I don't get the point.
Well,
He's
well,
trying. He's just
I
trying to
mean,
make it quick.
I
He's trying to make
appreciate
it.
it, but I don't get the
It
point.
sounds like he's trying to make a quick
well,
buck
it
out
was
of you.
real.
That's
It
why
was
he's doing
real
that.
hard to hear what the gentleman.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna say his name because I'm not gonna give him the. He want publicity. He's screaming like the rest of them do, trying to what's that song Tariq had with "I Cry for You Niggas." That's really
Yeah.
what he was doing. But let's look at it from a street strategic point of view. That was painful for me as well. That's why I created this space to address that shit. But
Yeah.
there's a lesson to be learned in that space. The lesson I learned from that, I listen. I'm a critical thinker. I can't help it. I can't turn it off. But what I heard is that that character say that he was teaching in the inner city schools. So number one, he's around our fucking children. Number one. Number two, he said, I'm a member of a black fraternity. And I was like, uh-huh. That's what I saw when I was at a historically black college for the last 4 years, is these people infiltrating our schools and our organizations and turning them against us. So we need to be aware uh, and spread the word to stop letting people infiltrate our fucking organizations, our
Well,
schools. We need to defend our historical
May I?
black colleges.
but isn't that guy who was saying that type of stuff? Isn't he wasn't he born from Nigeria?
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's
I'm
he
not. I'm
is
Nigerian.
not even
there.
concerned about
He's
the fucker.
I
probably
mean,
Yes,
yeah.
I
he
He's
don't. I
is.
mean,
probably
I
got.
know we shouldn't be concerned about that, but
He
that's
probably doesn't like the looks of his own women and wants to blend it all
yeah.
up with
Because
us.
see,
So
we
he's
have
not
a
talking about us because
because
he
you got
can't
a
get us.
okay, because you got a lot of this self hatred and insecurity. For some of these folks who come from
Yeah.
different parts, like from the Caribbean islands, in Africa and everything else.
Well,
I
well,
mean, I
well.
noticed that type of.
That's right. That's right on point. Because I was
It
gonna
is.
because I was gonna read something from Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, and you segued me right to self hate. According to Doctor, this is this motherfucker's problem. Dr. Welsing called it. Check this out. According to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, quote, but to return to the issue of black defensive logic. These patterns of logic, which emphasize that the existing problems are mainly between blacks, are reflective of black self hate. This self hatred is escalated and reinforced by the increasing black suicide, black on black homicide, I'm sorry, child, house, and spouse abuse. In addition to the aforementioned non productive behaviors, there are also increasing patterns of behavior that can be described as inducing semi-trance states such as rhythmic hand clapping, that's going to church, you know what I'm saying, singing, dancing, excessive rock music playing, listening to radio music, and shouting in religious settings. These patterns of behavior are manifest continuously by black people who to pitch themselves in a possible altered cortical brain state. Likewise, such brain states seem to have the effect of dampening the sense of an overwhelming external pain or danger, which blacks conceive we have no control. These practices, of course, avoid confrontation and thereby prevent problem solution. Similarly, the increase in interracial marriage can be viewed as a means of escape and a means of for blacks to avoid the awareness of their continuing status as permanent outsiders. That dude's dealing in self-hate. He absolutely hates the way he looks, and he's avoiding the confrontation, which is how are you going to fix this problem. Furthermore, you can't come to my run 5,000 miles to my country and tell me how to get my act together. He needs to go back to Nigeria, and number one, he needs to change the name of Nigeria, because
Yes.
that name legacy is going to haunt them so long as they exist, which probably won't be long.
I
I
just
think.
DM something that I heard a couple of days that I just heard today of these divestors. Mainly, oh my goodness, it's awful.
What?
They're sitting up there on that chat on Twitter begging a white supremacist to go up there and unalive black men.
Okay, I'm done with
Yeah,
them.
yeah.
Um,
I just sent that to you guys and everything else. And, and these are, yeah. And I'm glad you mentioned about what Francis, our dear sister, Francis had to say about that, because it's real. It is
I
really
wanted
real.
to I wanted to say a couple more things about hair since that was brought up, just to clarify. So, number one, when you dye your hair blonde and use peroxide, you damage your hair, right?
Right.
And yeah, just like doing a perm, because I get tired of people punching on us for having hairstyles. I'm really tired of it. We are women like everyone else, and women have hairstyles. So you can go on the Omo River and see 5 or 6 different tribes, and every one of those women will have an intricate hairstyle. Whether, and these are traditional hairstyles that they've been having for hundreds of fucking years. The white man didn't tell them to do it, and they're not influenced by the white man. They don't even pay attention to the Africans around them. They're not in the regular world. They have all kinds of elaborate hairstyles that took hours to do. And they do their own hair. They put all kinds of softeners in it to braid it, to twist it so it hangs down. They put henna in it. And this has been going on ever since Egypt had henna. But I wanted to say something. If every traditional woman in the world, these women live outside and they do their hair. But it seems to be a problem if a black woman does her hair, she's copying off, and the white man is making them do it, and they're trying to copy off of a Puerto Rican woman and all kind of stuff we have to hear. And that's why I got mad. The other thing is to act like white women have flowing flaxen hair. Go look it up. Only 5% of white women have blonde hair. So that means that they burn their hair up trying to blonde it, and then they go get extensions, but you don't believe that they have extensions because you believe that they have flowing hair. How can you have flowing hair if you've been bleaching your hair for 20 and 30 years? You can't. It's impossible because you burn your hair up. So all of those people, Christy Brinkley, Pamela Anderson, they have extensions. Even Kardashian, and she doesn't even. I don't even. She thinks she bleaches her hair or even deals with her hair. A lot of time, because I've seen her real hair, and it did not look anything like those hairstyles she wears in any sense of the word. But I just wanted to say that they do damage their hair. So if we're gonna go all natural, then I want to see some white women with black forearm hair, and I want to see some fucking black roots popping up. I want to see that too. If my shit is going to be micromanaged by some random person telling me I don't know how to groom.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Shit.
that's a learning experience. I've learned. I see. I end up coming to teach, and I learn more than most people. So, wanting that's true, and thank you for putting that out. I had a sister who worked in the she did makeup for a little while, and she used to tell me that the European woman wears more wigs than we do. So I knew that. But my question is, um, given the facts you just elaborated on, what mechanism makes us focus on our sisters? Like, what I'm trying to say is, how are we propagandized into thinking that our sisters need to do XYZ when actually the European does it more than we do. Like how
Well,
does that happen?
some of it is that we're very aware. We're the only group that's aware of the indoctrination and the attack on us to make us want to look white. So anytime we groom our hair, if it's to straighten it, it's perceived as trying to be white, as though they own straight hair or they own hairstyles. There's only so much you can do with hair. If you have an afro growing out of your head, what else can you do? Wear an afro or straighten it. There's really not a lot else you can do.
Interesting, because like you were saying earlier with the Italians and stuff, every that's not natural. So they're doing the same shit we're doing.
They're doing their hair and they don't have men following them around, mocking them like some kind of heckling section. You copying off the white man. The white man told you to wear makeup. No, everybody's been wearing makeup for 6,000 years or more.
That's wild. The layers of this. That is crazy. That we're almost like trained to attack each other when other groups are doing this shit worse than we. My family member who worked in makeup would tell me she would get paid thousands of dollars for doing weddings and by Indians, like Eastern Indians. And she told me, and this is like 12 years ago, but she told me like they wanted to be whiter and whiter and whiter, whiter. Like she said, you look like a vampire. Like, but no, I want to be a little bit whiter. So this disease has affected the whole world. And thank you, Wani, for pointing that out because I needed that perspective. Yep. Seventh Ward. Go ahead.
Yeah, what's up, man? Look. It's not easy to. I mean, it's easy to defend black beauty against others. All we got to do is play big bank, take little bank. Look at the lips. Look at the bust. Look at the hips. Look at the thighs. Look at the booty. Look at. I'm gonna keep the conversation above board, so I'm not gonna say that. But with that, I yield the mic.
Oh, I wanted to say Mississippi Blue. I was trying to bring you up and I accidentally hit X. So go ahead and request the mic again.
I wanted to say one more thing. White people practice colorism more than anybody. Not only are they bitter, brutal racist for no reason because no one's paying attention to them, but they're doing it to themselves. What do you think dyeing your hair is about? Dyeing your hair blonde and red. What's that all about? Colorism. What do you think all those blue contacts are for? You think they invented them for us? You think they're running around inventing eye color surgery for us? No, they're not. They're inventing that for white women. That is the target audience because they know they don't like their coloring, which is brown eyes and brown hair. They want to have b- blue eyes and blonde hair, which they don't have. It's probably 1% that have blonde hair and blue eyes.
I mean, shit. That was what the I mean, what Miss Dr. Wilson was sitting there talking about with the Nazis. So their whole thing is going to war against the genetics. So they just have a problem with being genetically uh annihilated. So they're just constantly every day, every waking moment, just hyper focused in on you know black people when it come to that. But
And the dangerous part, bro, is it's not even conscious mind. Like they don't wake up saying, "Oh, I need to find out what a black person's doing." That would be bad enough. It's in subconscious mind, so it's playing out in every activity, according to Dr. Welsing. Dr. Welsing made a good analogy about ball games. She said that the ball games, all the fucking ball games. She said there are two categories of ball games, and America loves our goddamn ball games. She said they're big brown and small white. And she analyzed the ball game sports as a means of genetic survival by the act of sex with a white woman. And how does she defend that? She said, look at basketball. What's the objective with basketball? The objective with basketball is for a man to get a big brown ball, representative of black man's genetic sperm
Yeah.
inside the little bitty white net. That net is white. So it's like competition for a white woman. I'm gonna
Mm,
beat you to get a white woman. She said, look at football. That's another big ball. She said that what's the objective? The objective is to get that big black ball, representative of us, in between those field goals. And she said on a subconscious level, those field goals are two white legs held up in the air. So it's all about sex. And she analyzed a golf. Golf is what category? It's not big brown, it's small white. She said
mm,
the objective of golf is for a man, a white man with a long stick, like something that, according to her, he wants, in between his legs, like a fantasy. I'm playing with a big long stick and I'm gonna hit this little bitty white ball and rape Mother Earth. Like this shit is dangerous as fuck because it's subconscious mind. Therefore, it can be denied. No, 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 no. I'm not racist. I'm not racist. No, 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 no. My best friend's black. But James Baldwin said, the innocence is the crime. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying?
It's I mean, it's just it's super super deep, man. And you know, black women, y'all beautiful. Don't, what I'm saying, don't let these people sit there and try to uh undermine y'all and sit there and try to make you feel like you less than, like the dude was just sitting there saying big banks hate little bank. All the women low key trying to look like y'all just to get to us. For real, for real. If you really want to keep it 100,
Right. Yep.
they trying to look like you all to get to us. They don't really care for their men. The way they see how we treat you all, the popular, contrary to belief, they see how we treat you all, and they, what I'm saying, that's just one of the things that, y'all don't ever feel less than, because y'all not less than. And there's something else too. I mean, even as black men, we have weird situations that we have to deal with, even dealing with these other guys out here. I know when I was at work, it was a while back. Um, there was this new chick that started working for us or whatever, and I'm just minding my business. I'm doing my thing. Her boyfriend would always take her to work. He would always come into the job and everything like that, and bring her, take her lunch or whatever, and I'm minding my business. And one day, I just noticed that, like, I'm basically, all my coworkers are up front or whatever, and I'm off, like, by myself doing what it is that I'm gotta doing what I'm doing. And I noticed that the dude was like literally like looking out the window. He was like up on the window, like looking into like where I'm working at. And she turns back and she's sitting there waving him down, telling him to leave. And they was like, yo, why is he looking out the window, tweaking out like he doing? And she literally turned to everybody and said, oh, he's insecure because he thinks that, John is gonna try to talk to me. And I'm sitting there looking, I'm like, what? I'm like, bitch, you just started working here. First of all, you ain't even my type. And for him to like be tweaking out like that, and just a lot of men, you know what I'm saying, they feel threatened when we come around. They that's just, as black men, that's just what it is. They feel threatened when we come into the spot. They feel threatened. There's even a study out too. Y'all can go look this up. Of why women tend to be more attracted to men with tattoos. Now, a lot of people, you know what I'm saying, be tweaked out about this, but they actually, it was a study done about why women think, men with tattoos are more attractive, but it's because of the darker pigment on the skin. So like, it the darker pigment on being on the skin and everything like that deems as being masculine or more aggressive.
I have a
So you
question.
gotta go look, just go look into that. It actually, the women actually,
I will.
there was studies done literally saying that women, it's not necessarily that the men look tougher, it's the fact that him having the tattoos and them the tattoos being dark and everything like that on the men, it makes women think the men are more healthier.
Why
Or
would white women like white men though?
shit, your guess is just as good as mine.
Yeah.
They
Everything they
they got they got jacked up. They got cheated on all the way through slavery. Told they couldn't read, write, vote, own property, couldn't marry who they wanted. The daddy railroaded them into marriage. They had forced marriages too, but they just don't want to talk about that.
Yep.
They have a very bad relationships with their men. Very bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's
Yeah.
that's the issue.
Well,
That's the issue with them being jealous of you all, because they see our relationship in conjunction to them, and they know. Let's just say, for instance, this system goes belly up. I mean, hell, y'all saw that movie that came out that was on Netflix.
Leave the
What was
world
that?
behind.
Yeah,
Yeah,
leave the
leave the
world
world
behind. That
behind.
was literally telling y'all what white women gonna try to do. They gonna try to. They ain't gonna sit there and try to link up with the white man because they understand the system go down. They going back into the Roman Empire. You
Well,
That's
knew
well,
what
you.
they
bro,
did
brother,
They
and
before.
did that
Yeah.
before.
don't forget that the white man's daughter was trying to the white man that was married to the white woman was trying to get at the black dude's daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Low
I
key
didn't
too.
see
especially
that
during even
show.
during
I need to
slave
go
trade,
watch
during
that.
this during during back during the plantation era as well too. Especially here in the state of Missouri, where I'm from, we were a border state, but this state was actually known for some of these female white female plantation owners who were having relationships
Yes.
with
Yeah.
black slaves. I just sent a little I just sent a little article about that just a moment ago.
What about
Yeah.
all the women that went up to the Appalachian who turned out to be North European women, like Scandinavian women, went up with Black American men to settle the Appalachian and made all those people that they call melagons, and they were like, "Who
Yes.
are those people?"
Yeah.
That was all. That was that too. They were like, "We need strong men." To I even have a story in my family
Wait,
about
Ronnie,
somebody.
you said they went to where the Appalachians?
Yeah,
And here
That's very interesting.
yeah.
and here in the state of Missouri too, when you had new immigrants and everything else, they would go up. Some of these women, who were being rejected and everything else, were intermingled with black men here constantly, and it's still been going on to this day.
Hmm. And
Wait, 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 wait,
understanding.
wait. Well, I'm sorry, brother. Wani, you said those blue people, those were the Scandinavian women with
Oh
just black men.
no, not the blue people. They don't look like the one like the Mulligan group, but they're interesting. They're up there too, aren't they?
Yeah, that's what I'm like. I'm sorry, brother. I didn't mean to cut you off from Missouri. I'm sorry. I mean, y'all not really the Midwest. Y'all still the South though.
You
But I'm
okay?
just saying. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
You okay? You okay?
I Yeah, I had to ask that.
I'm gonna look them up, but no, they don't look to be part of that group. That group has a different look. They're kind of, swarthy and all that. Hey, love.
Hold on, I don't think she. I can't see her up here. I didn't see her up here.
Hey, love, I am. You're up. She may be stuck in the matrix.
Yeah.
Love, I
Oh
am. Can you hear
no,
me?
I'm here. My apologies. I was
Oh, you
using
good?
my microphone to run someone down. Oh my gosh. I'm gonna take a break after this. These are the conversations I would like to be a part of. So thank you. Do white women set the standard of beauty? I don't believe so. I think that they've superimposed um their standard onto us and indigenous populations. I had an archaeology professor in college that they he actually taught on how Europeans had very violent beauty campaigns over in places like Egypt, in the Middle East. They used to promote bleaching creams. So that's actually something that goes back centuries. That's not a new thing.
That's a
Um,
fact.
and these were violent global campaigns. If they were beautiful and the beauty was so apparent, then they wouldn't need to harm people in order to convince them of that fact. And then also, too, this must be the age of that veil being lifted, because I noticed that, and I don't know if any other black women in the space have dealt with this, but sometimes when you talk to white women, they try to superimpose how they view beauty on us. Like, at my last job, I had these coworkers where they would have the pictures of their daughters hanging up, and then like someone would say to me who was a black woman, oh yeah, isn't she so cute? She's gonna be a something something. Look at those blue eyes. I'm like, They make these comments all the time, and it's like I had to tell my coworker, like, I told my coworker because of these continual comments. Even her daughter was in ballet, and she was saying that the black girls were jealous because her daughter had a butt. And as someone who was once a young black girl, that is not an organic thought process for young black American girls. And plus her daughter was fat and had kinkles, so like literally I had to tell her, like, get out of my face, like I'm pro black. Like I literally had to tell this woman, like, I'm pro black. These comments that you're making, it's like I don't view the world the way that you do. And I had literally said this, but what it felt like was happening was that they were trying to convince me of a thing as well. And I think that that's what has gone on by being in proximity to these people. Is I noticed that their conversation, and they once got exposed for this was on a media platform where the woman kept saying, oh yes, this is the most beautiful woman, and it's just like she has a brow ridge. She looks like a whole Neanderthal, and yet they pretty much what I'm saying is that they reinforce their beauty standards with even their conversation and engagement with us. So it's like if you're not a critically thinking person, you really don't even get an opportunity to say, hey, wait, I don't even particularly like or value those things. Or, hey, I have my own standards of beauty and you're not it. Or when I think of what is beautiful, I don't think of you. Like, you don't, it's like, we're just kind of going along with things, but we don't really take the time to assess that a lot of that is them just superimposing their ideas where it comes from a history of actually being able to violently impose those ideas, and no one stopped and said, hey, is this rooted in any sort of absolute truth? Like, did God say these people are the most beautiful? Because if not, what the fuck are we doing? And then my last point is that beauty is about exposure. So what happens, what I notice is that during the 90s, you had a strong Black American media. If anyone saw that movie Boomerang, man, I see why they want less of us on TV, because beauty is about exposure. You can put pale skinned people on the TV all day, but it's something about having that exposure that there's this general acceptance that this that I am being exposed to is beautiful. But I noticed that in order to keep that up, they have to reduce the population's exposure to our type of beauty, because I think that our beauty actually shows that they are not in fact as beautiful as they would like to purport. And it's just, yeah. This
You
is a great
know,
space.
you reminded me of something. I was watching this movie and I was super annoyed because 10 times, I actually had to listen again because I couldn't believe it. 10 times during the movie, somebody in the movie complimented the lead actor and said he was handsome. Oh, you look very handsome in that suit. Oh, he's a handsome man. And they kept saying it. I was like, no, he's not. He's just like normal. And they kept saying it, and I noticed that they do that on a lot of shows. They'll say, oh, he's cute or she's cute, and keep saying it, and the person is like, no, they're just okay. But then I looked to see who the producer was, and the guy was the guy wrote the script and was the producer of the movie. 10 compliments, dude. Come on.
Force feeding it. Love I am said some powerful shit, and then probably went over y'all head. She said this is old. It's way old. And let me take you back. Let's go back to when Egypt or Kemet, whatever you want to call it, was falling because of race mixing. That's a whole nother space. I'll leave that. Well, shit, I'll just go ahead and say it. Asian men showed up to Egypt with a sob story of needing a job. So the pharaohs gave him a job, and the pharaohs felt sorry for him. Said every man needs a woman. Was this intentional? I believe that was some advanced psychological, some advanced warfare tactic, but I can't prove that yet. But according to Dr. Chancellor Williams, when the pharaohs gave the Asian men women, they made babies, and in 200 years, a mixed race group of babies that did not identify as black created a civil war in Egypt. They weakened the fourth cataract, which is basically a barrier, so bad that Uncle Ruckus named Cletus Nagra told his boss Alexander the Greek. I'm not gonna call that fucker great because he was a coward. That it was time to strike. So Alexander the Great, with his second in command, a black general named Cletus Nagra, which people make fun of you and call you Cletus. They're talking about Cletus Nagra, who was an excellent warrior. He just was a turncoat. He's a traitor, just like Eunice Rivers. We're seeing a pattern, ladies and gentlemen, of people in our circle turning on us to get favor with Europeans. We need to identify these motherfuckers. Well, anyway, so Alexander the Greek, Cletus Nagra, and the third in command, a weak, insecure European general named Ptolemy I Lagi. Now, it's spelled with a P. Ptolemy is what it looks like. Ptolemy I was so weak and insecure, he wanted people to call him Savior. I'm the Savior. It's spelled Sotr back then, Sotar. Well, anyway, long story short, Alexander and Cletus Nagra go through Egypt, cutting off heads. Cletus was a brilliant tactician, killed all most of the leadership in Egypt, and went for what they were looking for. They were looking for that fucking library, which was named after Alexander. We don't know what the library was called. I'm gonna call it the Great Library, but it's known in history as the Library of Alexandria. Now, when you read the books, they say they burnt the library to the ground. Bullshit. They took the books out. Alexander gave the books to his goddamn secretary named Aristotle, and the rest is history. Aristotle wrote the Poetics and put his goddamn name on our shit. Well, anyway, after the library was burnt to the ground, uh, as history has it, um, Cletus, Nagra, Alexander, and all the officers were. Alexander was a fucking alcoholic. And Alexander drank a little too much and started bragging on how great a general how great a warrior he was. And Cletus Nagra checked him and said, "Hey man, I'm the one saving your ass." He had saved his life many a times from death. And as history has it, Alexander turned to Cletus Nagra, called him a nigger, and threw his dagger at him. And he missed it. He missed Cletus Nagra. Big mistake. Cletus Nagra, as history reports, Alexander died in reproach, which basically means Alexander was like, "Why in the hell did I throw my dagger at Cletus Nagra? He's going to come over here and stab me to death," which he did. He stabbed that motherfucker down in front of all the generals. Once he killed Alexander, he had to die, of course. Cletus Nagar was killed by the remaining men, and guess who that left in charge of Egypt? Ptolemy I, Lagi's weak ass, who wanted to be known as the savior. Why is that important? That's important because Ptolemy I, the savior, um, noticed that Egypt's power came from the priesthood. It came from their spiritual system. I'm not going to call it a religion because it wasn't a religion. It was a spiritual system. Well, this spiritual system known as a Memphite theology is the Holy Trinity. Does that sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? It was father, mother, and child. Stop right there. The power of divinity in the black world is a family. That's the number one thing that's under attack right now, but we'll talk about that in another space. So Ptolemy one went to the Coptic Egyptian church, and he looked at this picture of God the Father, which was named Asar. The European renamed him Osiris. And God the Mother, her name was Aset, which is mysterious because something valuable is called what? An asset, but I'm going to leave that alone. The European renamed Aset Isis, right? That's the female, that's the mother, the female representation of God. It makes sense because power comes from what? Negative and positive coming together. Not negative as bad, negative as female, positive as male. A battery has a negative and positive side, but I'm gonna leave that alone. Well, the Trinity was the Father, Mother, and Son. The Son's name was the hero, Heru. Why? Because as the Memphite theology had it, Asar married Isis or Aset, and on their wedding night, before he could, you know, get his groove on, Asar's evil brother Set, like Sunset, Set Typhon, could that have turned into Satan? I'm gonna leave that alone. murdered him out of jealousy. Now, the real story behind the Memphite theology is you never ignore evil, because Asar had noticed his brother was into all kind of shit, but he left it alone, and that evil kept building and building till he lost his life on his wedding night. So, as the story has it, Aset put Asar Osiris back together and couldn't found every piece but one. That piece that was missing was his penis, and as the Memphite theology has it, a catfish came and ate his penis. So is that why they feed us catfish? I don't know, but I'm gonna leave that alone. But I said put her husband back together and gave him a proper burial. And in the night, an angel came and visited her and impregnated her with the hero Heru, the virgin birth. Does that sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? And the hero was born to avenge his father once and for all. Now, why do you need to know that? You need to know that because Ptolemy One, like he loved this story, but he had a problem. Ptolemy One was European. European history has a problem with female leadership. That goes back to y'all can read what's the book with Dr. Michael Bradley, The Iceman Inheritance. Basically, in that cold, harsh climate, men are more valuable than women because you need to survive, and women were looked at as a liability. Yeah, it's a long story. I'm gonna leave that alone. But just you need to know that men didn't value women; they were just there to have
Well,
children. Go ahead.
they've been up to that a long time, treating white women like garbage, huh?
Yep.
Well, I
So
see why, because
go
I
ahead.
know there was a trend where white women just see these immigrants over in the UK and just bum rush them in front of the white in front of the white men, and the white men are pissed as shit.
Yeah, I found out some shit, man, that the whole best man at your wedding, like we need to be careful the traditions we're into. The best man in your wedding is representative of European history. The European man would find which woman he wanted to marry and just fucking steal her and rape her. And you needed a dude to help you do that. I'm gonna hit her over the head and you help me drag her to the cave. That's your best man. But I had a best man at my wedding. It's just foolishness. We don't even know what we're engaging in. Well, told me one laggy's weak ass who wanted to be known as savior told the Coptic Egyptian priest to remake Osiris Asar because he was a big black man. Remake their image, his image, into Ptolemy One's stringy hair likeness. And most Coptic Egyptian priests refused. They say, "You're crazy. God is who God is." So he kept killing them until he found one that would do it. So they made a deal. The deal was Osiris, Asar, the God, the father, masculine, was going to be invisible because they don't want to see no, you know, they refused to make him into a white man. So they said, we're just going to make him invisible, right? Now, the European had a problem. He had a problem with a female likeness of God, just by what Wani just said. Women weren't looked at as anything really. So they had to eliminate Aset. And the deal was we're going to call Aset a spirit. Could have been the Holy Ghost, Holy Spirit. I'm going to leave that alone. Well, Told me one got his wish because the hero or the Heru was made in his likeness. So they called him Seraphis. Um, I forgot the meaning of Seraphis, but it is a combination of things. But so they made Seraphis and his issue, the savior. Sound familiar? A savior with long, stringy hair and European features. Well, that savior um, figure, who was made after Ptolemy One Lagi, was created. But the only problem was he wasn't introduced. You had to be introduced as a savior by the Coptic Egyptian priest. So, as history has it, according to Dr. Walter Williams, that told me one leggy, stringy hair European savior figure was introduced to the people as the savior. After that, of course, told me what like he had his black ass killed. So told me like one like he shut down all the churches in Egypt and across the land and had them worshiping his image, the image of the Christ, or the Savior. Does that sound familiar, ladies and gentlemen? So this whole likeness of God being a white man comes from Ptolemy One Lagi's weak ass, who inherited that army because his drunk king got stabbed up by a black dude,
Well,
and the
they
rest is
know that they
history.
have. Thank you for that. They know that they have to make whoever it is white, because white people don't have the ability to like black things. So when we had Michael Jackson and the Jackson 5, they had to go get the Osmond brothers. They couldn't just like Roy Hamilton. They had to have Elvis go over and copy his act and then go drag it over to them. They could not enjoy our music. They had to go have their versions of big band music. So they have a history of doing this on everything.
So if I
Yeah.
can, I just wanted to mention because I put it in the Jumbotron. There are two different types of human beings on Earth. This is scientific. There's the Homo sapien and there's the Neanderthal. And you could do your own research, but
There's
this
way
goes
more than
way
that,
further
actually.
back than even Egyptian history.
Hey,
But
hey, hold that thought right quick, brother. Hey, Nikki or Wanda, could y'all let men's up? It won't let me let them up for
It
some reason.
won't let me. It said he was able to speak, and I don't know why. We were talking about that yesterday. There's a lot of pre-human species on Earth before a couple of humans popped out. So yeah, we have um we have lots of species, and they could still be living. By the way, we don't know that they all went extinct. We're just assuming.
Yeah, we had a long conversation about that one. Well, it's so ridiculous. We live in the misinformation, like education, and that's my field. One of my fields is education, and I'm not gonna call myself an expert, but I'm licensed in how many states? I'm a specialist, but I'm starting to get disheartened because I'm realizing that it's not the education system in general is not about educating you; it's about brainwashing you. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because, like Wani said, we don't know what the fuck is in these forests. We stay in our own little world. Um, Oh, okay. I got an issue. Nikki, I'm gonna remove you then add you again. But we stay in our own little worlds and we just pretend we're living like Andy said in a European imagination. Like they don't know what's going on. That we know more about outer space than we do about the bottom of the ocean. How much do you think we know about outer space? Nothing. You know what I'm saying? I've heard story after story of that I'm not gonna repeat on this channel, but from people that were in the military about all kind of shit that exists upon the ocean that's not supposed to be there that does all kind of crazy things it's not supposed to do, including but not limited to one of my Navy friends said he looked at the sonar, I guess is what they call it, the underwater radar, and a gigantic object the size of a fucking island, small island, was moving at 400 knots. That's close to about 500 miles an hour, ladies and gentlemen.
Mhm.
You're not supposed to go that fast underwater. Like we don't know what the fuck's going on, but that's the whole point.
Really don't.
Go ahead.
Really don't. So I just wanted to clarify. There's 21 humanoid. Well, they're called hominids, and they don't start calling them humans. So there's 21, and we are considered humans. But these other guys, we don't know that they're all extinct. They've been pumping these out 7 million years ago. Each million years, it looks like they pump out a new one, all the way till they got to us. We've been around for about 200,000 years in our present form.
In our present form, yeah, that's and longer than that in another form. We Somebody knows.
Yes.
I have a book I was showing our sister Wani. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna show y'all. I'm a collector of rare books. I have a book this I think it's 200 years old, and I'm gonna go ahead and send you two things. We got a problem, ladies and gentlemen, and this is evidence that I own. Look at the jumbotron, shall we? At a 200-year-old book. Um, so have the copyright page on it. By the way, it's very beautiful. The letters that are typed look like they were done on a computer. I mean, symmetry like a motherfucker. This could have been printed off of a laser printer like yesterday. Look at the letters. It's beautiful. Who in the fuck had a printer in?
That is
Oh,
so weird.
I didn't do that. Who had a printer in what's that, 1885? Y'all see that? So this book that has a whole bunch of information in it, um, that was printed in 1885. Now I will say this book was not intended for commoners. This book was intended for royalty. Don't ask me how I got it. I got friends in high places and low places. Uh, but this is the problem. Ladies and gentlemen, we didn't have satellites or airplanes in 1885. Well, y'all look at that second page. There's a map in that book. Would y'all please glance at it right quick? You see a map of Arabia, Saudi Arabia, India, China. Well, what's the problem, Doctor A? Japan, the archipelago. Okay, so what? What's the problem? Well, let me tell you the fucking problem. We didn't have airplanes. How in the fuck did they know it was shaped like that?
They had boats.
Mm.
People were sailing around the world for a long time on boats. Specifically, uh, the what do you call those people? The Moors. The Moors were sailing too. So
You're not
like,
hearing me. You're not hearing me.
It's
Look at the
Yeah,
picture
look at the
again.
topographical.
overhead though.
It's topographical.
Yeah. How did they know the shape? That look at the shape. That's accurate.
Eh,
That's accurate.
Tensor
How the fuck did they
calculus.
know that?
I mean,
Huh?
Tensor calculus.
I didn't do too well in calculus, but I don't think you can get that level of detail. I doubt it. Nah.
Sure, you can. Yes, you can.
I wanted to make an observation. First of all, I'm looking at these Neanderthal or tall, um, you know, how they supposedly looked, and they weren't cute. I mean, there's no, because they said, oh, they weren't as evil, they weren't ugly as we said, and they weren't clumsy and as dumb and blah, blah, blah. They tried to clean them up, but they actually still look dumb and goofy. So what I want to know, and it's not a human, so it's different than a human. What I want to know is why it's okay for that's bestiality because a whole bunch of people mixed with them and by the way
Wow.
we're products of
yo, Wani, you onto something. That's interesting what you just said.
this
Let
is
me
ridiculous. A whole lot of people have this. All the people in Australia, all the Negritos, all the Europeans, everybody who they mixed with, everyone has this animal thing going on. And that's I mean, why were they having so much sex? Why were they why? Who was dating these guys?
Wow.
And they did. They literally look, I don't know.
Another rape campaign, maybe?
It could be a rape campaign. But no, they said they were in the caves, coexisting and living together. So, I mean, I don't know. You know how it was back then. They could have drug you in the cave and you thought that was normal. So I don't know the situation, but they were living together.
Drug you in there
And,
with with its
and
best
everybody
man?
has the DNA to prove it. So why were we having relations with a grunting non-human and thinking that was okay?
Nasty.
We need to get our shit together.
Oh shit. Hey Men's, I see your hand keep popping up. You can talk. I'm just wondering if something wrong with your thing. Come on, Men's.
Man, I love coming into your rooms late at night after a long day, doing whatever the hell I choose to do. Um, because it's always this moment of like where we can really talk about some deep stuff or dive into some stuff. So this title, man. Well, firstly, when the titles what I gravitated to, but then I seen in the jumbotron you have the syphilis experiment, Tuskegee experiment, where they was injecting syphilis, and I remember when I was growing up that that's what I was told, that they was injecting syphilis into people in Alabama, and that they would then furthermore not treat it and basically watch these people suffer and until they dwindle off and died and stuff and spread it and everything. Now, if y'all remember COVID, they were saying that a lot of Black Americans did not want to get the COVID shot because they don't have trust in the medical system because of things like what happened in Tuskegee experiment. But do y'all recall? I'm sure most of y'all did it, trying to find when whether or not they injected it or whether they had it somehow got it, but they didn't treat it because during COVID they was telling us that no, you were not given, these people were not given syphilis, that they was just left untreated, and I scratched my head like, wait, so syphilis just popped up out of nowhere in a specific community, nobody else,
They're
and
lying. They gave it to him and didn't treat it.
exactly. But if you try to look for digital a digital footprint or like any references to that, good luck. Which is crazy because I remember you we could find it, but you can't find it now. So when you posted that there and you had explained like what happened with your relative, I felt like it was a moment of a relief because I feel like I was going crazy. Like you know what they call like that theory? I forgot what it's called. Like when something it's called something theory. When
I know what you're talking about. Some effect, Mandela effect, right?
Mandela effect. There we go. Yeah, man. I was like, yo, but isn't this the real story? And then it was that moment of the space. All right, so um now as far as the title, man, um, dope. Are Native Americans Asian? Do white women set the standard of beauty? The first question is it depends on how far back you want to go. Because if we say that Native Americans are Asian, right? The first people that inhabited this land, we would have to go back to Siberia. And Siberia is in Asia. But
Hmm.
if we're gonna go back to Asia, then we have to go back to Africa. Because the Africa's
Not all of us, because not all of our lineage, part of our lineage in my case. But they had an ethnogenesis over here. They have, their skulls are different. They have
oh,
different
absolutely.
changes, and they have different admixtures from close contact with settlers and Black Americans. So they are fundamentally different. And they don't, guess what? They don't have Inuits coming over here. Hey, you need to find your roots. You should be making igloos with us and herding reindeer, you fuckers. Why don't you get over here? You're not being loyal to the Siberian brand.
well,
You
well,
would you expect to hear that? You know why
no,
you
hell
don't hear
no.
it? Because Inuits are not assholes with low self-esteem.
Oh
They mind their
shit.
business. The other people doing that are assholes that need to be avoided at all costs. Low self-esteem imbeciles that don't even know what our genetics are.
Well, so the reason why to really answer that question, right?
I
I
got
mean,
the answer on the Tuskegee. It says yes, most infamous case, people being deliberately given syphilis and not treated, occurred at the Tuskegee syphilis study. It was, obviously it was they were all together, so that doesn't make any sense.
mhm.
Why would they
Well,
all have syphilis at the same time?
well, my uncle Penson, like I put in the jumbotron, was who I actually knew. He died in his 90s, I think. When I was it's my first memories with him. He used to buy me toys and stuff, and we kick it. Really nice guy. But they would they that nurse Eunice Rivers knew what the fuck she was giving them, but she was giving them syphilis so with the intent. And so I think she told him that she was giving them vitamins or some shit,
Yeah, some
and
bullshit.
she was sending them. She wanted them to go back home and have sex with their wife. So a government agency was
What?
studying. Yeah, yeah. And this is an insidious part that people don't really talk about. That I was told word of mouth. I like that Tariq the other day said we know more about our goddamn history because we're in the family. And our family, we don't run away from our family. We sit by the fire and talk to our goddamn family and find out. What I found out as a little boy, especially when Pinson died at the, what I'm saying, is that they wanted to trace the progression of the disease in the whole family. Why? Well, what I was told is they were looking at the potential of using syphilis as a biological goddamn weapon. And
Professor One, have you
what
ever
I concluded was they were trying to figure out how to eradicate black people.
So
heard that Black people used to not be able to transmit sexually transmitted diseases between each other, and until the syphilis case came out, it became a part of our DNA. Now, I can't prove this, and so please don't everybody get mad at me. My great grandfather, you remember when I told you, who was an enslaved person, was also a root doctor. He used to treat people with what he called the dirty man's disease. White people were the only people he treated for venereal diseases, not Black people. And so he would give them herbs and roots, and they would have to come out the next morning and sweep for hours all the worms that would come out of these people's bodies after treating them. He didn't allow them to come into his house. All these live things would be on their porch, and my grandmother said they would have to sweep for hours to get them off, and then he would burn them up. And he called it dirty man's disease. So we can't get to that part of the information, but I do believe that syphilis was the first venereal disease introduced into our ethnicity. One of the things I need you to remember was that the Indians, the Red Indians, not us, the indigenous people, the Red Indians um, already supposedly had syphilis in this continent. We did not. And so that's very important. So a lot of the things that we're dealing with now, we're dealing with because they have introduced those diseases through vaccination programs. And also because we're so mixed up, we've become susceptible to catching these diseases.
Uh,
I wouldn't doubt it. Of having a family was, from what if I can remember the conversations, the family was really important to that Tuskegee study. Fuck Eunice Rivers for that. She was going after her award, and they gave her, the system of white supremacists gave her a "You're the Best Nurse" award. I hope it was worth it.
Isn't there a movie where they tried to paint her in a positive light? I think it was
Miss
like Miss
Evers
Evers
boys.
Boys or something like that. Yeah.
so the interesting thing about is really not interesting, but syphilis is if you read up on it, it's a very um I would say anybody that would introduce that to people, like that's sinister. The stuff that can happen, you could go blind. Um, inflamed sexual reproductive or reproductive system, the urethra. There's a whole bunch of stuff that comes with that. Um, and I think that um, I mean, I hear that might have been something that Indians have had. That's new information for me. However, like I think what was introduced to these people was modified. I think that this was something that was modified.
It
If
was.
because like y'all hear something crazy, the chicken pox is a version of the herpes in simplex. Like, did y'all know that? That shit is
Yes,
crazy.
sir.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a HSV.
Right. So Hmm. So basically, I think that a lot of the stuff that we think that is natural occurring is really, modified and in this human intervention, and these things that makes it even, takes it from other animals, and makes it possible for humans to contract it. I think there's a lot of sinister stuff that we are experiencing, by the way of them, even stuff that is not even passed on and transmitted by humans. I think that there's things that they're putting, that's in our food. Obviously, vaccinations. I believe everything. They're involved in every fucking thing, and that's like one of the main reasons why like I'm so big on getting the government out of our backyard because it's hard to even make a distinct contrast, or excuse me, make a contrast between what's real and what's not, when it comes down to what you put in your body, and as well as even what materials are safe to be around. Like this stuff is deep, but I don't want to get too far from the topic. Um, Wani, you are correct. The ethnogenesis, and the reason why I've always agreed with that particular perspective is because you can actually compare what they do to plant breeds, even if you're a marijuana user, how they can create a whole nother breed by taking certain elements or what they call damn it, stem cell,
Hmm.
how they would basically keep using the same particular seeds to and crossbreeding and so forth to keep producing the same seeds and same qualities, and that would be a distinct seed or breed of a plant versus the plant that it came from, that initially came from, because they'll look at the variation of the seeds and they'll particularly only crossbreed or you do stem cell on particular seeds that has the components and elements they want, percentage they want. And so if you think about that like in the perspective of people, well, what happens when people move into a location and there for a long time? And conditions. Like there's some people, when it comes down to conditions, there's some people that leave, and I strongly believe that people continue to travel did not see fit in that current habitat, and they left for certain reasons, or they had certain abilities that other people didn't. Whatever their preference was, it somehow works out that like the people that remained in these areas were best fit for the area they were in, and the people who left out either were better fit for other areas and became accustomed and adapted to these other areas, which gave them distinct futures. Because I don't see people with like Chinese eyes, Asian eyes, and so forth, Japanese eyes, and like center in sub-Saharan Africa. The eyes tend to get more
The
rounder.
Khoisan people.
Like I see eyes that get like a little that they are more
They do
round.
have some. They do have the Khoisan, but yeah, they do have
Is Quaison in sub-Saharan?
yeah,
Oh, okay.
sub. They're really their own group. I don't know.
Do
Totally.
they do their eyes look like Asian eyes?
Oh yeah, they invented the stuff.
Well. Then
Yeah, I
again,
mean,
you know what, that's realistic. All right,
The
so
Khoisan supposed to be the oldest group
Yeah,
of
they're
people
one of the
yeah,
in the
but I
world.
oldest.
I can see that as being realistic. The question I have for you, Wani, and anybody else is, would would y'all agree that those eyes are older than round eyes? That round eyes came out. Like, which one is the would y'all consider
I don't know because
mhm,
the
the
I don't know
dominant trait?
because the pygmies are very very old. And the Khoisan are very old, and they really don't know who's older at this point because of they just don't have enough information. They're both pretty old, and they have different looks.
So you don't think that like looks are due to habitat, or like do you think like looks is due to like this specific features, like some areas where you'll find a prevalence of taller people,
Well,
other
when
areas.
when I
Mhm.
was tracking the people's movements from Africa, and then they were in Asia, they could not find a skull that was shaped like an Asian person's skull for a while. So it was changing. Like, I don't know what would have happened in parts of Asia to make your face flatten and you have a different dental plate than other people. I don't know why that would happen. Like, why? These changes don't make any sense. Now, the adaptions that Inuit people have, they do make sense because they are adapted to live up there. Those temperatures are brutal, but they don't care. They're just walking around like it's no big deal. They have their animal skins on, they have their igloos, they have their summer house. And to them, it doesn't feel that cold because they have developed a layer of fat on
Hmm.
their bodies. So they don't feel like I feel like I'm gonna die, basically.
Do they drink a lot of alcohol?
They have a fermented drink. They do.
It's not that. It's not that fermented milk, is it?
I don't know because I don't remember drinking anything. But
I
yeah,
put
they could because the Central Asians have that stuff
nasty.
called. They
I
tried to give me that. I was like, no. There's
I
two things in there I don't want: milk and alcohol.
right. I put a picture of the Khoisan people, who may be the oldest people on Earth, in the jumbotron. And real talk, when I look into them, when I look at pictures of Khoisan, they remind me of my family. They look real familiar. I got family members that look like this.
This is a look. I remember going to school with girls, and they literally were called Asian names, Chinky, um, and China doll, and they had a flattened face. and they had it to look like the Khoisan. I mean, really like it. It's, and I don't know what their lineages were. I knew they were Black Americans and not immigrants, though.
Yeah, I swear, like this conversation is. I don't think this conversation will ever get boring when it comes to talking about, features that you come across in different areas, and how it changes. Because like there's been for the past few years my reservation on whether or not the equator truly is the reason why dark skinned people um, versus white people, people getting much lighter when they move away from the equator. I don't really. I'm starting to
That
believe that.
doesn't make sense because
Yeah,
the Khoisan
exactly.
are all the way down and they're lighter skin and doesn't make no.
Well, I
But
look
they,
at
but
the
they, but they always tell you that stuff, and that's something like you're kind of like they tell
They
you that
just don't know any
in
better. I mean, they
education.
don't know.
or they do know and they don't want us to know. But the Inuit is the best example. The Eskimo, they're like darker than me, and they live in the Arctic. Like, get the fuck out of here. How long they been there, Wani? 10,000, 20,000 years?
I'm
Why
gonna look it up now.
why don't they have blonde hair and blue eyes?
Because darker hair and darker skin attracts more heat, so they have melanin.
So why do people in Switzerland have blonde hair, blue eyes? I got a theory on it, but I ain't gonna say shit. I'm not gonna say it on this space.
Because they're amalgamation of all kind of defects, and the cold weather preserved that weaker genome so that they could survive. Just like if you were to be, if your body needs to go into stasis because of illness, what they would do is lower the temperature to preserve you. And
Interesting.
so if you're an amalgamation of centuries of genetic defects in a colder environment, you would more than likely survive than you would in a warmer environment.
Wow.
So
Mm,
basically, about 44,000 years ago, um, a branch of what they call Basal East Asians branched off. And one of the branches went across the Bering Straits around 15,000 years ago. And see, you can look at the the Native Americans' face versus the Inuits' face, and you can see that they had to go through, well, I guess I'd say Central Asia, because that's where they have those Turkic features with the big noses. They have that um in their features, in their phenotypes, and other people don't. So the route that they traveled took them through Eurasia, and then they just ended up over here. Would they do look different than the other people that didn't take that route. So they are different. Their experiences are different, obviously, over here. They are not like other Inuit people that didn't go through all of the trials and tribulations. Most Inuit people just got told, move out of the way. Here's a rec room, go sit down and watch this thing called TV. And they just had to move.
yeah, I wanted to take the moment to tap that second part of that question, if y'all don't mind. Do white women
Come on with it.
switch? Yeah, man. Yo, I actually didn't want to
Here we
because
go.
I was thinking, yo, listen, I think that I don't think that white women has ever set the standard of beauty. I think if we look at history and how they try to force it down our throats and make it a prerequisite to women to perm their hair, men to cut their hair. But we're talking about women, right? So for women to perm their hair, and makeup and all this other stuff, because they didn't have any lips most of the time. These knuckle draggers didn't have lips. Um, these other features that they used to do. I think that it was something to be accepted, but as far as the standard of beauty, um, I think that if we took everybody, no matter what ethnic group, that black women would be the standard. The standard, because if you look at everything they're trying to do today, it further validates it. They want the butts like black women. They want the hips like black women. They want the thighs like black women. They want the lips like black women. You know what I'm saying? They want the hair truly like black women. You know, even though and they want that hair. They wish their hair could be kinky and they could their hair could gravitate towards the sun. You know what I'm saying? Everything, all of the standards that black women have. They even want the skin complexion of black women. What do you think these tanning beds are for? You know what I'm saying? Like that's the closest they could get. So, but when it comes down to like, I guess it could vary. I think there's a small, but I think majority of humans, and especially specifically Black American people, when it comes down to the standard of beauty, I think that would be the Black American woman. Especially if you're Black American, I think majority of us. And I think the craziest part about it is that if you take a different demographic, that I bet you majority of them will look at Black American women as the standard of beauty as well. That's the crazy part. So and I understand it. I understand it. Now there are reasons why I specifically can say that because most black women, I love their hairlines. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, black people collective, we have the best natural growing hairline, yo. You know what I'm saying? Our shapes, when we especially when we take care of ourselves, how we age, you know what I'm saying? How we look at most of us, how we look when we have children, our women look after they have children. You know what I'm saying? Like I see these other groups of people after they have children, man. It look like they got hit by a
That's a
car.
wrap. Yeah.
Yeah, man. It's like they just added 40 years to their life. I don't know. I don't know, man. I think their recovery is just terrible. Maybe it's the recessive traits. Um, the eyes, you know what I'm saying? The forehead shapes, like our women. Oh man, the foreheads are, you know what I'm saying? Like everything about it, man. The cheekbones, the lips, the noses and shit. And we have a good variation of noses, but they don't sway too far. You know what I'm saying? Into like where it looks like Pinocchio and shit. Where it looks like it's gonna stab you. It's something that can stab you in the eye when you're trying to give them a kiss. You know what I'm saying? Um, Everything like the shape of the feet, man. Yo, these other folks got some real nasty feet, man. And I'm not really a
And
foot guy.
black women got some beautiful ass feet.
Yes, yes.
I want
I've
y'all. I
never
want
met a
y'all to
black.
flip,
Anytime I've seen a
flip.
black,
Go ahead.
if I ever met a black woman, right, I'm gonna tell y'all some real stuff, right. If I met some woman that I thought was Black American, like I ran track in college, right. The ugliest feet I've ever seen are not Black American women. I've seen white, chalky, nasty feet. Toe like nasty Caribbeans. They all of their toes are like under on top of each other. And Yo, listen, man. I appreciate everything about the Black American woman. It's as if God said, I'm going to put all the best qualities, and I'm going to put all my time in creating you, and then everybody else, He just threw His hands up. You know what I'm saying? And they just either some things they hit, some things they miss. Because when I look at a black woman, everything's consistent. All right. Everything, no matter if they're thick, skinny, tall, short, you know what I'm saying? Like I see well proportioned, you know, and I think that the only fault that we as a people, and I'm just gonna say black women, since we talk about black women, is our ability to take care of ourselves, in the best way possible. Because if you really think about it, the stuff that we have access to, I don't think is really the stuff that we're supposed to be having access. In other words, the stuff that we're supposed to eat, the quality we're supposed to be around, where we're supposed to get it, the source of food. I don't think that this is the stuff that we get from the supermarkets is really what we're supposed to be consuming. I think these are like fluff. These are like items. I don't think these are the real items. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Oh yeah, I would challenge anybody in the space to go through the jumbotron and flip back to the beginning. I got a picture of who do I have? Is that Dorothy Dandridge I have in there? Um, yeah. Look at the Foundation Black American Woman I have in there, and tell me that's not the most beautiful woman you've ever seen in your life. And like Men's was alluding to, um, we are at war from so many different vectors that the food is a primary vector of attack. Before my wife and I moved from Memphis, um, a certain somebody, I don't want to get identified and get my page shut down, but somebody who used to be in computers was buying up farmland in Mississippi to kind of co-opt our farmland. They're really concerned with our food, ladies and gentlemen, and I don't think it's any good intentions with that. You know what I'm saying? Because food is a primary vector of attack. When I was in grad school, I worked at Planet Fitness. You know what I'm saying? And that job was actually pretty awesome. But when people sign in at Planet Fitness, you can see their age. And me and one of the young men that worked there with me just got out of high school. We'd sit around guessing people's age, and we were always wrong. I was like, she's like 20, she's 21, and he'd be like, nah, she's 38, and then I'd be like, man, she's like 42, and he'd be like, nah, she's 19, and we had a long discussion about that. Why are the younger women looking so old? And the conclusion we came to was the food. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm an 80s baby. In the 80s, we were the last group to eat real food. But you know what I'm saying? These 2000 and these late 90s babies, they grew up on what Professor Chris Hedges calls chemicals masquerading as food. I've seen a video of a biology teacher trying to light a McDonald's burger on fire and it wouldn't consume. I've had experiments where I took shit from McDonald's and other fast food restaurants and just threw it on an ant bed to see if the ants would eat it, and the ants did not fuck with it.
Well, how long has McDonald's been out?
A long time.
And how long have people been saying McDonald's was trash?
I feel like when I was a little boy, it was real. That
Facts.
may have,
In
may have
the
just been
'80s,
me
How long has
yeah.
tobacco been out?
forever,
Yeah,
And how long have people been smoking it?
forever.
McDonald's has been out
My
since
grandmama got
1940, but that's a good point, Wani, because people didn't die. I don't remember people dying in astronomical rates from tobacco or reading about that, but people are dying left and right from tobacco. And well, actually, I'll put it this way: Did y'all? There's people massively dying from tobacco after there was a mid period. So I think that at the beginning there wasn't massively people dying from tobacco. Then there was a period where massive people was dying from tobacco, and I think that that's because they were experimenting with chemicals and how much the portion and stuff like that. And now today, we don't really hear about a lot of people dying from tobacco.
Okay, do you remember when they used to give children tobacco to deworm them? So tobacco used to be pure. And you all know, remember I told you I'm from Oklahoma. So a lot of my people are Choctaw and Black, but we call them Black Indians. We don't say Choctaw, we just say Black Indians, but they're actually Choctaw people. And we use a lot of tobacco, the natural tobacco. You can put tobacco on the skin as well for healing purposes. Okay, they added menthol, they upped nicotine. I think tobacco has over, if I'm not mistaken, I don't want to exaggerate. What is it? Over 100 and something different lethal, toxic chemicals in it. That's not the same tobacco my great great aunt rolled and smoked. Um, I come from Pentecostal people, so they didn't smoke. But my Indian people, they were almost like 100% Indian. Well, they actually smoked tobacco. It was tobacco, okay? They called it tobacco, and she would roll it. I know I sound like I'm crazy, but it's the truth. She would roll it. She would smoke peyote, and then she would smoke, I guess, just like the regular tobacco. Because my mom said, she had hair hang to her waist and they would braid it for her while she was smoking her little pipe. So she smoked her cigarettes, she smoked her cigars, she dipped snuff, and she smoked the stuff that
My
died.
grandma too, and we
Yeah,
think Grandma Goldie was Choctaw.
okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you know exactly. That's why I call us the dirt eaters, Highlands here. Remember I said about the dirt eaters because they actually ate the red clay for like healing things. So when you're talking to us now, they have poisoned us. And I'm gonna give you a prime example. Up until I was 45 years old, remember I told you I was a size 4, right? I'm gonna tell you how different our food is. So soon as, because I notice everything. So soon as I started going through real menopause, okay, this is like maybe like 1, 2, 3 years ago. Do you realize this is the first time, even with all my horrific habits, because I eat like a small cloven-footed animal, this is the first time in my life I've ever gained weight. I spend, I don't want to lie, probably close to $1,000 on food, feeding my son. So he's still super, super thin. Y'all, we are not eating real food. It cannot be.
Not at all.
Okay, I remember when you used to eat a salad. Do you remember? Does anybody remember when you ate a salad for like 3 days in a row? It would clean you out. Does anybody remember that? Please don't leave me hanging.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, don't leave me hanging on this. We're not eating real food. Now we're black people, or like I call us the mound people. Um, the food that they eat, I believe we were just supposed to eat like fish, um, our veggies, stuff from the ground. I don't believe we were supposed to eat bread. I know we were not supposed to eat sugar. I know black people, because sugar is anathema to our bodies. So I know we're not supposed to eat sugar. Maybe honeycomb. I don't know. I know it's not sugar. So I know it's just all colored vegetables. I know we're supposed to be eating the orange, the green, the red. We're not supposed to eat the nightshades. I know everybody's gonna hate me over this. Nobody loves the mushroom better than me. But I know we're not supposed to eat the nightshades. I know we're supposed to eat fish. Um, I don't know about chicken and poultry. I
Nightshades are tomatoes too, right?
say that again, sweetheart.
Nightshades are tomatoes too, right?
Tomatoes are
Let me
tricky.
look them up.
I know tomatoes are fruit, so I don't think they belong to the nightshade family. And do you all know what black men are supposed to be eating hand over fist? Watermelon.
I love
Watermelon.
it.
Okay,
Yup,
you
yup.
I
Oh
can't
my.
I can't get enough. I love it.
okay.
But is it true if you only eat watermelon that you would like you could die because the body
Oh
can't
goodness.
actually
It's
use that
tomatoes,
particular
potatoes.
form of water. I think it lacks either lacks or is contaminated because it's mixed. It's considered a diuretic.
Okay, yeah, it is a diuretic, but black men are supposed to eat watermelon because of our high instances of prostate cancer. We've always eaten watermelon. White people knew this. One of the reasons why they turned us against the watermelon, it wasn't just so they could take over the watermelon trade. It was to kill us out faster. And if you don't come to Professor Allen's spaces, you won't believe any of the stuff I'm saying. You'll just think I'm crazy. And yes, I am crazy, but one of the things I'm not is stupid. They have come out with all kinds of plans to kill us. They cannot kill us out. Do you want me to tell you why? And yes, I have another friend who taught me this. Do you know that Black Americans are the only group in the United States that still have the most male births? And you said, Andrew, why is this important? Well, you can tell the ethnic strength of a human group by the amount of male births, live male births that they have. Obviously, you need men for a variety of reasons. I'm not going to get into that right now. So, the number one babies that they kill in the hospital are black male babies and their mothers. So, when black women give birth to black male babies, you have a higher percentage of having what's called a high risk pregnancy and a neonatal emergency. So, you need to hear what I'm telling you. Black men are supposed to be eating watermelon. I don't know where you heard that from, sweetheart, but I have studied this out for like 3 years because I tell my pastor had prostate cancer. My best friend had prostate cancer. So, I jumped on this research and studied the political and the social ramifications of watermelon. So, I'm not just
I
talking off the top
wanted
of
to
my head. So,
just
I'll end on
I
that.
just I just wanted to name the nightshades. This is why I don't avoid nightshades because it's tomatoes,
Yeah,
potatoes,
yo, Professor, somebody
eggplants.
talking?
I don't think, yeah,
Yeah, Awani's talking, bro.
Oh,
eggplants
I'll drop down and come back up. I can't hear her.
and peppers.
Yeah, I was talking about the fungus. I probably got it confused, pardon me,
I
when
don't
I said
think
mushrooms.
I don't think mushrooms are on there.
Yeah, and they
You
want
would
us
think they were. This sounds like something a mushroom would be on.
exactly. And so, and yes, I love mushrooms. No, I was just
Well,
talking
we're
about the
addressing a whole nother issue that nobody wants to talk about. That issue is Europeans, given the fact that they came about wherever they came from during the Young Dryas, during the last ice age. Our diets are different. Like European body, I watched a special with Jordan Peterson, and Jordan and his daughter were sick as hell, sickly. And Jordan said um, long story short, he just started eating meat. He switched to an all meat diet and milk, and he became ultra healthy. That made sense to me because European diet um, was very carnivorous. You know what I'm saying? To some extent, I think raw meat was part of their diet protocols. But
it was.
all I'm saying, what'd you say?
I
Can you hear
agree
me?
with you. It was raw meat was part of their diet.
Right, right. So, and that's what I was saying earlier about psychological warfare and European standards of beauty being warfare. Europeans saying calling a mole, which is a precancerous growth, a beauty mark. Europeans saying that red lips, which was a certain vitamin deficiency, um sexual and beauty, I'm saying her skin, her fair skin, like that's psychological warfare, because how I'm tying that in is the skinniness, that whole frail body that when I was in high school was so coveted. All I used to hear black girls say in Alabama is, man, I need to get skinny, I need to get skinny. Well, the European frame was skinny because it was malnourished, and that was flipped into beauty. She's thin. That's beautiful. It's warfare all the way. Love, I am. What you got?
Oh, I'm glad you ended there because that's where I was gonna go with that too. So I remember growing up when in the 90s when jeans were made for the shape of a white woman. And so like, you know, black we black women, we have like a small waist and then a butt. And so like we have to, when we buy our pants, there will be this huge gap in the back. And I remember like Nelly came out with apple bottoms, which is funny, and that was supposed to offset that. But then there is some bastardization of our brands that make it hard to, really uh commoditize our beauty standard. And so, but I remember getting off to college and I realized that they have a different iliac crest. It's wide and it's boxy, and that is what that is attributed to. They cut their pants that way. And I've always known from being a young girl that we produce. So I knew that we had these different shapes because I had a butt when I was younger, and I used to take ballet, and I was one of two black girls, and I was the only one that had like a little butt. And I remember telling my mom that I was uncomfortable, that I looked different in my leotard than the other girls. And my mom was reassuring me, like, girl, you built like a brick house, right? That was when I was older. My mom said that, but she just positively reinforced that there was nothing wrong with my shape at that age. And so, fast forward though, I realized with them having this different shape that uh we have more estrogen. We produce more estrogen than other women groups,
Yes.
and we have more muscle tone. Um, so it's interesting because I felt like they were trying to, by doing that milk campaign, you got milk campaign, and trying to give us all of these trying to promote this unhealthy diet that they were kind of fattening us up when you think about it. They were like, milk is not good for our bodies. Obviously, we don't have that history of pastoralism, and it's mucus buildup, and a lot of
Facts.
yeah, it throws off a lot. I can't remember because I had taken a I took medical anthropology and food anthropology in college. I just can't remember the stuff, but I just remember that their diets are not healthy for us, and they actually have some very harmful, detrimental effects to our body type. Um, and yeah, they also have so they have different body shapes from us, and so like how we were eating, it was seeming like our people have a greater proclivity to be overweight, but actually we don't. We actually have the ability to build muscle tone, and we actually have a more feminine physique because we have hips, butt, and like a small waist. So
Let, let me tell
we
you
just have,
something.
yeah, yeah,
You
go ahead. I'm
hit
sorry.
it. You hit that right on the head. So, usually when you have to go through high stress, high physical areas, you know how you'll go off your period if you're a woman. I don't know if everybody has trained to that level where your period will sustain. So, when we were in boot camp, most people did not have a period the entire time. Did you know that? They would just go off their period. Guess what my body did? I never went off my period, ever. So yeah, that pissed me off. So I went and I asked him, I said, okay, I don't understand why my period doesn't stop. Because I packed on so much muscle. I'll give you an example. So when I went to boot camp, I weighed 136 pounds. That was my natural civilian, that's my natural adult weight. That's what I weighed for the most of my life. I gained up to 154 pounds of muscle. Okay. I never went off my period. The person who examined me, he said, let me tell you something. He said, you're what we call a superwoman. And I looked at him, I said, okay, we're going to start with this bullshit. But he wasn't trying to be funny. We have a lot of estrogen. That's why when they added all the estrogen into the foods, it kicked up our breast cancer rate because they put too much estrogen in our stuff for our bodies. We already produce a lot of estrogen. You're going to laugh when I tell you this. So when I got pregnant, they could not find my baby's heartbeat. I had a normal pregnancy and everything. And so I said, okay, stop dicking around with me. Why can't you give me a good, you know, uh, gestational thing? And they said, well, Diaz, you have too much muscle in your stomach, and we're having a hard time finding your baby's heartbeat because we have a lot of muscle like on the inside of our body. Yeah, our bodies are they're so different until like when you get pregnant and you'll be pregnant like with a white person and they'll say, oh, I'm having these pains and aches. You know what you're gonna be having? You're gonna be tearing your hair out, you're gonna be crying because you have so much muscle tissue that has to stretch. Y'all, I literally heard my hips, the bones, I actually heard it creaking apart as it was spreading because my muscle was holding it in that tight. And I was thinking to myself, I said, okay, this is how you know you are Negro. So you're gonna laugh. So it was 8 years later when I had my second child. I wasn't in the Marine Corps. I wasn't as muscular. Okay. I was in good shape, but I wasn't as muscular. And I was 32 years old. Do y'all know they had to give me a shot, a bunch of shots. And I said, why are you giving me all this stuff? And they said, because your muscles all over your body have clenched. Yes. And they said, if we don't give you all this medicine, we can't make your muscles won't relax enough for your baby to come out. Wasn't that some weird shit? Yeah. They won't tell you all of this. And that's why I want to talk to Professor Allen because he wants to have a baby. I want him to make an afterbirth plan for his wife. So we really need to talk. They
Yeah,
won't.
I want a son, but I don't know. We'll see about that. I want to address something that Love I Am said that just hit me when she was talking about ballet. There's a really good book by Marimba Ni called Yorugu. It's real heavy. It's like it's jam packed full of so many different jewels, and they're intense. Like I'll read like a chapter and then fall asleep. It's like math, like learning trigonometry. Once you learn like sine over cosine, you learn all that. It's like I can't handle it anymore. I go to sleep. Um, well, Marimba talked about Plato. This shit interesting as fuck. What I'm about to say. She said that. So check this out, y'all. Plato had an uncle named Solon, and Solon was rumored to have spent a lot of time with descendants of the people of Atlantis. Like the best described, or maybe the only described picture of Atlantis was done by Solon, the concentric rings of water and blah, blah, blah. Well, Solon bragged to Plato on how perfect these people were, these Atlanteans, how excellent they were and flawless. And Solon made an impression on his nephew Plato that these people shall never, never be allowed to rise to their greatness again, because if they do, they'll take over the world. Those people are us. So Plato's contribution to European society was developing everything about European society from the ground up. Plato, according to Dr. I believe this shit too. Plato developed a Western society in diametric opposition to the black man and woman. Now, how's that tying to what love I am? I mean, even the fucking economy. Like the word economy means, I think it means on some level debt or something. Like the concept of an economy means that somebody needs to get fucked over or something. When we know God's earth has enough for everybody. I mean, I was um, in Atlanta earlier today, and I was watching squirrels run around. They weren't fighting each other, and they were just running around grabbing nuts and running back on the tree and hiding the motherfuckers. And it just dawned on me that it's enough for everybody. Like God ain't stupid. He created the world. Like it's enough here. Like if we just got rid of Western society tomorrow, like we can make it work. We all have enough food, we all have enough water, have more than enough land. I mean, how much land is just sitting just like vacant?
There's
You know,
tons of land. But you know what?
right?
I'm going to have to date a Neanderthal because I need somebody to do some heavy lifting if we're going to get rid of Western society. But I heard those guys make good mates. Give me a cave. Apparently, they were pretty good because, all the dating and all. So maybe they just lied
Hey,
about their
how long have
looks.
you been up for, Wani?
Uh, what do you mean?
Have you checked?
You gonna hook me up with a Neanderthal? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm just saying. How long have you been up for?
I found out the Neanderthals are not white, so now they're starting to look interesting.
Yo, listen.
They're probably violent.
This
Oh
dude,
Lord,
this dude literally said in the room the other day that Neanderthals came out of Africa, and we literally
they
did.
did.
No, they didn't. They didn't. We did the research. We thoroughly looked into this. The group that
I
later,
looked at their skulls, and they don't. They're not white. None of these people are white because they didn't have white skin then.
yeah, like
But
the group that
But go ahead and tell us what happened with the Neanderthals.
yeah, we looked into this because this guy was really literally arguing tooth and nail that Neanderthals began in Africa,
They
and that
did,
all
but go
Africans
ahead.
have Neanderthal traces of
No,
DNA.
Africans don't have that at all.
Exactly. And what we found is that they were grouped.
Khoisan do, but not the other ones.
There were groups that left out of that migrated out of Africa, that branches into Neanderthals, whether we're talking about interbreeding or
Mm-hmm.
or possibly um, evolution. But
Mm-hmm.
um, yo, I wanted to throw this into your conversation, man. How come y'all didn't bring up Betty Boop and
She was
that's a whole
cute.
nother space.
Sarah
We have
Bartman?
to have a Betty Boop space.
Oh, it's coming. Oh, I left out the point of me bringing up Solon. So Plato, listen to this, y'all. Plato developed the Western society paradigm based off of uh, the Atlantean Kemetic Egyptian paradigm, and he developed it in diametric opposition. So basically, the scales, everything's stolen. So the scales of Ma'at, You know what I'm saying? Or scales of were renamed the scales of justice. The scale in the legal system, in the Maya legal system, both people had to be equal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like it was about balance. Look at the scales of justice. They're one is up high. Somebody in law, like the concept of law is somebody has to lose. Like, so that's a little example, but I'm gonna give you a big example because Love I Am made me think about that. Dr. Ani argued that Plato developed um ballet in diametric opposition because you had to have a dance, and it's so offensive. It's named classical as if it's the official dance. Fuck you. Like there were so many dances around for that garbage. Well, anyway, Dr. Ani argued that um, ballet was designed to accentuate the European female's lack of features. For instance, I don't know ballet, but Dr. Ani said it's a stance in there where you're supposed to tuck your butt in
Mm-hmm.
bef-
Yeah.
before you peer. I don't know what it is,
Yeah.
but Dr. Anisa, that's
That's
done.
ballet.
Dr. Anisa, that shit's done to make any woman with a butt feel inadequate,
Mm-hmm. They did that
and a
in
woman
charm
with
school too.
and a woman without a butt to feel in place. So, like, in essence, Dr. Ani argued that ballet is psychological warfare. I saw Mississippi with his hand up forever. I'm sorry, bro. I don't got my glasses on. You want to add something? Then we'll go to Love I Am.
Hey everybody, I was just listening to the space and I was just reading some of what Professor and Wani and everybody else was going over. I was looking and I read our Native Americans, Asian.
Did he break
He
up or is
broke
that my
up.
space?
Yeah, he
Okay.
broke up.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Mississippi, can you hear me?
Mississippi.
In my
Yeah, crooked letter. Yeah, crooked letter.
crooked letter, I hunchback.
Is that how you
I
guys
still,
learn how to spell it?
Yeah.
yeah, I still,
Wait, is it hunchback or humpback?
in Alabama say
Oh, all right. Cause yeah, we
Humpback.
learned humpback. All right, we
It's
say
humpback.
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 Yeah, it's humpback. So Louisiana, they say hunchback.
I just realized
No,
those are two
Hunchback of
different
Notre Dame.
things.
Wani, that's funny.
hey, hey Wani, can you and Professor hear
I
Yes.
me?
hear you now, bro.
Okay. No, I was just speaking on the fact that, well, one thing we know, the Native Americans, those people that call themselves indigenous, we know that they from Siberia, they came from somewhere else. I had a book that I found that it's pretty interesting to talk about how, we were here, black people, we was here before the so-called Red Indians came over. That book was called Historical Researches on the Conquest of Peru,
Yep.
Mexico, Bogota, Natchez, and Telemeco, I think, in the 13th century by the Mongoloids, accompanied with elephants. These were war elephants, and the local agreement of history and tradition with the remains of elephants and mastodons found in a new world. And I think it was by somebody named Rankin John or Longman. And they basically talked about how these people came to this country and we were here. They found us, they found black people, and how they literally brought these war elephants and used them like army tanks to attack, to run us down, to kill us. And they drove us all the way from what was Alaska all the way down to Mexico. And then they came and they pushed even further and they started to push a lot of people down into Peru, and they pushed them down to Colombia and Brazil and other places. And they started to push east. When they started to push east, they pushed all the way to the Mississippi River, where Louisiana is right now and where we are right now. And they pushed all the way over to Natchez, but when they got to that area, it was more of us and it was more stronger warriors in those places, and we pushed back and we didn't allow them to take us over. But a strange thing happened at the exact time that was going on, where we were fighting them coming to us, invading us on the West Coast. the Europeans started arriving from the East Coast. So we started being invaded from both ends. They were coming from both ends, where our cousins, our brothers on the West Coast, the Black Californians and all of them, they were fighting the what you would call the Mongoloids. And while we were doing that and trying to help and assist them there, and we were also in a battle with the
Were these
Natchez
Chinese
Indians.
people? Do you know?
Well, not well. I would say Chinese. Well, I wouldn't say Chinese. I would say more sort of like the same people who invaded India. You know, they call them Aryans in Hinduism. They call them Aryans, and they were sort of like the same people. I mean, I know that they have what's called the Adar gene that gives them the black hair, the straight black hair with the coarse beards and things. And I know that that's the tradition, what they call the traditional Native American look with the long black hair and all of that. But that's not what they found here when they got here. The natives that were originally here, or the indigenous aboriginals who were here, they had coily hair. It's not curly, it's coily. It's a S pattern. I think today we call it 4A through 4C
Yeah.
or 4B hair.
These people were
And
everywhere, though. These Negritos and bigger Negritos, if you will, in Australia. They were everywhere. They
yeah,
were all over the place. All over Asia, all over the South Pacific, Australia. And yes, their DNA is found here.
yeah, and it's strange because we have evidence that the oldest DNA actually is here in America. I mean, we
Uh
had
oh.
Albert Perry.
Graham Hancock talks about the brother. That's what I'm trying to look into. Graham Hancock said, "You want to find old?" He said, "Start right in America."
I
Yes,
wish
Yes,
sir.
I
sir.
wish Mississippi had that book because I'm trying to.
Put that.
I could put it in the
Oh, you
jumbotron.
have
I
the
could put it in
title?
the
That would be
jumbotron.
Yeah,
nice.
yeah, brother. Put it in jumbotron. If you don't do me, if you want to do me a favor, also DM it to me. I'm gonna buy that shit tomorrow because that could help in my research.
Yeah,
Okay,
y'all can
okay, yeah. Okay, I'm gonna throw it in the jumbotron. I just wanted to cover a few more things about
Go
it.
ahead.
Uh Now I know for a fact that we had Albert Perry. Albert Perry, they researched his DNA, I think back in 2013, 2014. And come to find out, his DNA in this land in North America go back 340,000 years. That's before the whole they say the ice age, and they crossed the
Out
Bering
of
Strait and
Africa.
all that.
That's way before the out of Africa model.
Oh yeah, and they say that the out of Africa model say that it's what they left Africa 60,000 years ago.
Different
I'm like, that's
times,
when
you
the
know,
first
it's
humans left.
around
Well,
80, maybe 100. They keep going back and forth because they don't know. But yeah, go ahead. Keep going.
yeah, and I think you're right, Wanda. They seem like they keep extending it or pushing it back further. They used to have it at around what 50, sixty
Hmm.
thousand years.
Yeah.
Now they done pushed it all the way up to 90 and 100. Here in America, they first proposed that the so-called Indians they crossed in what 1,300 years ago. Now they're pushing it to 26,000 years ago or something like that, and they're trying to match it up with what they're finding, because the deeper they're digging, they're finding us. They're not finding these straight-haired Indians that we see on the reservation today. They're finding us. I know that back in what 1894, they dug up land in Tennessee, and they found the graves of over 100,000 black pygmies all over the land. They found them in the mounds of Tennessee. And these were very short people, around 2 and 3 feet tall. They were literally dwarfs.
Mm.
And they found over 100,000 of their graves. These people were in coffins, decorated with jewels, decorated with garments. And they literally dug them up and they gave them over to the Smithsonian Museum, and we never saw them
So they
sounds
again.
like
were
Bro,
Negritos.
I work for the Smithsonian while I was studying at Georgetown. And the Smiths, I'm gonna say it like this. The Smithsonian is a place where a lot of artifacts go to die.
Yeah, I heard a lot about it. We used to have they dug up giants here, and and I say giants, they dug up some people who were 8 feet, 9 feet. Sometimes they found people as tall as 13. And they dug up these people. They found them. They called the Smithsonian. They took them away, and again, we never seen them again. I know that they found a. Now I know I'm getting a little bit off into like sort of some things that people might not believe, but they found the remains of a 300-foot dragon in
Oh,
Wyoming, where Yellowstone National Park is today. They found the remains when they stumbled upon it, and he was surrounded by petrified trees. We used to have petrified trees. These trees became so old that they started to turn into stone, and you can still find a few of them on the West Coast today. But a lot of them were destroyed, and a lot of those petrified trees that were destroyed became our highway cement, became a lot of the building blocks to create these buildings, these colleges, creating the schools, things like that. And they found it, and they started to rename all of these dragons that they would find off to the Smithsonian Museum, and they began to reintroduce them to the American public. I would say around the 30s, 40s, and they called them dinosaurs. Back then they started to call them dinosaurs, but before the 1800s they used to call them dragons. I know for a fact that they said they found the bodies of bears, they found buffalo and all kinds of things in his stomach. The bones that were left, they found all of those in their
damn.
stomach, and this thing they're saying it was flying around and I guess eating these things.
It was
But
flying?
when they got,
Hold on. A
yeah,
flying dragon? I'm not ready.
yeah, oh yeah, I'll also put that in a
Well, we
jumbotron
did
too.
have some things that flew.
Say Mississippi.
Oh
It,
yeah,
it
they
it's
they
a
found.
it's a lot
Mississippi.
we don't know. My grandmother, my dad's mom, was in D.C. She was a school teacher, 50 years there in D.C. public school. So I would spend my summers in D.C. I kind of feel like I'm from D.C. and Alabama. But anyway, as a child, I would always try to go to the museum he's talking about is Museum of Natural History. That's the one that's in all the movies with the dinosaurs and the room where it rains and storms, and it's fucking awesome. By the way, that room. But uh, I would try to go see the Hope Diamond as a child. I was too short. I had a growth spurt. I'm 6'3" now, but I was like five something, too short to see it. It's always too many people. So when I finally got my job at Smithsonian, which is very impressive, they take you through a process, screening process, like you're getting top secret clearance. It's like Men in Black with fucking lasers, and they take you to a hidden. It's just like Men in Black. You go to those of you who know DC, the Smithsonian Human Resources Building is in LaFond Plaza, and it's which is like a very obscure, like kind of out mini mall with tall buildings that you kind of wonder. I remember as a child saying, "What the hell is that building?" Well, I found out when I got hired at Smithsonian. It's like the little screening and training facility for Smithsonian. It's unmarked, and it's just like Men in Black, hyper scanning your eyeballs, all that type of shit. I mean, I didn't even see shit like that when I worked for a secure government agency, but anyway, long story short, so when I got my magic ID, which they call the Smithsonian ID, um, I found out that the Smithsonian never closes. Smithsonian has its own police department. They back in 2008, 2007, they had MP5s. So the police had fucking. If those of you don't know what that is, that's a machine gun. They had fucking MP5s, like with lasers on them. But so anyway, if you're a dignitary or you're an employee, the Smithsonian's never closed. They're 24 hours. In fact, George W. would have parties and shit coming through the museum getting wasted with Swedish war colonels and shit. I mean, this shit was a fucking dream, dude. Like, sometimes I look back on that and like, did that really happen? But anyway, so I always wanted to see the Hope Diamond, always since a child. So when I got my magic ID, I waited till that motherfucker closed and then walked, hello, ding, walked up in that motherfucker, right? And I walked to the Hope Diamond a couple hours after the Natural Museum of Natural History closed, and even though it was closed, they still had a guard right by that motherfucker with a loaded MP5. Didn't say shit to me. Well, there was an old black man. The Smithsonian used to be full of all these old black men. Matter of fact, Neely Fuller is. I thought about it the other day. I was like, oh, there you go. Neely Fuller is one of them old black men that work. He worked at the Treasury. or like DC, the museums used to be full of old black men, 60s, 70s, late 50s, that would be like, "Hey son, you want to talk about this?" Well, anyway, I walked up to the Hope Diamond, and here was an old black man right next to the Hope Diamond. And I kept looking at it. I was looking at it because I was like, what the fuck? I was trying to figure out where it was glowing and pulsing, pulsing blue, just ever so subtly, but I pick up on stuff like that. And I kept looking around. I was looking for a spotlight that was shining into it. And I looked up on it, and the old black man said, "Uh-huh, you looking for a light, ain't it?" And I said, "Yes, sir." I said, "Where is it?" He said, "There ain't one." And I said, "Huh?"
It's
He said,
cursed.
he said, "Listen to this, young man." He said, this shit allegedly came out the head of an idol. We don't know if it was Africa. He talking like that. Africa or India. But the British royalty snatched that bitch out the head of an idol. And the moment they took it back to England, the prince who snatched it died. Gave it to the queen. The queen gave it to one of the duchesses. She died, and like a prince, another prince or princess came down sick, and the British royalty said, "We do not want this shit." Guess who they gave it to? They gave it to one of the Carnegies. Now that shit you hear about the Carnegies and the Rockefellers and all them being related, I think that's true. So they gave it to one of the Carnegies. It was either Carnegie's or Rockefeller. I think pretty sure it's Carnegie's. It's Pennsylvania. Gave it to the Carnegie family, and the same shit happened. One of them came down, died. Somebody came down with cancer, and the Carnegie family got the message and was like, "We don't want this shit." So, well, the British royalty sold it to the Carnegies on the low, so the Carnegies had to pay for it. Well, the Carnegies start dying off and shit, and they said, "We don't want this shit." So they called the Smithsonian and said, "We're gonna donate this to the Smithsonian." And the Smithsonian called the post office and had a black man go pick it up off the front porch. He didn't know what he was picking up. Pick up an unmarked box off their front porch and ride with it from Pennsylvania, short chain ride from Pennsylvania to DC, to that train stop that by the law school, by Georgetown Law. I forget the name. Lincoln, is it a Lincoln? Whatever that train stop is down there by the law school. And the black man got off the train with the box. He didn't know what the fuck was in it, and gave it to a representative at the Smithsonian. Rumor has it the black man got off the train and got in a car wreck, died. Well, that shit glows. It's like going. It's a subtle
It
pulse.
must just be cursed, and the demon is just in there screaming all night. I don't know.
That's what I thought. Something
It's messed up.
crystal. That's what I thought, Wani. That crystal was used to trap some type of spirit. Something is bound inside
I
that. That's
wouldn't have
exactly what
gone
I
near
thought.
that sucker at all. They got some other cursed things over there. Where's that Robert the doll located?
Oh,
Don't
can
go
I add
near
some
that thing.
context to that? So in
Do not go
Japan,
near.
recently, not too long ago, they had a stone that cracked in half, but there's the Japanese people have a prophecy over that stone that there was an evil spirit contained in that stone. You could Google that. That's something that happened, I think about in between 3 to 4 years ago that they released that was on the news. Also to Mississippi, I posted something to Jumbotron, and it's very interesting for everybody in reference to what you were talking about, how some of these ancient beasts got petrified and turned into stones. And it's on this YouTube channel called Mud Fossil University. And that's all this guy does is he researches ancient creatures and even giants and things of that nature that were here but were their bones were petrified and turned into stone, so we don't recognize them. Landing plane.
Gargoyle. That's how they got the concept of the gargoyle show.
It's so much shit we don't know about, ladies and gentlemen. I have ancient books, and what happened in the 1920s is the Rockefeller Corporation, there goes one of them families, decided to co-opt education, departments of education, and departments of medicine at universities. And then the Rockefeller Foundation turned around and kind of rewrote the curriculum at colleges of education. Like the books got all fucked up and filled with nonsense. I can't really confirm this, but I heard that the periodic table contained more elements, and one element on the periodic table was ether. What I did find was that there used to be another monk. There's 13 monks. I forget what the 13th monk is called, but basically, like Marimba Ani said, European occultists, including but not limited to Plato, if he actually existed, that may be a protocol. Um, did a whole lot to try to confuse us off of what's really going on. Um, this very interesting stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I'm gonna have to wrap it up. It's I just looked. It's 1:11. I enjoyed y'all. Mr. Hybrid, you want to say something? I think that's your name.
Yeah, my name's Hybrid. I'm
Okay.
sorry, reparations and all that. I'm a white bloke. I do apologize.
Oh,
Um,
hold on.
All
Stop.
right, bloke.
Hold on. I gotta hear this.
I'm
So what's your hold on, stop. What's your
yeah,
lineage? Where are your people
Scottish.
from?
I'm Scottish. I'm a Scotsman. I'm here
The
from
Scots.
GLA, Scotland, Glasgow,
It's a
Scotland.
Scotsman.
Yes, ma'am.
It's
You're
Scottish.
Yes.
you're from
But
Jelly, Scotland?
I'm a polyglot,
It's a
multilingual.
Scotsman.
I
It's a
do
Scotsman.
everything from America, from New York to California. I do
Mm-hmm.
everything from
Hold
Parlo
on.
Italiano.
Stop. You're going in and out of your Scottish accent. So
Mm-hmm.
where are you
Yeah,
really
man.
from?
He's from Scotland.
I'm from a mother's uterus, out through the cervix, out through the sushumna channel of our cervix, out through
Hey,
the
hey,
labia.
hey, do
Here
me a
I
favor. Do
am,
me a
man.
favor.
Here I
Do
am.
me a favor.
Yeah, man.
Don't come back.
Spot of tea.
What does he want? I don't give a fuck what he talking about. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I enjoyed y'all.
You sounded very
Yeah.
black when you said that.
What? When I said what?
Spot of tea.
Nothing, Professor.
Yeah, he kept going in and out of that fucking sky. I'm like, dude, you got to do better
Did
than that.
not have it right. I'm trying to
Mm-mm.
pick up. I'm up here copying off of his accent, and he's lying. You can't even get anything authentic these days.
A Scottish accent is hard. Like he should have
Scottish.
picked an English accent. Why would you pick the hardest
But he's a
accent?
Scotsman.
Professor, you have to host a space telling us some of these stories. Like
Oh yeah.
you must have, I don't know if you put them out of your memory or you probably don't consciously think of them on a daily basis, but they are superiorly interesting. You should host a
Yep.
space on them.
Yeah, man. Like, yeah. The Smithsonian shit. I'm mad actually at myself because I was a bit of a party animal, and I was like concerned more with women and getting wasted than like exploring all the benefits and access that my fucking magic ID gave me. And then I resigned right away and gave it to like I was like, oh man, I would have looked. She caught me up. My manager caught me off guard. She was like, "Up, give me your ID." But if I would have, I didn't know I was gonna quit like that. But so like I had a family emergency and I had to leave DC and leave Georgetown. I couldn't afford Georgetown anyway; it was really expensive. But like that's some shit you want to frame as an ID that has Smithsonian Institution on it and your fucking picture. Oh, but yeah, but I saw enough. I saw enough, and I learned a lot of subtext about like like what's really going on. Like a lot of shit's being hid, and a lot of effort is being made to hide our true identity from us. So that's kind of my quest to find out who are we really.
Children of God.
I think that in a literal sense, we have a direct connection to the Most High. Never forget what Dr. Francis Cress Welsing said.
Can I drop a
Yeah.
book that you guys, I would love if you guys read this book because a lot of people have read it, but a lot of people in our culture, in our community have not read it. The book is called,
But before I'm glad you said that. Before you do, Mississippi, can you please put that book in the jumbotron? Can you hear me,
Mississippi, could you
Mississippi?
mail it to me? Because I mean, message it to me because I can't
What
find
did he
it.
say? What did he say the name
I
of it
cannot
was?
find. I don't know why. It's got to be in the chat. It's not
Dude, I don't
letting
see
me
it, bro.
share it for some reason.
That's so weird. Cause Mississippi, there you there, Mississippi? If you can hear me, bro, please put that book in the jumbotron. I can't even remember what he said it was. I'd find it. Y'all remember the name of it? That's exactly what I need right now. Do you remember the name, Wani?
I remember he said the author was Rankin. I,
Rankin?
yes, Rankin, and it was from 1300, and it was Peru.
I just mailed it to myself.
Okay,
You found it.
Yes.
Can you DM me what the name of the book
yeah.
is? Oh, awesome, awesome. All right, go ahead. Lifestyle. I'm glad you said that because I would have forgot to ask about the book. But what were you
No
gonna say,
problem.
lifestyle?
I put in the jumbotron information about that stone I was talking about, which comes out of the Smithsonian, which you were speaking on. So that's an interesting something that y'all should read. But the book is called The Book of Adam and Eve: Conflict with Satan. Again, the book is
Oh,
called The Book of Adam and Eve: Conflict with Satan. You should read that book. It's a really easy read, and it gives you so much information that the professor himself was already talking about when he was talking about ancient Egypt history. But it goes further back in that, and it talks about Indian culture, um, and all types of things. And it talks about some things that I just think that you all will find very interesting. I don't want to ramble on, but the Book of Adam and Eve: Conflict with Satan. If you wouldn't mind reading that, family, it'll take you about 30 minutes to hour to read the whole part one and part two, and it's a very easy read, and it's super interesting, and it will just incite your mind on why it's so important that the man and the woman work together. And I land my plane. And
yeah,
thank
yeah.
you.
I'm doing research on that right now with my students, and what we've concluded is that the whole Holy Trinity, the Memphite theology, the precursor for Christianity, came from Egypt, and it wasn't about something looking for something outside yourself. Basically, everybody in here is a Heru. We're all heroes. We all are the Charist. We're all Christ, and God the Father is the Creator, and God the mother is Latin. What is it? Alma mater. What does that mean? Nurturing mother. In Latin, mater is mother. Mother is motherfucking nature. Like we're here. And the deal is for you to become the hero. Like they had the spiritual system down to be basically you be in tune with Almighty God, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, the creator, whatever you want to call him, and being in perfect balance with your mother nature, and you become the hero that you need. Perfection. But something happened that skewed Egyptian Memphite theology. Well, I'll tell you what the fuck happened. Wani was talking about the Canaanites. That whole Babylon, those were white people. I think you can prove that. The Canaanites, the Babylonians, and their religious system, as my students point out, was different. It was not. The Memphite theology was monotheistic. Mother Nature is an extension. It seems poly, but it's mono because you have the creator and basically the mother, God, the mother. That's I said that's basically like that's a tool used by the creator. 'Cause the creator is the is mono. He's one. Well, the when Babylon came about, which the historians do a great deal to confuse you on the Babylon on that whole time period. Some people refer to it as Mesopotamia. Why are you giving it all these goddamn names? Well, during Babylonian period, their theology was poly. And what do they believe? Brace yourself, ladies and gentlemen. They believe that the Anunnaki came from space. The winged ones is what the Anunnaki means. They literally believe that a group of fallen angels came down and taught them how to do shit. What does that sound like? Somebody was cast out of heaven? One of my students said, that sounds just like the story of Satan. Well, if, the Babylonians built an ancient computer that helped them um, connect and talk to other people in one language. Y'all know the Tower of Babel story. I'm not really a biblical scholar, but I remember that one. Well, here goes the dangerous part, as one of my students pointed out. One of my students said, Dr. A, the name of the god associated with the Tower of Babel was God, it was Sin, Sin. And I said, no, that's not his name. Basically, the Egyptians believed in the Son of God, not the Son, the Sun. The Son is a creator. The concept being the Son is a creator of life. Everything comes from the Sun. You and I are made of light. You ate an orange. Well, guess what? That orange, the tree uses raw sunlight to transform into the orange. Therefore, you're made out of light. We worship the sun. Well, the Babylonians are the opposite of us. Guess who they worship? They worship the moon. That moon god was called Sin, as my student pointed out, and I had to correct him. I said it wasn't called Sin. See, a lot of people get confused in the Bible. Say he went to Mount Sinai. There was never a Mount Sinai. Our brother Macau said something earlier. Oh, damn! And Macau's coming. Macau was saying something the other week. He was talking about Gebel Bark. I might be saying it wrong, but there was no Mount Sinai. It was a mountain of Sin AI. That's the God's name, Sin AI. You heard me? I said Sin, SIN dash AI. And you do a little filling in the
I have
gaps,
a whole revelation on this. You got to have
and and one could conclude that
yes.
that fucking Tower of Babel was AI, baby, literally, and it destroyed them. Guess what we're about to go into in America and the world?
And guess so they actually use we earlier you were having in a conversation, not this conversation, but the previous discussion, we kept talking about white people, they. No, 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 no. They are not they are literally receiving instruction from that.
Sin AI.
Yes, fire. And like
Wow.
that, so it's not we're attributing they are just what we be saying in these spaces. They come from caves, troglodyte, they literally are confined to the 3D. But they are being used to open those portals and they receive instruction. There's supposed to be a fair exchange. You give us humanity in exchange for these perceivable technological advances that really aren't even that. And a lot of these things have been modeled after your original human life type that has direct
And
connect from to source.
I prove it to you right now. Love I am. If you look at that story, she said that it's modeled after the original. You look at that story of the garden, and I'm not a biblical scholar, but I'm just going to point out a point. What did, according to that story, what did uh, Adam and Eve use? And I don't believe that they existed. I have my own. I think I have my opinions about that. But what did Adam and Eve use to gain knowledge? The apple, right? Off the tree of the fruit of the tree of knowledge, right? What the fuck do I have in my hand right now? An Apple iPhone. And if you turn that motherfucker on, I tell my students all the time, the best place to hide something is right in front of your face. It's a bite out that motherfucker. Where did you learn this? Man, we could go into this shit. What I need to do is have a space on Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, because and I'm not justifying what he did. You don't fucking hurt people. That's not okay. You don't kill people. That's not cool. I don't condone that. But he was a very ingenious person. Harvard, Berkeley PhD, computer science. They're not stupid. And he came to a conclusion in the 90s that he said we need to leave computers alone right away or they're going to destroy us. What was his conclusion? Well, one day we'll read his manifesto. Brother McHale, come on.
Greetings there, brother. How art thou?
I'm doing well, brother. I'm glad you're here.
Excellent. Thank you there, brother. I know you're closing the space out. Just wanted to add a little enlightenment to the conversation. I see the Queens, Nikki and Wani. Love I am. Um, so you mentioned Canaanites. The correct, and you should, when you get chance, to Google this, it's the correct enunciation is Ken Anu, right? Ken, the people of Anu, right? And they were melanated, woolly hair. They weren't the ones who you will call the Neo-Babylonian types. These are the ones who you will consider the people of Sumer, the Elamites, the people of Kish. They were very close to the land we today call Iran and Iraq that were populated originally by melanated, woolly haired people who came, of course, from the Horn. right? Um, the people who you would consider the Aryan, Albanoid, Babylonian, so called, were the people who populated that region uh, in mass around 1200 BCE. Those people were considered uh, as people of the steppe who crossed the Mediterranean into that land, and they were dubbed the Sea People, who I know you have knowledge of. The Aryans that you see today, especially the ones who are populated in uh, the Arabian Peninsula, South Asia, North Africa, all are considered sea people, right? They can't run from that term. When you put that brand on them, they humble themselves and they look at you as if you know who they are. Now, the main culprit at that time, after the invasion of the Sea People, were people who is documented as the Neo Assyrians, right? Those are the people who are actually the descendants of the so called Sea People who crossed the Mediterranean into these so called melanated lands, right? Those are the people who who are the Babylonians that you are talking about, you see. Now, in addition to crossing the Mediterranean, gradually they took control of all of the empire island states, right? Those clusters of islands that are in the area that you would call Anatolia, right? That's the island of Cyprus and the Archipelago in those areas. And then when you go further east, I'm sorry, further west, the Cretan Islands, right? And then, of course, we talked before about the islands off the coast of Northwest Africa. Those people were called the Keftu. Remember, we talked about that, right? And those people are the people who left the Mediterranean basin, right? And via the current, the Atlantic currents, came into the lands today that we would call North America, right? Those people today are commonly called the Atlanteans. So you will be, or we will be those people, or the people who you would call Kin Anu, right? The Anu, right? Or the Manu, right? The Anu or Manu, that's us, right? Essentially what the Albanoids did, they scrubbed any reference of the Anu and 90% reference of Kush on what is considered the African continent, did a half-ass job scrubbing it on the, uh, the Arabian Peninsula and didn't scrub it at all in Southeast Asia. That's why in Southeast Asia you have people calling themselves Ram. Ram this, Ram this. That's just Ham, right? And they all consider themselves Kush. To call themselves Kush, you say, if you ask them, where are you from? They say Bangladesh. Where are you from? Pakistan. Where are you from? India. Oh, Kush. Yes, thank you. That's a compliment to them. You understand? So they took the names of the melanoid, woolly head, Negroid type or Africoid types who were there, right? Didn't scrub completely the history of it, right? Because now you're talking at least 100,000 years of history, right? And the people in these lands where I'm at currently, they have no knowledge of this at all, you see. So you are, or we are, what the world will consider the people of Atlantis. And Atlantis wasn't just one particular island, it was an empire, an island empire, so to speak. All right. So, just wanted to offer a little light there. And the Anu, the Ma, you mentioned Mother Nature, right? That's when you say meta nature, that you're saying Mother Nature,
Mother Nature.
right?
Hmm.
Uh, Ma, right? That's another word for Ma. But the Ma people were also part of the Keftu people, right? And those are the people who charted the constellations, right? Those are the people that, and you mentioned the Emerald Tablets, right? That Yehuti talks about, and he was, of course, of this origin called the Keftu, who populated the island, the main island called Crete, and some later called it Manoa. You understand?
Y'all
That
know him as Hermes. The Greeks renamed him as Hermes.
because they're stupid. They
It's totally fucking ignorant.
they steal things that they don't understand. So when these people were talking about entering portals, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, these were the portals. They were basically talking about the homeokinetic, and you understand physics, complex systems of physics. The the atomistic, or the nuclear, then of course the biological, and then the social, which we operate on, and then of course the galactic and the cosmic, and then of course the divine. Right. So these are the portals in which they were modeling their level of enlightenment, right, when they studied in the schools, right. But we are the descendants of those people. So when we keep focusing on Egypt, right, or Kemet, and Kem just means divine, oh, I'm sorry, perfect black. Kush, right, meant royal black, and Anu meant divine. But when they said black, black meant enlightenment. Everyone was melanated, right? So black had nothing to do with the skin color. Black meant enlightenment, right? We understand that. We understood it then as we understand it now, and no one seems to get it, right? So yeah, just wanted to, sort of put that out there so that, we, excuse me, we can kind of keep the, add clarity to, some of the nomenclatures and some of the locations or the geography, and then the misrepresentation of those areas then, and those of us who are connected to that. Mind you, we were on the North American continent for millions of years. But as culture evolved, as complex systems evolved, right, the exchange between, you know, those of us who were there in North America and those who were at the source developing what we know as Assyrianism. And that's what Cush, Kemet, Anu, Ma, Keftu, they were all under that ideology of Assyrianism, which you mentioned, Assad and Assar, right? So you're definitely there, right? It's just connecting the dots a little closer. So it's less fable or less mythological, but very pragmatic, very, and you have your timelines, right? And if we're talking sorry analogy, we're definitely talking from the time we began to chart the stars, right, to essentially the fall of Cush. Kemet fell before Cush, right? So yeah, it's all there, and those people were the pyramid builders that you find in the U.S. the mounds. In fact, I discovered a place here that the Ethiopians didn't know about, and I'll share that with you. I've shared it with Wani. Um, there's the three pyramids of Giza, right? And there's a location right where the Blue Nile fall and the Blue Nile crosses, right? Where you'll see three identical mounds. I mean, three mounds that are identical to the Pyramid of Giza. And so all of that happened right here. This was the source or the hub for everything that, went downward, south. Because remember, I mean, northward down, south, what we call south was considered up, and north, of course, was down. So, yeah, so we'll chop it up when you open the site, about it. I'll try to offer what little insight I have. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, family. Love y'all.
Oh, I want to point out one thing for y'all, Dip. Looking at Jumbotron, Mikhail made me think about something when he's talking about perfect black. I used to be a physics teacher several years ago. Well, shit, what year is it? Everything's going so fast. Um, if you look at light is measured in on the Kelvin scale, and light is expressed through temperature. If you hear somebody doing donuts in the background, welcome to Memphis. Somebody got a Hellcat and they just in the parking lot just killing it. Where the cops? I don't know. They're probably sitting back watching. But but Kelvin scale. That's how you measure light. So contrary to popular belief, the more intense, the more hot the light gets, it doesn't get brighter. Matter of fact, sunlight is at 5,500 degrees Kelvin. That's white, right? But the higher the temperature gets, the darker the light gets until it's imperceivable with the human eye. The human eye can't perceive the highest temperatures. There are things in space that are outrageously hot, which means outrageously intense, powerful, and they're darker. I had some headlights on an Acura I had, and I'm a geek, so I like be messing with stuff. And I played with the temperature on it and noticed this myself. They came 7,000 Kelvin. They were real bright blue like BMWs, and I just cranked that bitch up to 12,000, and they turned dark purple. Look at that scale and know that the highest, most powerful things in this universe of ours are dark. They're black. Perfection
Right,
is black. Remember, in the Bible, well, I'm gonna say the book of. Let me just say the Shabaka stone. I got it tattooed on my arm. What did the Creator say? He said, "In the beginning, when speech was created, I existed alone. The universe belonged to me." Yeah, the Bible says, "Let there be light." Well, there's a supposition in there. Before light happened, somebody who created everything was sitting in darkness, because darkness is more powerful.
The
right,
light spectrum has all of those. The light spectrum is just like that. Literally has the darkest hues, and that's the highest frequency of light.
right, right. Now, brother professor, and this is brilliant because you're entering something that we mastered then, and it's in our DNA, and this is why you articulated it so beautifully, and that's atomism. You mentioned the individual named Adam, right? But it comes from the word atum,
Atum, Atum.
A-T-U-M, right? And of course, the albinoids, took that and created the word atom, the atom, right? Et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Which essentially, we've said this before, the great Imhotep, you know, and once said, "Man or human, know thyself," right? Essentially, the knowledge of self is the knowledge of the atom, because everything that is seen and unseen on every dimension of life, atomistic dimension of life, is composed of light and energy, the atom, right? And of course, before there was darkness, which was a state, there was a state of somethingness. And before the state of somethingness, there was a state of nothingness. And when you go into a state of meditation or sleep, et cetera, that's the portal you enter, is that state of nothingness, that state of what we call space time, that doesn't have any connection to the dimension in which we operate on, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the albinoids came into power when they learned, and they still haven't mastered the study of the atom. If we focus, and you mentioned physics as well as quantum physics, quantum mechanics, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you will learn the art of building complex societies and civilization, because the atom is the best example of perfect harmony, perfect balance, um, perpetual, I
Interesting.
would say, yeah, yeah, it never changes. It's stability. So we all should study the atom, or quantum physics, quantum mechanics, and that will give us the blueprint that it takes for us to move into the future, because law, mechanics, everything is essentially, modeled after the atom or the atom. et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So I just wanted to build with you, and I'll land. Thank you.
That's very interesting, and I'll end the space on this. There's a book. I taught Newtonian physics. That's what it was taught to me. I tried to get off into quantum physics. Quantum means very small, like Mikhail was saying, and it was confusing me. Somebody, a PhD physicist I taught with, said, "Hey, check out this book. It'll break it down to you. It's called The Dancing Woolly Masters. Woo W Lee, Dancing Woolly Masters." Well, in that book, it kind of talks about quantum physics and breaks it down to where people like us can understand it. And it talks about some European scientists who were trying to study the atom, the small. When things get small on a quantum level, very small, they start acting strange. Things get weird. And Europeans were trying to study uh, a quantum particle, an atom, an atom. And they said when they initiated the microscope to look at it, it would disappear. And they somehow noticed when they turned their head, it would appear again. And when they looked at it, it would disappear. When they turned their head, it would appear again. When they looked at it, it disappeared. Well, the subtext being these were European scientists, of course. The subtext being that thing, everything's alive. Like our sister Wani was talking about with animism, the belief system in Japan and certain countries that everything is alive, everything's made out of atoms, everything has life. Um, this physics experiment proved to European scientists that certain powerful atoms don't want to be studied by Europeans. Like the Europeans would look at it and it's like, man, don't look at me. On that note, I'm gonna see y'all again tomorrow, same time, same place. Any closing remarks, Wani, Nikki?
Good night.
Good night. Peace out.